Um, yeah, I don't know what just happened there. It looks like my crap cut out for a second. I don't know if this thing's back up. Hopefully, it's back up. Yeah, we're up and running. Okay. Yeah, so I watched Witchboard and I watched Whistle, and yeah, yeah, we'll definitely go get into them. What's up, Retro? Great to see you. How is it up there in that place that may or may not exist called Canada? Eugene, what's up? David, what's up? Stranded, what's up? Make sure you guys all smashed a like. Looks like some of you guys already have. Great to see everybody. But yeah, we had new trailers drop. So we've got a couple of them to go through if you guys care. Um, we actually have a I didn't realize this, but I had shown the trailer and it turns out it was only the teaser trailer for the movie The Mummy. And they dropped the full trailer, and it may just be a day one watch for GAM because I love my horror movies. It actually gave me the creeps. I can't even lie. It looks interesting. I just hope it doesn't shit the bed. And you want to know about the girl fight? Who may you ask? Well, it's actually a fight that I've waited a very long time to see. It's going to be, I don't think it's going to be in UFC. It's going to be outside of UFC, but it is going to be Ronda Rousey versus Gina Carano. And I'm not going to lie. My chips are in on Gina Carano. I want to see her whoop Ronda Rousey's butt. Yep, the Yeti is one we'll be covering tonight, Eugene. I didn't see the Over Your Dead Body trailer. Um, I'm gonna like the trailers. I'm gonna go through are the Yeti, Blades of the Guardian, Toy Story 5, Pressure, and Beast. Those are the five. Yeah, the Yeti I saw. I'll get into that too when we cover it. Um, like I said, the big one though, the Mummy looks like the best out of all of them to me. Like it's the one that has me the most intrigued. We can also talk a little bit about Robert Duvall and Jesse Jackson both died, and as we all know, when famous people die, they die in threes. So there's going to be a third death here soon. And then of course the Ronda Rousey versus Gina Carano fight that I've been waiting a long time to see that. I definitely want to see it. And then last but not least on stuff I got to talk about, really, Tucker Carlson went over to Israel and sat down with Mike Huckabee. And apparently, when he was leaving, they detained him and took him to an interrogation room. Now, I'm not sure if that's true or not. So, we've got different reporting coming out on that. And when we get into that story, I'll go over everything I've heard both ways. I mean, Jet Li's book though, what's it going to be like? Munchkin Fighter. Jet Li was actually like pretty amazing with his martial arts. You know, good on him. But he was never one of my favorites. Like it was always Bruce Lee then Jackie Chan. If I'm to be honest, the two of them were just badasses. On Discord, because I know not all you guys are in the Discord, I posted a picture of this model that I started to print out. I'm happy to say that it finally fully printed out today. Matter of fact, I primed the base for it. I've got it sitting here. It's not what we're going to be working on tonight. Adjust this camera just a little bit so we get more of the workspace. But I asked everybody because all I posted was the chesticles region of the figure. Let's fade into the workbench. And that's going to have to come over. Move the camera over a little. And I asked everybody, who is this? You know, which sculpt did I print out? Just by this area, basically. Here's the base for it. This was done in FDM. So it's in PLA. And that is what it looks like with the primer on there. It hides the layer lines pretty well. I didn't even sand this down or anything. I just hit it with this filler. So here's the base for it. Before I show the rest of the model, which is underneath. But yeah, all I posted was this chesticles region, and I gave the hint. It is a Marvel character. Um, yeah, you just heard Israel was a lie. Well, that's just it. I don't know if it's a lie or not. We'll get into it because I'll tell you both the reports I heard. But yeah, so I was like, it's a Marvel character. The immediate, well, Six, shout out to Six, immediately guessed that it was Rogue from X-Men. I was like, that's actually a pretty good guess, but no. Then I think it was Beans, shout out to Beans, guessed that it was Emma Frost, and no, it's not Emma Frost either. And I'll let you guys guess before I reveal the full model. It is, of course, a female superhero, and not a villain, hero, non-mutant, and and it's Marvel Comics. Can you guys guess who it is? It is not. It's not a mutant. So not Rogue, not Storm. I mean, that would be Storm's boobies are actually smaller, I think. You know, we look at the back. Back's mainly going to be covered by her hair. It's not Magic. Magic's also a mutant. Mm-mm. Not Magic. The other hint I gave was they made a failed live action version of this character. I know you're not a big booby watcher. That's fine. Actually, this print, Wicked did a version. This print is actually from another Patreon I'm on called CA3D, and it's like I figured I'd give his stuff a shot because I haven't printed any of his stuff yet, even though I've got like I don't know, like 100 models from the guy. I hadn't printed any out. This is the first one I'm doing. I wanted to see how it overlaid, and I got to give him credit because I don't know if you guys can see this, but the keying, right? A key on a model is basically like you put a tab on one side and then you put a hole in the model on the other side. So they fit together. Most people do them in squares and what have you. Like most people do this stuff in squares. This guy rounds one corner, so you always know which way the arm goes in or the legs or anything else. She's going to need a little filler on that boob too, in my opinion. Yep, David nailed it. Yes. The model is actually She-Hulk. It's a big one too. See if I can't get her somewhat together. So I can show her off. Like I said, locking those keys in, pain in the butt. Oh. Drop one of her boots. I can kind of show her on the stand too. But yeah, yep, Bruce Banner's cousin. There's a blood transfusion in the comics. And yeah, She-Hulk. Granted, the legs aren't going to stay while it's laying down. She's going to have one arm back like that, coming in back of her head. Then the other arm. I don't often do females, but She-Hulk made an exception for. Let's see, that should be the right hand. So right hand's going to be curling the weight like that. And then her other hand, it's actually easier to get the arms on and then get the head on. Oh, come on, get in the keyhole. Get in the keyhole. So you're going to have one arm like this. The other arm's going to come up. See if I can't get the head to stay in there. See if I can't balance this without dropping it. And I'll show off my first issue of Sensational She-Hulk as well. Much like Deadpool, She-Hulk really broke the fourth wall at all times. But she's got like the dumbbells over her head and everything else. All I had to say was failure. Yeah, the show was pretty awful. Yeah, they ruined the whole entire lore of She-Hulk. Because the whole thing is, one, She-Hulk, her and Bruce Banner are cousins. Let me see. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get this to look right. If I could just not knock stuff all over the place like I just did. What the hell's up with that? You don't want to get in there. Why? I'd still have to go through each piece, sand it down, all that stuff. Yeah, like right here. That's why. Give me a razor. I still have like stuff like this. Well, hold on. Let me see. Get it to zoom. There's actually a little support piece that's trapped right here. Scrape that out. Yeah, the show failed terribly, but that's because it was not well done. Like if they had done it like the comic, it would have been pretty damn good. Because she's a quirky, like, goofy character. But on the show, they kind of made it frail. In the show, for example, like the whole thing is, she gets injured really bad. She's dying. Bruce Banner does a blood transfusion on her. Because it's his cousin, they have the same blood type, and that's what turns her into She-Hulk. On the show, it's different. They eat like basically any bit of Hulk blood will turn anybody into a Hulk, apparently. And yeah, that was just bad. Let's see if I can't get the body on there. Just to give you an idea. Granted, no glue or anything, but let's go ahead and zoom it out. Move this camera around a little bit. That head is so heavy with that hair. But yeah, and then you're going to have one arm coming up out front, cranking the weight like this. So that'll go in here. And then the other one's going to go up and over her head. Kind of like that. Damn, that light is intense. Let's do this. Now we can see a little bit better. But yeah. This one, um, hell, you know what? Let me grab a ruler. I can tell you. Well, maybe if I got a ruler handy. Let me look. I want to say it's about a foot tall. No idea where my ruler is, but she's about a foot, maybe a little over. It's tall. Um, I always do this for size comparison a lot of times. Here's a pack of cigarettes next to her. So this should tell you just how big around she is or how tall she is. It's a pack of 100s. So that's like what? One, two, three. Like 3 packs of smokes tall. Yeah, oh, she definitely the legs. I had to reprint twice. They failed 2 times. Yeah, she'll be green. Of course, all her skin's going to be green. The bodysuit itself will be white and then purple trimmed. The hair is going to be black with green highlights to it. But anything skin is going to be, and then of course we got, like I said, I don't even know if these will go on. If I can do this without her falling the hell apart. Let's try. So, yep, there you go. There's one arm. And then, yeah, I actually had to reprint the arm because, and I, let me see if you guys can see this. Let's see if I can get some more light without insanity going on with it. So the 2 arms, you can see if you look at the one in this hand, notice how the muscle's all smooth, and this one it's got these dimples. That is from me supporting the model, and it didn't support 100% correct, so it dimpled the shit out of it. You know, I mean, let me see if I can't get one arm to stay. Oh, that's gonna fall out. But yeah, this is what you're looking at. Very nice on the musculature. Doing these cut-ins is going to be interesting for me. It's going to be a challenge. Got to get the layers just right. The other thing that's got to happen, I've got to sand down parts and make sure everything's in alignment. And for the pervs out there, yes, there is one where her shirt is. So this is the one thing I don't like about the dude's modeling. It's a neat little feature, and he gets a lot of people to sign up to his stuff because of it. But he does them where they're not safe for work models too. So there's actually a top half of her with both her boobs exposed. I'm not printing that shit out. I'm not painting it because I'm not pervy like that. There is a Wonder Woman Linda Carter, and I've thought about doing that one. She actually has the full cape and everything with the stars on it. And that one is actually Berserk. Shout out to Berserk, but he did a stunning job. It looks like Linda Carter. My only problem with painting a Linda Carter Wonder Woman is I'd be terrified of fucking it up because she's so iconic. Yeah, but the so that's the same arm reprinted or whatever. But yeah, just the musculature on these. If I can actually get this stupid frigging camera to pick it up. The actual like musculature across the arm is beautiful. Like right down to the armpit, everything right into the side boob. Like, yeah, that side boob is, she looks like she has cancer. But yeah, so this was the reprint. Came out much better. I supported it in a whole different way. Mild sanding on this one. This one, it printed well, but like I said, you look at like the back end here, you can see the ripples and stuff where the supports actually gripped it too tight. But yep, yeah, this one's got to get done. She's got to get sanded. The base is primed, but I got to actually prime her. So we got that one coming up. That's one that'll get done. I got a bunch for the wife that I got to get done first. But yep, yeah, it was She-Hulk. I think she'll come out pretty decent. I definitely need to make sure there's extra curing. Like, if you look how it's shiny, actually it's still a little wet. It's because there are supports in there I can't get out. So I've got to go in. But yeah, like I sanded down her butt and everything else. There's still is going to need a decent sanding to it. Like right in here. I might even reprint it because like this one, same thing. I had the supports and there's mild pocking from the supports holding it up, and just hit it with some sandpaper. Take like a good half hour. Just really get that nice and clean. Get her shiny and sexy, so to speak. But yeah, we got her going. Yeah, I mean, so the perp stuff, right? I'll tell you what, he gets a lot of people to subscribe to him, but it's one of the disturbing parts with that guy. And so if you notice, Wicked and Berserk and even SW3D, SW3D does nothing but Star Wars print. Shout out to him. I'm not actually subscribed to his pay Patreon. I'm on his free one. With Berserk and Wicked, everything they do is pretty damn tasteful, right? And they don't have as big of followings. I want to say they might combined, but like this other dude, it's 5 or 6 artists that are all together, and his is double what the other two are charging. He's got some really awesome backstock models like Juggernaut. He did a fantastic, like unbelievable Juggernaut. The She-Hulk was pretty good and everything else. But the big draw to his channel is he does not safe for work ones too. Like he does them as a bonus throw in, right? So he'll have a model of like Psylocke, for example. But then you can, like you get a free version of it that is not safe for work. Like she's got parts exposed. Well, the way this dude also does his models is everybody votes. So he'll do usually 2 guy characters, 2 female characters, an anime character, and then like some random, like a creature or whatever. When you know who wins the pony every time when it comes to the anime characters are the young girls, right? So I'm like, bro, like some of these I'm really not feeling because people are voting for them because they know they're going to get like a sexy pose out of the girl and then get a not safe for work version of it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm never going to print this. Like I'm kind of pissing money away because you're giving me models that I'm never going to print. I don't need that shit. Like, why would I want a half naked statue of like She-Hulk, for example, in my house? If you're a dude out there and that's your aesthetic and you're a single guy and younger and everything, I guess I get it. But as a grown ass man with daughters and a wife and everything, I'm kind of like, yo, bro, I just want comic book characters. I just want like decent anime characters. Give me stuff I can paint and looks good. And their models, like I said, the She-Hulk model looks great. The musculature on it's great. The proportionality of it is great. The face is beautiful. All that. But yeah, I don't know. There's just something about it bothers the shit out of me. Um, and then with Wicked and like I said, and good old Stranded has been popping up links to like Wicked or Berserk, like to their models, or even SW3D. Those guys are amazing, like with their customer service. Their models are always amazing. They're always inspired. Um, they're tasteful. Like the one dude is doing, I think Berserk's doing Vampirella from the comics, and like there's no not safe for work version of it. Like it's actually ripped right from the comics, which she's wearing a very skimpy outfit, but it's exactly what the comics are. Wicked is doing this month. He also does the movie term and he also does video games. Well, for the movies, he's doing the Karate Kid. He's got Miyagi in the crane, doing the crane kick, like up on a pier pillar. So it looks badass. Like I mean, he really captured Pat Morita. Like it looks like Miyagi, like identical. Then he was also Wicked's doing Jean Grey and Cyclops from the Phoenix Saga, and like Jean Grey's in her old, like the green miniskirt, and Cyclops is all beat to shit and all that, and it's right from a comic book cover. I'm trying to remember what the other ones are. I know Berserk's doing Vampirella. He's doing Zod from Man of Steel, so he's doing the Michael Shannon version of Zod. And then he's doing Aquaman, missing the hand with the sharp pointy thing for the hand and the long hair and the beard and all that with a sea serpent in back of him, like coming over him. Is everyone on Discord? Yeah, like most people are on Discord. Um, I show off stuff that they're putting up too in the Discord. Let me see. Are you? I think you're in here, Retro. Yeah, Retro, you're in my Discord. It's the GAM catches up Discord or GAM catches up live Discord. It's not the other one. Like I don't know if they even use the other one anymore. Let me see. Yeah, Vampirella, General Zod, and Aquaman is Berserk this month. I'm looking now. Let me see if I can bring up Wicked's. Because Wicked had another one that he was doing that was let me see if this will let me go. Let me see if it'll let me go into his Patreon through this other PC. Yeah, matter of fact, there you go. I'll put this up on the screen real quick just so you guys can see it. This is the Miyagi that he's doing for the Karate Kid. And I mean he nailed it. Like you can't tell me he didn't fucking nail this. Ooh, yeah, I've had all, my entire top half ripped out retro. I understand how that feels. So feel better. But yeah, Miyagi's looking like unbelievable. Um, does he have more? I think he's got more pictures up here. Hopefully these are displaying right. But like him full on crane kicking. Just beautiful, beautiful artwork. Miyagi-san. Like, I mean, he's even got the little pox in the pores going on. Yeah, feel better, retro. I know how that is. Dentures suck. Could be worse, you know. Like there's people that get chunks of their jaw removed, but yeah, it fucking sucks. He's got the bonsai tree on the back. Just beautiful, beautiful sculpt, and this is the actual print, like his render of the print. Waterfall, everything. Just amazing job. Amazing, amazing job. And that's Wicked. Let's go into Wickeds. Let's see what we got. He's got his wild card. That's the Legolas scope. Yep, here's the Jean Grey and the Cyclops. Oh, that's the other one he's doing. He is doing this one. It's Captain America from the Winter Soldier. That's actually going to be a print. But and then last but not least, he's doing Lady Thor. I love the ship in this. I think that one's going to be stellar too when it comes out. I'm not real big on Lady Thor, but yeah, I think it's going to be unbelievable. And then this is the one he's doing for. Let me see if I can get into that post. But yeah, so you're gonna have Jean Grey all jacked up, Cyclops all jacked up, and then that's the cover he ripped the. He's doing it from. Lady Thor looks awesome. The other guy actually did. He did it too, and then yeah, we'll flip over. I'll show you Berserk real quick. Berserk's got some decent stuff too. All right, so here's Vampirella. That's going to be a pretty cool one when that comes out. Holding the bat and everything else. Got that. There's the Michael Shannon Zod. And again, if you guys, anybody who's watching this basically for the 3D printing aspect or the painting aspect, these guys are amazing. Very customer service driven, very passionate about what they're doing. And they deserve all the money in the world for the stuff they're putting out. Because they don't put out just dog shit. They're putting out good stuff. And then the Aquaman. This one is probably going to be an instant print from GAM right here. This Aquaman. That is that's the no bullshit Aquaman. The no bullshit Aquaman, it looks just beautiful, in my opinion. I love the sea serpent in the background. I love that. That would be a fun thing. Like, it's going to be a pain in the ass to print, but an amazing thing to paint. And then over at the other guys, this is the guy where I got the She-Hulk from. Shout out to this dude. This one he just put out, and I'm 1000% probably going to do this one and print it out. But she looks fantastic. Lady Justice. I love that. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the flow, what have you, but I love it. The blindfold, the scales, the sword. Just it looks brilliant. So I think I'm going to print myself a Lady Justice. I really do enjoy that. And like I said, this guy, like, he puts out some amazing stuff. It's a shame that his community, it's not him really. It's his community is like, they're pervy. They're pervy as shit. Like, I'm trying to make sure I don't hit any of the and not safe for work ones. Let me see. Just go to posts. See what his recent posts are. He's doing a Cyclops. For some reason, these guys always do shit where they're sitting in a chair. So like, this is a really cool one, but I don't want Cyclops sitting in a chair playing chess. I want him like in action, So Uncrowned Dragon Warrior. This one's a surprise. Tai Lung. I don't even know who that is, but it looks like it'll be a cool one. This is Hanada from. that from Avatar? I don't know. She won out over a whole bunch of guys. He's doing a RoboCop. This one looks actually pretty cool. This is something that David would have me do. It's a Death Knight that they're doing. And then he's doing a fairy, which I'll end up doing for the wife. But yeah, so like 2 candidates with the most votes will be chosen, right? Here we go. So you vote if you're in the big tier. You can see who I voted for right here. Kratos and Leon Kennedy, right? The 2 winners, Kratos and Spider-Man Noir. Why would I want to do Spider-Man Noir? It's just, okay, I get the trench coat, all that kind of stuff. That's kind of neat. But he's just basically black and white. So I'm just going to paint a black and white figure. To me, that's boring. Like Kratos, at least you got some detail into him. And in Leon Kennedy, nobody ever does Leon. Everybody always does the other 2. And then these were the campaign bosses, right? So you had the Drowned Empress, Draugr, the Stormbringer. This one is the one I voted for. I would do this in a heartbeat, like print it out, paint it, everything else. Morrowind, the Crimson Reaper, and Vanguardia, the Cyber Ronin. Who's leading the pack? Well, GAM voted for this one. Yep, you got it. The girl with the most skin exposed and like the boobs out and sitting in a fucking chair. Like, what are we doing here? Like, is it so you don't have to paint the back of the model? I don't understand. And then anime characters of the month. Only one of these will be chosen. They're all fucking females. And Ghost in the Shell was the one I picked because it's the coolest, most in-depth one. But like, you look at it, what's the next closest? Android 18. Why the fuck would I want this? There's nothing dynamic to it. Like it's Dragon Ball, but you couldn't do it in a battle pose or something else. This one at least is dynamic. And this one's just like a giant set of boobs. And then females for the month. I picked, of course I have to go with G-Force, and I went with Hela in the Queen in Black. But the other 2, let's see, you have Danny Moonstar Mirage, X-Men New Mutants, right? So that's one of the mutants. And then this one was Fragile from Death Stranding. She's actually the loser. The 2 winners look like Hela, Queen in Black, and Danny Moonstar Mirage, or what he's going to do. That's an upcoming one. That's Akuma. Celine from Underworld. The Queen from Alice in Wonderland. But yeah, like, I mean, here you go. You guys can kind of see this is one of the NSFW, right? And he's got stuff blocked out so I can actually show this. But look, there's Lady Thor with her boobs out. Why the fuck do I want Lady Thor with her boobs out? Or Lilo, and notice where the little white marks are. So you can actually see everything on Lilo from Fifth Element. The busts are nothing to write home about. They look like they just basically cut the stuff out. Over on SW3D, like I said, I don't pay for this guy's Patreon, but just to show you some of his artwork, he's doing this one, which is going to be a badass one. It's Yoda with R2. He's doing Yoda with R2, and then a Death Commando and something else. I've already got the teaser trailer queued up too, guys. I'll be showing that one. But yep, those are my Patreons. It does look like they, but well, no, not always. Like they do. So, and it's nothing against the modeler, right? Let's get that out of the way. I am subscribed to the guy's Patreon, all that. They do really, the She-Hulk looks beautiful. Like great job on it. Great modeling. The muscle architecture is there. It looks good. It looks really good. The thing is that you'll get really cool characters. Like it'll be they'll give you like, pick your anime character of the month. There is yet to be a month that I've been subscribed to them, and I'm coming up on month 4 or 5. And there hasn't been a month where I voted in it. And I always vote for like if it's somebody like Kenshiro from Fist of the North Star was one time. I was like, oh yeah, absolutely. And then there's like 3 other male characters. There'll be like this goofy ass female character, like Kill la Kill, the main chick in there. She's like half naked through most of it. It's a goofy anime or whatever. Like it's an alright anime, but it's like high schooler, and she's like half dressed, and it's like that's the one that'll get like 1,000 votes, and then all the male characters will get like 300, 200. You're like, what the fuck, dude? Like, it's a rare occasion when you get a male character over the female character, and it's mainly the Gooner crowd. But you know what? That's what brings in their money for them. So God bless them on that one. It's just I can't support that shit. Like I support for the other models, but not that stuff. Like, and that's why I don't give links to that guy's stuff or anything else. I'll give him shout outs and everything else when I'm doing the She-Hulk model. But legitimately, there's a reason why I'm always showing off Berserk, Wicked, and SW3D. I have to do one for Rogue of the Leaf, good old Paul, and hook him up because I told him I'd do him either Darth Revan or Starkiller from Star Wars. But I can't. And yeah, the whole thing is they model, I'm going to say every month there's 1 to 2 models that the character is sitting in the chair, like in a throne. And I'm like, why? And you might be right, Ian. Maybe it's because it's easier to paint because you don't have to actually paint the back end of the model. Like maybe the legs, like front and back, but if their back's in the chair, you don't have to paint the back of the model. That's a whole giant space on the model you don't have to paint. And it's like, bro, if I didn't have an FDM printer and I had to print the chair in resin, I'd never just it's a headache. Let me before I forget, David will probably pop in here and call me naughty names. But all right, I set up Discord too in case somebody comes on, wants to talk, and all that kind of shit. We got that going. I agree, Ian. Thank you. But you know what I mean? My other thing is it's characters that's stuff that I would like. I would like to paint and everything else. I don't need them not safe for work. And they don't do male characters as far as I've seen, not safe for work either. So, but I definitely don't want swinging meats on something that I'm painting. Unless they do biblical figures too. That's the fucked up part. So in the beginning, because I've gone back to the beginning of their Patreon and looked, and they did some biblical characters. Like they'll do a seraphim, they'll do Nephilim, they'll do an archangel, they'll do like some really cool characters. They had Hercules, like they'll do myth, like Hercules fighting the lion, the Nemean lion and shit. They've done some really, really cool, and like the architecture, the musculature on each of the characters is like, it's beautiful. But it really seems like, unfortunately, not for the modelers. They're throwing out choices. Whatever we pick is what they go with. Whoever gets, it's a democracy. Whichever model has the most amount of votes is what they do. Okay, no problem. I can understand that. But the problem is that their community is full of gooners. Like, all they want to see is like, it's like, have you never seen a naked chick? Like, why do you want a statue of a naked chick? Why can't you just go find a real chick and get her naked? Like, I don't understand. Like, yeah, I mean, they're pretty to look at and all that, but would you really want to display in your living room or, in some space where your buddies are going to come over, like, hey, check out my statues of naked chicks that I've printed and painted. Like, bruh, you need to get out and like, you bring home a girl from a date and like she comes into your game room and it's full of like half naked women that are like superheroes and shit. Like, she's going to be looking at you funny. Just saying, like, even geeky girls. Yeah, they've never done a Henry Cavill not safe for work. I got you. But no, that's never happened. And I'll tell you what, if they did one, I I, I don't know if I could paint it, if I'm being honest. Um, Even painting the naked chicks, I'd kind of feel a little weird about. The one that killed me, though, they did a model for, if you guys don't know who she is, Sabrina Spellman. So Sabrina the Teenage Witch. And they did like the modern comic version of her, was the picture that was chosen. And like the model's a pretty good looking model and everything else. Some asshole in the comments is like, yo, are we getting a not safe for version or not safe for work version of this? And like me and like 12, 15 other people responded to his post like, yo, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like a 16-year-old girl. What the fuck is wrong with you? You need, and like somebody beat me to the punch. They're like, yeah, you need to go in the wood chipper. But yeah, like I said, shout out to those guys. They do beautiful, amazing models. Just it's not even the artist. It's the community and what the community demands. And it's like the other communities like Wicked's, Berserks, and SW3Ds. You can tell they're the actual comic book 80s nerd. Like, I mean, for fuck's sake, he did Chuck Norris versus Bruce Lee from Way of the Dragon. You know what I mean? That's the kind of shit I want to see. He did Van Damme from Bloodsport at one point. They've done like right now, Miyagi. It's going to be Miyagi Daniel, and I wouldn't be shocked if it was Daniel. What's his name? Johnny. And like Daniel and Johnny probably fighting or some shit. What's up, Beans? I mean, would definitely like, but again, I'm looking forward to seeing what each of the Patreons brings. And I'm excited for some of these models they got coming out. That Phoenix and Cyclops is probably going to be, I'm going to do the whole diorama with the brick wall being blown out and everything else. I think that'll be a good one. Yeah, we've I've got quite a few models to do. But the one I'll be doing tonight is going to be this little guy right here. So I don't know who shouted this out, but they said it when maybe it was Melissa. Shout out to Melissa. Said the wife's going to squee. It might have been Stranded. It may have been Beans. I can't remember who. With the Yeti holding the heart. The wife squeed. She was like, oh my God, it's so cute. I've never heard her do that. So hopefully I can nail the hell out of this guy. And yeah. Yeah, hopefully this guy comes out okay. Looks sexy when I'm done. Get him cute. I'm going to clean up a little bit of this crap on him. Just got a little bit of crap on him. A little bit of overblow from when he dried out. Make sure he's nice and smooth. So this one is going to be This one's going to be a hell of a display piece, I can say that much. I had to look all over the place for him. Could not find him. And the way I found him was I did a search for his name in Japanese, and then copied, pasted the Japanese characters over and searched the model sites, and he came up. So this guy, Hangyodon, right here, you can see how it's a little wavy. I got to, I can't smooth that out a little. I don't want to give her like one that has waves to it. I also don't want to lose the shape, so I'm using a sanding sponge right now just to reduce that support, try and get everything where it's as smooth as humanly possible before I start painting. I like to give my models a couple days after I print them to completely dry so that I can see exactly how deep the support rips are, anything else like that. Usually I tried fixing them immediately after hitting them with the curing station, and the pocks always come back harder for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, we'll get he's smoothing out nice. But real high grit sandpaper on this. Little bit of elbow grease, my old ass arms. Get them nice and smooth. Get them ready for prime. So, what should we get into first? I'll let you guys decide. You want to talk about Tucker Carlson? We can get into Rousey and Carano, like that fight. I got movie trailers. I can do the movie reviews. You know, we can mention the death of Jesse Jackson and whatever, and Robert Duvall. You know, we can if we're going to cover Robert Duvall and Jesse Jackson, their deaths, I would love to know who you guys think the third celebrity that dies is. But your call. I'll let it's dealer's choice. I'll leave it to the chat. You guys decide which topic should we cover first. I'll pressurize the air compressor while I'm waiting. Want to cover Tucker? Okay. Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, he did an interview with a man who is a Palestinian Christian who's actually from over there. His wife is Gazan. And apparently the two of them left whatever that area is. And basically Tucker says at the beginning of the interview, you know, like he does his own little monologue before he gets into the interview with this dude. And he said, I'm going over to Israel and I'm going to be interviewing Mike Huckabee Sanders, or Mike Huckabee, his daughter's Huckabee Sanders, right? He's like, I'm going to be interviewing Mike Huckabee and we're going to have discussions and all this other stuff, blah, blah, blah. Well, Tucker must have, you know, posted the one video, and I guess it already flown over to Israel. He touched down at some airport. He took a picture while he was there and supposedly did the interview with Mike Huckabee. And as he's leaving, going back to the airport, what's been reported is they grabbed him, took him to an interrogation room, wanted to know everything that he was discussing with Mike Huckabee, detained his crew, everything else, and like really interrogated the shit out of him, and then I guess sent him on his merry way after that. Now, there's two different reports because Benny Johnson is actually the first one I heard report it that's the way it went down. Is they took him in and took him to interrogation and everything before he was leaving and went through the whole thing. Alex Jones also apparently has reached out to crew members from Tucker's crew, and the crew member is the one who told Alex Jones, yeah, this is what happened, and supposedly it went down that way. On the other end of things, you have people that are prominent in, I guess, Israeli politics and like their government that are saying Tucker's lying and it's a publicity stunt. He took the picture on the airport runway or whatever, did the interview, and then just flew off. That he was never detained. And that it's all to get eyes on Tucker. And why would we take him into custody and all this kind of stuff? If the crew member comes out and Tucker Carlson comes out and says, yes, this is the way shit happened, I'm going to believe Tucker Carlson. I'm sorry. I'm going to believe him over the government most times, right? Tucker doesn't come out and say that I was detained and they took me to an interrogation room and this is what happened. I'm going to chalk this one up to a bullshit story that the Israeli government's actually telling the truth. Because to me, it's a giant misstep, right? If you take Tucker Carlson, he goes over to Israel to do an interview with an American ambassador, which means that he was basically in the embassy. You have an American that's being detained by a foreign government while meeting with an American ambassador to said foreign government. That's an international incident. That's not just something like, oh, well, that's no big deal. That's actually a big fucking deal. So the big question is, because nobody's heard it from Tucker Carlson's own chicken lips, but do you guys think Israel actually detained him? Alex Jones and Benny Johnson are telling the truth. Do you think the Israeli government's telling the truth? You believe Tucker? I have to hear it from Tucker, but it's really, do you believe Alex Jones and Benny Johnson at this point? Now, granted, Alex Jones, give him his due, he actually reached out to a crew member from Tucker's crew who said this happened. And he said Tucker was kind of aloof about it. Like, yeah, I kind of expected this to happen. But he never said he talked to Tucker either. He just talked to one of the people that work for Tucker. And to me, it's not what information does he have. To me, well, the big part of the problem here with this and why I think I lean towards Tucker was detained and all that stuff. The reason why is because immediately Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin also came out and poo-pooed it and said, no, that never happened. So right there, I'm sorry. I don't trust either of those fuckers. I don't care what religion. They're grimy and they're in the pocket, So whenever you're a government stooge like that, it definitely is going to lend credibility to the other side, in my opinion. But yeah, what information would Tucker have? I don't know. I mean, he met Mike Huckabee. They did the interview or whatever. I don't know what information. I know that they're gearing up, and it's pretty obvious they're gearing up. They're going to hit Iran again. And so there's been a bunch of bot accounts activated by Israel that are showing like a lot of propaganda. My YouTube, because a lot of you guys are on YouTube Premium, so you guys don't see these ads, but they'll run ads that are against Gaza and pro-Israel all the time to a point where it's making, they definitely try to draw your sympathies. They've been pushing real hard on the anti-Semitic thing. Like there's a lot happening here where it just makes me leery that we're going to get into a fucking ground war soon, or something ugly is going to happen. I did watch the last video that Tucker posted yesterday. That was the interview with the gentleman. And that's why I know he was headed over to Israel. And then I was in the middle of watching that, and I had it in like the small player or whatever. And then that's when the Benny Johnson thing came up in my feed like a short. And I was like, what the fuck's this? Tucker detained in Israel. I'm like, what? And I watched it. Like, I jumped off of Tucker's thing. I went back, watched the full interview, which was interesting because the Palestinian Christian dude was like, yeah, Israel is basically how they're pushing to the West Bank or whatever. They're killing all the Christians as well as the Muslims. Not my words, that dude's words. That's what he says is happening over there. So they were deep diving it. And yeah, in 100% Ian, I agree with you. Full on. I think if they did detain him, there's no way you don't address it. But you got to remember, they've made Tucker Carlson. Did he win the award for anti-Semite of the year and all that kind of shit just recently? So I would think they would take him into an interrogation room to sometimes you do stuff like that to humble people. Like, yeah, you better shut the fuck up about things or else this is going to happen to you a lot more. Like it's a fear tactic. And I'm not saying it's just Israel that uses this fear tactic. Our CIA uses this fear tactic too. But yeah, I kind of tend to lean towards I don't think that crew member is lying about things. But at the same point in time, I got to give grace because we haven't heard it directly from Tucker Carlson. If Tucker Carlson comes out and says, yes, you guys might have heard I was detained over in Israel on my visit, blah, blah, blah. It's true. I'm 1,000% going to believe Tucker Carlson. Because you're not going to lie about something like that. Why would you? It would be too easy to disprove. And where Tucker's at, he's got that track record of being an honest journalist. Which if he loses that, it's not good. But like I said, I'm not sure if it's fake. I'm not sure if it's real at this point. But this is where we're at in that story. One of the other weird things that's happened, I noticed this in this news cycle. I'm not hearing anything about the chick that got kidnapped and is missing. I have heard nothing. Like radio silence on my YouTube feed. Nothing. I don't even know if they're covering it anymore. Or it's just like, yeah, we're out of lead, so there's nothing to report. I don't know what's going on with it. Tim Pool didn't lie about getting swatted. He got swatted on a live once. I mean, we can pull it up, I think. But yeah, they actually did swat him. They swat him. Like people on the internet that do that kind of stuff get swatted constantly. As a matter of fact, that fat bastard Jeremy over at the Quartering, he when Tim Pool got swatted, he put in like I think $400 worth of super chats talking about, oh, are you going to be up all night? Well, get some coffee brand coffee or whatever. Like being a dick about it when they were all outside being swatted. And then the next day or 2 days later, the Quartering got swatted. So it's like, it was kind of karmatic justice at that point. But yeah, Tim Pool's actually been swatted. Now, somebody driving by his property and shooting at him, that one's a little bit, I don't know. I don't know if that was the case or not. I'm still 50-50 on that story. I don't know if that was true. But the swatting, yeah, I was actually watching when it happened. Like I legit, you guys, the cops came in and everything. Said, all right, well, you guys got to, go out. We're in the middle of a show, and like took them out. And like it was just they left a wide view of the room while they were outside, and apparently it was a bomb threat that was called in. That somebody had said they planted a bomb in the building and all that, and the cops had to search it. If I remember correct. I mean, you can hate the Beanie Man, all and all that stuff, but yeah, he does. They get swatted, they get threatened all the time, um, to a point where, like, like same thing with Steven Crowder. Crowder, as soon as Charlie Kirk had gotten murdered, Crowder came out and said, I really wish I had spoke up about the dangers, about how many times I came out, my tires were all slashed and my windows were broken on my car, or you know what I mean? Different people telling me how they were going to do this, that, and the other thing to me, but I never warned anybody about the dangers of actually doing this. Yeah, that's how. Yeah, exactly. And you remember watching it too, and that shit's like that's not cool. Like if you're gonna go start shit with somebody, go start shit with them, but don't go swatting them. I mean, the famous story of the one dude who they sent the SWAT. It was like a video game argument. The one kid called and swatted the other kid he thought, but it was actually his neighbor. They showed up at the neighbor's house, and the guy came out of the house like, yo, what the fuck's going on? And they gunned him down. Like, you can get somebody killed. Oh, Melissa said something and then retracted it. Shout out to you, by the way, Melissa. You were right. The wife squeed when she saw it. So shout out to you. We got this little guy. It's not the no, that ain't the white I was using. Get my base coat on here. We're actually going to base coat in white because he's vibrant. So we want that color to pop. We see you, Melissa. Melissa came in, smashed like and all. Dude, I didn't even have to tell her. You guys are amazing. Um, yeah, I mean, detaining Tucker Carlson makes sense to me though, but it's also would be one of the dumbest things that the Israeli government could do, like flexing muscles on him. And why I say that is probably one of the dumbest things they could do is because he went over and interviewed Putin in Russia, and nobody messed with him. There was no detention. No, what did you talk to Vladimir about? Oh, we need to search all your shit and all that. He just came in, did his thing, and left. So if you're going to tell me that Israel's treating him a certain way worse than Russia, that's not good. That doesn't look good at all. And of course, if it's all just bullshit, well, then there's not much we can do about it. You know, like that'll be for Tucker Carlson to clear up. Because again, until he comes out and says, "Yeah, you might have heard I was detained or something like this." At this point, we just have the word of one of his crew and Alex Jones and Benny Johnson at this point. Get a nice even coat on this guy too. I'm a little watery for my liking. If I'm being honest, might want to tune up that paint a bit more in there. Looks funny as hell. Very nice. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, apparently he's like one of the hardest ones to find. It took me a while to figure out how to find him. I had to search him under Japanese characters, Melissa. That's how I was able to find him. Get a decent blow through on this gun. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. An American going over to a foreign country to interview another American on embassy grounds, all this, like, there's got to be some kind of protection in place for you. And they say it all the time. Well, they're our greatest ally in the Middle East. Yeah, well, if they can do that to an American citizen over there, then why can't we do it to Israeli citizens over here? Nope, we let even the ones that apparently sell our government secrets go back to their country. That's a real not good look. So I don't know. Like I said, if it turns out it's bullshit, I'll definitely let you guys know. Oh yeah, that was bullshit. Like immediately too. I'll probably tell you guys on Discord before I even go to a live, and I'll repeat it on the live because I don't want misinformation out there. So at this point, I've got that in the rumor mill kind of section. But yeah, that's just it. Like you figure Tucker Carlson going over and talking to Putin, you would think our CIA would have grabbed him and been like, "Yo, bro, we need to talk." Like, the hell exactly were you doing over there? Or our FBI or whatever. Now, granted, I think Trump in office when he did that, or was it Biden? Because if it was Trump in office, it makes sense they wouldn't even fuck with him. But if it was Biden in office and Biden let that go, like, yeah, you can have a conversation with him. Then that should tell you all you need to know. Because Tucker is a, regardless of how you feel about him, a right wing influencer. There we go. Now I'm getting a much smoother coat. Yeah, it's way too wet in that middle. I got to dry that off. It's going to have runs through the primer if not. Way too much thinner in there. I don't want spottiness. I want smooth. I want candy shell, as I like to call it. Normally I wouldn't, but this one's an important one. It was Biden. So yeah, I mean, that's somebody who his Justice Department, FBI, all that stuff under him definitely would have been like, "Yo, bro, what the fuck?" And they didn't give him any issues. Yet you go over to, again, our quote unquote greatest ally, and this happens. Not good. Is that actually isn't the model. I'm like, see like this cut line or whatever, and that's from the layer lines in the model from where it built. Wasn't sure if that was one of my hairs fell. Like, man, I can't tell you. I've had models where I didn't realize like a hair fell out, and I got long hair. Has fallen into the vat of resin. I didn't notice it, and all of a sudden I'll pull out this model and I'll have like one of my hairs stuck in the middle of the model. Like, what? What? Where'd that come from? But yeah. So that's what's up with Tucker. Where you guys want to go next? Trailers, reviews. You want to go to celebrity? Like I said, when we talk about Jesse Jackson dying and Robert Duvall dying, we got to figure out who the third one is. Like who's the Reaper claiming is their third for the celebrities? Because it always happens that way. It's always the third one that goes pretty quick. And Jesse Jackson's a pretty big one when it comes to like important political / cultural figure. Robert Duvall, amazing actor from Apocalypse Now to a bunch of little movies and everything, but he was always a staple in cinema. So you want to go to the trailer park? Okay. Let's go to the trailer park. Let me get the headset on while he's drying out that primer a little bit. All right. Headset on and volume up. Time to go to the trailer park. So what I'm going to show that I've shown before. And I said, this actually looks like it has promise. And then I want to get into the actual trailer that dropped either today or yesterday. I think it was yesterday it dropped for it. But yeah, I definitely, after seeing the full trailer, I'm like, ooh, this could be really, really good. Let me just get us set up. Boom. I got a white screen. Okay, so this movie is Lee Cronin's The Mummy. Shout out to Warner Brothers who's putting this out. But let's get a little refresh on the teaser trailer, and then we'll get into the main trailer. From the studio that brought you weapons. A terrifying new vision. So that scorpion popping out of the mouth is creepy as shit to me. When we see the full trailer and we get better context, man, no, we'll get there. Look at that. You see that? Right there? That's Melina from Mortal Kombat. The baby version. What happened to Katie? What happened to the little girl? What happened to Katie? Just creepy. Creepy as all get out. Looks great. And let's watch the actual trailers.
Can I get 2 slices of pizza?
No.
Of course, honey.
No, you never ever finish 2.
Hello?
Mr. and Mrs. Cannon. I'm Deputy Chief of the U.S. Embassy.
Uh-oh. The U.S. Deputy Chief of the U.S. Embassy. We found Tucker Carlson. No, wait. Your daughter Katie has been found.
Your daughter Katie has been found.
So apparently, just watching that scene right there, finding out that their daughter's alive and everything else, it's like, we watched that teaser and it's like, what happened to Katie? So you can tell by the way she just dropped like she did. They've been missing this kid for a minute. Now, granted, U.S. Embassy, so it was probably when he was overseas. To be honest, the dad in this, he looks like he would be military or ex-military. So let's kick it forward a little bit.
It's very important you fully prepare yourself for what you're about to see.
That was Glad Sad, you know, like political commentator and comedian. Well, okay, maybe it wasn't. But yeah, so I'm guessing it's Egypt, maybe, that they're in. I don't know. I'm looking at the Arabic on the door. I can't read it because, well, I'm an American citizen. I can only read it English. El Inglés.
No sudden moves. No loud noises.
Hey, Butterfly. It's Mom and Dad.
Yeah, we are here.
I just want you to look at that for a minute because now if we put the teaser trailer into context, the little girl that opens her eyes and everything else is obviously Katie. And yeah, she's basically a walking corpse.
We're here.
She's been missing for 8 years. What was our daughter doing in a 3,000-year-old sarcophagus?
A 3,000-year-old sarcophagus. You could see the one nail snapped and all that, like she's trying to dig her way out.
She just needs our care and lots of love.
I'm sorry. I love both my daughters and my daughter-in-law. They'd be chained to a wall somewhere. They would not be running free throughout the house. Just me.
How many others were found?
57.
So right there, it said little girl abducted Cairo. So that's interesting little fact I had missed. That billboard had said little girl missing Cairo or abducted Cairo.
Any of them were still alive.
What happened to Katie? What really happened to her?
Que se lo tu Señor de los Milagros.
Say something.
Se lo tu Señor de los Milagros.
Say something.
Es transformar lo imposible en realidad.
Say something. I would not want her saying anything.
Say something.
Don't worry, Grandma. It's fun to be dead.
All right, I think I just shit my pants a little bit. And yeah, you know it's bad when the power of Christ doesn't compel you, it strangles you.
I just want my daughter back.
Yeah, I think this may be a day one, guys. I may have to go see this day one. I may have to go see it. What do you guys think? Like, I don't know how many of you are into horror movies, horror aficionados, stuff like that. There's something about this one. It gives me Exorcist vibes. And then, I mean, granted, they can shit the bed, but there's something about the whole thing that just, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. It looks pretty badass, right, Ian? Like, there's just something about it, like the whole vibe it's got that creepy vibe, right down to the grandmother praying in Spanish. Like, there's just something about it that's like, is she possessed by a demon? Is, like, what is this curse? What is going on here? Silence of the Lambs was a better book than a movie, though. Like, I don't know. Silence of the Lambs didn't creep me out. To me, that was more like watching the show Mindhunters. By the way, shout out to Bob. What's up, Bob? Make sure you smash the like and say hi, Bob. Stranded said she's scared. It gives me, like, unfortunately, it's a GAM thing, right? Where I've seen so many damn movies. I ran a Blockbuster, seen a ton of stuff, and I have this bad feeling what it's going to turn out is that you're going to have corpses that are in the tomb but are like undead people, and that, you know how they show the one scene in there where the dude has the black dropping from its mouth, or like the mummy's on the ground and the black goo is shooting between the dude's mouth and the mummy. Like, there's one frame in there. And I have this weird feeling that's what happened is the little girl separated from her family. And then basically the spirit or whatever transferred itself over to the little girl. And that it like started taking on her physical form. They put her in the tomb. Then, of course, they unearth the tomb. They find the little girl in the mummy thing. They call her parents. Her parents come in, take her home to, convalesce or what have you. And then it's the evil demon inside the little girl. But it's really just the evil demon running free. Yeah, it gives you those Exorcist vibes. My wife says it all the time. The scariest thing in the world is a little girl in any kind of horror movie. And she's kind of not wrong, because think Nightmare on Elm Street. What's creepy? Well, Freddy's creepy. But how about the twin little girls that are going, 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. 3, 4, better lock the door. Right? Doing the, shit's creepy. Exorcist. Regan and the Exorcist. Creepy as hell. Just creepy stuff. Right? But yeah, I still think it could be a fun ride. I mean, like I said, even The Exorcist, outside of the one scene with Regan, the little girl in there, doing the thing to herself with the cross. The cross actually did some kind of damage to the demon within her. If the demon's controlling the cross and strangling somebody with it, that's not a good thing. That's just it. Was it human skin they were peeling up? Was it bandages? Don't know. We'll find out. We can go on. Actually, it queued right up. Right into the next movie trailer, which Eugene saw this one already, so this is going to be nothing new to Eugene. Shout out to Eugene. Still waiting on Haters Eat These Nuts, Eugene. When is that coming out? Well, we'll get there right after this ad for shit that I'll never buy.
Sorry. Did I wake you?
Now, this movie looks interesting. It's a horror movie, apparently. To me, the movie itself, like, they could have done better lore around the Yeti and stuff like that. And that's the name of this movie, is The Yeti. But I definitely like the way they stylized it. It feels almost like an old school serial. So like Flash Gordon, something like that. Like Tales of Daring Adventure, that kind of thing. But the movie itself, like, I wish they leaned into the lore of the Yeti a little more. They kind of blow the lore right off the rip. but let's check her out.
This just in.
We're officially declaring them missing.
He's putting together a rescue team.
Watchdog, Dr. Radio Demolition.
And he wants you to lead his search.
Yep, I'm sure you would choose a chick to lead your search back in the 1940s.
Save his daddy and yours too.
Oh, by the way, that's how I knew it was the 40s, by the way. What's up, bro? Good to see you, brother.
I can't wrap my head around it. Magnetic poles can be blamed for all sorts of things. Monsters, myths, signs from the gods.
The boat had no choice but to leave us.
Nobody knows where we are.
We're fixing to die out here. We stay any longer.
We're fixing to die out here. We stay any longer. I'm putting on my best southern accent and trying to fake it. Just saying. Should have gone to Alabama, got a real Alabama actor.
No.
You hear that?
This beast. Been around since for the birth of Christ.
So that's the problem right there. This beast has been around since before the birth of Christ. That is not the legend of the Yeti, but okay.
20,000 years.
I really do dig the way they, well, no pun intended, but I definitely like the way they did this footprint in the hand. She's going to overlay her hand in it, show how big it is and all that. I have one problem with this footprint. We look here, see how the snow's ridged up? I think you guys can see my mouse on screen. It shouldn't be ridged up. This should be pushed down from the weight of the creature pushing into, like even though it's solid ground, if it has that much weight, it should be crushed down, not ridging out.
Of primal evolution.
Who is that?
Oh, shit.
Everybody away from the window.
And that's the only shot we see of the actual Yeti. I mean, I'm 50-50 on it. Not a day one for GAM. I'll definitely check it out. But definitely not a day one for me. All right. So the other ones didn't auto load. Oh. I actually got to grab the right damn keyboard. I always do that. Let's see what comes up. Here it is. Right here.
If I could call myself a champion, maybe House Targaryen.
I heard this is a good show. I'm not going to watch it. Okay. So this is one coming up called Beast. At first I thought this was Gerard Butler. It's not. This isn't one I'll go see in the movies. I definitely watch this on home video or something, because I watch stuff like this, like Warrior with Nick Nolte and Tom Hardy. That was a decent one. But I like watching some of these MMA movies, and that's what this is. What? Erica Dane from Grey's Anatomy died at 53? So we have the trifecta then. I mean, not super famous, but yeah, I think that fulfills Death's design of threes. That's crazy. Is that true? Really, Bob? Shout out to Eric Dane. Yeah, that's a shame. 53 is young as hell too. That's like 3 years older than I am. That's young.
Here we are. Top of the mountain. In this entire building, there's only two people that know you are going to win this fight tonight.
Hey, yo, they're showing a bunch of stuff in here, Gam, that looks like when I was training to fight good old Apollo, okay? He's doing the running, he's doing some ropes, he's going to start punching things real hard, okay?
There's you, and there's me. Everybody knows he's bigger, he's faster, he's stronger.
Hey, yo, when I was fighting Drago, we didn't have none of this rolling on the ground like sissy men trying to hump each other, okay? All we had was our hands and our chins and our hearts, okay?
Why do I need to breathe? So you can think.
Why do I need to think?
So you can punch him in the face. Hard work is done. Now comes the fun.
Yeah, like I said, I think it'll be an all right one to watch. Definitely looks like, hey, I didn't hear no bell. Like, it's going to end up with him beating the shit out of the young buck. So, like I said, I figured I'd cover this one, but it's not a day one for me. It's not. It's definitely going to be a home video release. I think this could be a decent movie, though. Let's see. Got to go to next in the trailer park. Look, you guys can see how to paint red glow. GAM catches up. Crime boss border hide trailer. How to paint glow. My search history isn't interesting. Oh, by the way, Timcast is still running anyway. He never shut it down. Just a heads up on that. Let's see. The movie is called. This one, I'm gonna say this is probably going to be chill out and watch.
The final decision on the timing of D-Day will be mine, and mine alone.
Brendan Fraser looks actually really good in this. Sam Rockwell looks very good in this too. But it's all about the planning of D-Day.
Call General Eisenhower.
Tiger was a training op, dress rehearsal for D-Day. They walked right into it. One mistake. Just that one mistake.
Ike, you have to stop doing this to yourself. What's done is done.
Group Captain Dr. James Stagg, here at the express request of General Eisenhower.
Do we have a date yet for the invasion's out?
D-Day is in 61 hours from now. This is the largest seaborne invasion in history.
So it always seems, and maybe, I mean, we're far removed from this now, but there is some kind of nostalgia for World War II stuff. Now, this, if it's actually based on a true story, will be very interesting, especially the way this trailer plays out.
Fate of the war, thousands of lives hinge on this. I need a forecast. Churchill tells me you're the best meteorologist in the country.
Get me the latest readings from every single base within 2,000 miles of Normandy. The invasion's confirmed for Monday.
But they won't like this.
We are faced with a succession of 2 aggressive storms.
Are you absolutely certain?
D-Day will be calm and sunny.
Yeah. So the whole thing is Sam Rockwell's character, I guess, I don't know, he's like a meteorologist or what. But, and I don't know if this is true or not, but apparently there was 2 storms and leading into D-Day, and it could have derailed everything.
Couldn't disagree with that more.
If D-Day is cancelled, we will lose this war.
The final decision on the timing of D-Day will be mine, and mine alone.
If you invade tomorrow, they're going to be washed away.
300,000 men with families that they may never see again.
You can say whatever you want about how Brendan Fraser aged, the weight he put on and everything else, the emotion in his face when he says that, and the way he says it and everything, fantastic actor. Still a fantastic actor.
Why should I trust you?
We must face the facts. The facts, however frightening they may be.
If we delay,
the enemy will be ready and waiting. They'll slaughter every single last one of us.
So I don't know if you guys saw it in the background, but there's a guy who's out there and he's actually fishing off the side of one of the boats. That was Bob. He's got a beer in his hand. That was Bob back in the day. Just FYI, shout out to Bob.
The storms that I'm talking about are real, and the wrath of nature is real.
Like I said, not a day one for me, but I have a feeling that's going to be a good movie. It's going to be interesting, good. Definitely has that war feel to it. You know, I'm guessing we're going to get to see D-Day at the very end of it. I got two more trailers, and we'll be done. I'll get back to Hangyodon. I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was pushed back or not, Stranded, but we're going to find out with this movie. So, looks like he did, like he hung it back. It was pushed back by one day. Like I said, Bob was there. He was fishing off the side of the boat with a beer in his other hand. He was like, oh, look at that shit. I just got these guys here. Like, I work on the boat. These guys are actually, you know, going to go attack. So I'm going to fish and drink a beer real quick and watch this shit. But yeah, I mean, if it was pushed back, then we kind of know how the movie's going to play. Spoiler alert. This one is going to get me hit. And I don't know how I actually feel about this.
Do you, Forky, to Karen Beverly to be your beloved bride?
Yeehaw! I now pronounce you husband and knife.
The past two movies I have not asked for. Toy Story 3 was a great ending. Just should have left it at that.
Who poisoned the maid of honor?
Bonnie, there's a package for you.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Hi there, I'm Lilypad.
However, to be God honest with you, this movie actually makes some damn sense.
Oh, extinction! Not again!
Bonnie, screen time's over now.
Okay.
I want to talk to you, Device.
Please, call me Lily.
Me and the toys have been working all summer to try and get Bonnie to make friends.
Yeah.
But then you had to ruin
Got
it.
it.
You're not even listening to me.
I'm always listening. See?
Now look here, me and the toys have been working all summer.
No, in Spanish.
Con los gemelos Jordan, al otro lado del
What?
Yeah, I got dibs on behind the dresser.
Yeah, I mean, so it's going to be toys versus technology. I'm sure in the movie the toys are going to win somehow, but in reality, yeah, that's not the case.
Jesse, hello?
Is it as bad out there for toys as they say it is?
We're finding more abandoned toys each day.
We're down!
Tech's invaded our house, too.
I don't know, Jesse. Toys are for play, but tech is for everything.
I'm losing Bonnie to this device.
I will tell you what, Joan Cusack is doing the voice of Bonnie, right? You can hear the age in her voice now. Tom Hanks still sounds like Tom Hanks, but Joan Cusack, you can tell her voice is aged.
Came here as fast as I could.
Why are you wearing a dress, Woody?
It's called a poncho, Forky.
Whoa! Someone needs a brown marker.
Halt! Who goes there? Whoa, whoa, whoa! I come in peace.
It's been too long, cowboy.
What are you, some sort of old man toy?
What?
She thinks you're old because you're bald, Woody.
Bonnie needs help from someone at least from the same century.
So long, toys.
We're gonna need backup.
Yeah. This is Disney's like, hey, we need a banger. Let's do Toy Story 5.
No way. She's getting away, boss!
Our mission on this planet is to make a child happy.
I don't know, guys.
Bonnie still needs us. Come on, Bullseye!
Buzz, you stay here. I'm going with them.
You don't think I can do it?
No!
Nice poncho.
It's good to see them fighting again.
It sure is.
Did we need this movie? Like, I don't know, guys. I think there was a point in time where Pixar was super important. They put out some really, really good movies and everything else. I think we've kind of hit an inflection point where it feels dated. There is another Minions coming out also. I showed the trailer for that. That actually looks funny and stupid, but it like good kids movie, right? The thing with Pixar movies were they did them for kids, but adults enjoyed them too. And I don't know that kids would enjoy this that much. To be honest with you, I think they're going to be looking at their cell phones while the movie's playing. And it's just going to kind of make the movie's point that the tech, you know, like Woody's point when he said, yeah, but tech is for everything. Now, granted, being like, I guess I kind of identify with the sweaty nerd collector in, I think it was Toy Story 3, wasn't it? I can kind of identify with that guy because older people like, oh, look at this toy. It's old school and blah, blah, blah. But younger kids nowadays, some of their toys are cool, but I'll tell you what, if you go down a toy aisle, try this in a Walmart and look at the stuff that's coming out. It's stuff that we played with. Well, I played with when I was a kid. Now it's kind of in the 90s and early 2000s, the toy lines. Like the main toy lines are like TMNT and Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. And then you'll have like G.I. Joe Classifieds, which are probably like, I'm going to say like double to 3 times the size of the original G.I. Joes. Well, not old school G.I. Joes, but the G.I. Joes I collected in the 80s. And they're redos of the characters with a whole bunch of equipment and highly articulated and all this other stuff. They're $20 to $25 each. They're expensive. Like, I'm like, what parent's going to buy this for their kid to jack up at $20, $25 each? They used to be like $3. So I don't know if I'm feeling it, but I'm definitely not feeling Toy Story. Like, again, I don't need more Toy Story. Come up with some kind of new IP that is interesting, especially in the age where we have Sora. And they can make like all kinds of different videos and stuff like this. And like, yeah, a lot of them are in bad taste, but at the same point in time, and it's a shame because these animators are basically with AI. Those animators are out of a job, which may be why they made this like technology's taken our job from us. They took our jobs. And yeah, that's just it, Bubs. It's for old people, not kids. And it doesn't land because of that. You know what I mean? Maybe there are little kids that still love the franchise. I don't know. I can just say that it doesn't feel like it's going to land for adults, and it doesn't feel like it's going to land for children. You do have enough fans of the franchise where they'll probably, it'll probably be like $1 billion movie or damn near close to it. But I think it's time you close the chapter on Toy Story. Like Toy Story 3 was supposed to be the end of the Toy Story. And it had that punch at the end when you thought all the toys were going to die and then they get saved all of a sudden. Spoiler alert for anybody who hasn't watched Toy Story 3, like, 10 years ago or whatever. But that should have been the end of the story. It had a good ending. It's just, I feel like time has moved on past Toy Story. And it was awesome for its time, but it's kind of like, why do I need another one of these? I don't. Minions, I can see for little kids. Yes, absolutely, 1,000%. Little kids are going to love the Minions, the stupid stuff they do and everything. And that, like, not even talking, all that. I can see it. That's a good kids franchise. Toy Story, like Bubba so succinctly said, is more for old people now. Like, it doesn't feel like it's for kids anymore. Like, when it first came out, it's like, what are they going to put out next? Finding Nemo like 20 or something? Like, Finding Nemo again. Like, that's going to be the next one? Or Cars 23, or like, unfortunately, you have told really good stories in this universe, but your universe is kind of done, man. Like, it's kind of over. You never saw Toy Story 3? Toy Story 3 was interesting. But like, if you watch Toy Story 3, it felt like where the series should have ended. I never saw Toy Story 4 either. Like, I completely skipped it because why would I? And the last movie I'm going to bring up, and I probably will not even have to worry about a strike or anything from these guys, like, at all, because I believe it's a Chinese movie. And for me, I'm sorry. I grew up in a time where we had kung fu theater and old school Jackie Chan movies, Bruce Lee movies, everything else. And this one just felt like it hit right. It feels like a fun little adventure movie, you know? Let's go ahead and mute that. The other movie is Normal with Bob Odenkirk. It just feels like Nobody Part 3 or whatever. And Nobody 2 was terrible, so I didn't even bother with it. Don't give him any ideas. Yeah, good call. So I've heard of a mysterious old bounty hunter. For him, everything has a price. Anything at all. Hi. So, what has this man done lately? Oh, he kicked the shit out of people. That's what he do lately. How much do you know? Oh, we got to go back to that director's name because there it is right there. Directed by Yang Wu Ping. It's not directed by Pu Wing Yang. Nope, Yang Wu Ping. He's got a cousin named Sum Ding Wong. Holy fuck. Help me escort somebody to Chiang. He is the leader of Flower Rebellion. Oh, it's a female. Oh, very sexy. I'm not even going to try and pronounce this last name. Lord Zhishiling. Dingaling. Lord Dingaling. We're calling him Lord Dingaling. Get him! Get that motherfucker! He worth hundreds of thousands! Oh, you know good horse rider. Every bounty hunter will be looking for you. Your big plan. Is it still on? Dalma! I trust your will! All 5 clans are united as one. We can take on even 10 swordsmen like Dalma. Hun, hiya! If Tingling cannot be... Wait, what did that say? I fucked that up, guys. I'm sorry. If Tingling cannot be captured, we will bring in the Smurf. He will catch Dingus. They may find themselves separated from their heads. Always remember, you are the only thing I need to protect. Oh, did you hear a woman yell like Tarzan? Who's next, bitch? Conflict brings destruction. The winds are changing. I changed the winds in my pants. Blades of the Guardian. It's now playing in these theaters. You can read clearly on the screen exactly which theater. If the sound doesn't come from their mouth before the mouth moves, I'm not watching it. Is there anything or is that just fade to black? Oh, that's just fade to black. So those are the trailers I got for you guys. Hopefully, you guys saw something good in there that you dug. But yeah, that Mummy movie, that may be a day one for me. I may have to watch that day one. Oh, you think your kung fu is better than mine? Well, Lord Dingaling, I will remove your head from your body. But yeah, it definitely had that feel to it of old school kung fu theater for me. And I'm like, oh, this is just imagine. Or this is just amazing. You know, I remember Fearless Hyena. We still say it to each other every now and again if it's me or one of my old buddies that used to watch Fearless Hyena with Jackie Chan all the time. Because Jackie Chan's like hiding out with his grandpa. His grandpa is a master of kung fu, teaches him his kung fu style, and then Jackie Chan, he wants money, so he's going to these schools in the movie, and he's pretending to be a retard, basically, and then like any champion from the other school that comes and challenges him, you know, they're like, this is my weakest student, and it's Jackie Chan, and he comes out like a goof, and then beats the hell out of whoever the champion is of the other school, and they basically get to, now you have to fall under our tutelage and join our school. So it's basically, he's helping this guy like take over all the different schools by being, you know, supposedly the weakest of his trainees. And of course, the guy who's paying Jackie Chan can't do kung fu worth of shit, right? Or teach kung fu worth of shit, but he's using it, you know, to make himself money and make himself rich and all this. Well, the villains of the movie find out, you know, like, oh, this dude's fighting in the style, and it's like there's only one man who has that style. Jackie Chan's grandfather named Chim Pang Fei. So the grandfather eventually finds out Jackie Chan's doing this and comes to the main school and challenges Jackie Chan, who runs off like a coward. Well, while Jackie Chan's sitting there, here come the villains. They're like, boy, where does Chim Pang Fei live? And like Jackie Chan points up the road and they go and kill his grandfather, and then Jackie Chan has to go get revenge, right? But it's always been one of those things where me and my friends out of nowhere would just look at each other and go, boy, where does Chim Pang Fei live? Like there's one dude in it that's he's gay. And it's funny as hell because Jackie Chan's sitting there and he's like, he's going to fight him. And he's like, the gay guy's like, my name is the Willow Sword. Like that's how they voiced his dub over, because the dude's clearly supposed to be gay. He's like, my name is the Willow Sword. I heard your kung fu is pretty good, right? And Jackie Chan's like, what's that? Your name's Shit Sword? And like the guy starts attacking him, and he ends up beating his ass. But it's hysterical because he's just like, shit sword. Have a great night, Stranded. Thank you for hanging in there. But yeah, like, I don't know. I'm a nerd like that. I used to love those old school kung fu. And then Bubba will attest, we started learning kung fu when we were younger, huh, Bubs? Bubba did, I can't remember, what was it? Shaolin Kempo, I want to say it was called. Was that what it was? It was something like that. Where Bubba learned that his defense, like, was basically did damage to the person attacking. And then I wanted to learn Manus Fist, which was interesting. I used to love that shit, though, when we were younger. Definitely beat some discipline into me, because I was kind of out of control at that point in my life. I really was. And the guy who was training us, our buddy Joe, he studied all the all this kind of stuff. And he taught us quite a bit, but it hurt. Trust me, it hurt. Well, yeah, but Jeet Kune Do came later, Bubs. Like, Jeet Kune Do was you, Guido. Shout out to Doug. Doug was in it. That one dude, Javi. And then you guys would all go to you actually paid to go to the damn school and the classes and everything else. And then usually Doug or Guido would come home after the class. Well, not home, but to my place and be like, all right, here's what I learned. Teach me. And then use me as basically a training dummy. So I was always getting my ass beat, but I learned how to do it, because of that. I still didn't have like Guido. Shout out to my buddy Guido, my best friend or whatever, who passed. He used to do this thing as big as he was. He had a non-telegraph punch that would just put you right on your ass. Like, it was crazy. But Jeet Kune Do, yeah, that was the main style. But originally, that shit was Shaolin Kempo and Manus Fist, what I learned. And Bubs, I want to say it was Shaolin Kempo you learned. It was crazy. Craziness. Yeah, there you go. Shaolin Kempo. Because I used to always call it Kenpo and get hit with the stick for calling it Kenpo. Because they're like, no, that's, Kenpo is a derivative off of, I want to say, a Japanese martial art. We weren't experts or anything by any stretch of the imagination. We were just dumb kids, but learning it definitely, like I said, instilled discipline. You learn how to fight. I highly recommend, if you have a younger kid in your life, taking them to learn martial arts. Nowadays, everything's mixed martial arts, like MMA. And some of that stuff's cool. Jiu-jitsu, ground and pound and all that other stuff. A lot of the Kung Fu stuff has actually kind of been exposed as not as useful in a fight as some of the MMA shit, like boxing or wrestling or jiu-jitsu. Like, people use that. There's a reason why that's usually the most common styles that you're going to see in like UFC or whatever, because they actually work the best in the fight. The Kung Fu is more about style and forms and stuff like this. Although it does catch somebody off guard when you catch them with two fingers doing Manus, and like you catch them with those two fingers like in the side of their neck, and all of a sudden you just see them like their whole shoulder twist up to their neck because they don't know what the fuck they just got hit with. Like, how did you just fuck me up with two fingers? Or, Bubba, I remember Bub used to have to do this thing. It was called iron body training, where you would basically start off real light, and then over time you build up how hard you're getting hit. And they used to use a big ass stick like an axe handle on his ass. And then eventually you get to a point where you can smack back against the axe handle. So when somebody throws a punch at you, you're snapping your arm out there. And because it's tempered and used to being hit by that stick, you can actually fracture somebody's arm with it, like with your block. Fun shit we did because, well, there was minor amounts of internets back in the day. I think if we had internet back then, we probably would have been like fat, sweaty nerds. We all would have been sitting around just watching YouTube videos of squirrels like having sex in a park or something. Some useless shit that nobody would ever need in real life. Or texting about, oh my God, did you hear what happened? So in a way, I'm kind of grateful we didn't have better tech back then. Because kids nowadays, God, the online shit definitely wrecks them to an extent, depending on how much their parents monitor it. That's why I try to do an all wholesome show where we paint things like Japanese figurines and shit from Hello Kitty and Friends. That prime's pretty thick on there. Oh, Honda Civic. I had AOL. Well, actually, my buddy Rich had AOL dial-up. I used to go to his place all the time, Bob. When cable modems first became a thing back in the day. True story. We set up what was known as a proxy server. So we took an old ass PC, and it basically, at that point, I think it might not even been, it had to be Windows 95. I don't even think 98 was out yet. I don't even think we were there. But it was like Windows 95. We got the cable modem the day it came out. Like the day it was available, I was one of the first people to have a cable modem in my neighborhood and all that. And we hooked up this proxy server, and basically all the proxy server was a router, like how a router works nowadays, but everything had to be hardwired. So the proxy server ran out. You had the internet flow into the proxy server, and then it flowed out through another NIC card, a network interface card for those that are familiar, out to a hub, and then everybody plugged into the hub. So we're on the same network. We could all share the same internet connection through one line, because routers were stupid expensive back in the day. And I think it was 3 days later, because we went on Napster. We were like all over the internet, just surfing fast as hell, but mainly Napster. And all of us were just ripping music down. We would fill up a hard drive, shut down the computer, tear the hard drive out, throw a new hard drive in. Because you had your main hard drive, your C drive, and then your D drive. You would just pull it. Like take it apart, rip that drive out, throw in another D drive, and start filling that bad boy up. And I think it was day 3. Everybody came over to use the internet, and I'm like, guys, we got to slow down on our downloads. What do you mean? Well, and it was through Comcast. Yeah, it was Comcast. They had called and said that we had used more data in 3 days than the entirety of the next town over, which was Medford, in 3 days. And they're like, do you have a proxy server hooked up? Do you have other people on your line? No, it's just me. It's impossible. Blah, blah, blah. Well, if you don't take down your proxy server that you don't have, and you guys, we're going to disconnect you from the service because you're slowing things down for everybody else. Some real shit. Yep, LimeWire. LimeWire is another one that came after. Napster was the big one, up until Metallica sued him. Which the Metallica lawsuit, pissed us off when that happened. It was like, damn, that's fucked up. These rock stars don't need their millions of dollars. But hearing the true story of what happened, it now makes sense why Metallica got so pissed off about everything that happened. Because what happened with it, for those that don't know, they sued them not because they, basically because they weren't getting royalties, which is one thing. But the bigger thing was that Metallica had a new album that they were working on, and they were recording it in the studio. And somebody was taking the recording from the studio and putting it up on Napster. And people were downloading the songs before the album even landed. So kind of gave away their music before it was even out. So nobody was going to buy the damn album. And they realized this, and then just went on a whole crusade with it. About like, yeah, you guys are basically like stealing our money. And then Napster went to pay to play, basically. And you could only download certain things from certain artists, and that's what killed Napster. And then, like you said, LimeWire took over. Next one was like LimeWire, and then I'm trying to remember what the hell the other one was. There's LimeWire, and then there was another one that was a bigger service that we used to use all the time. And then that, all of a sudden, they started really cracking down. And then you had the rise of torrents. So that was like Pirate Bay, which was amazing at one point in time. They couldn't touch it. And then Pirate Bay got nailed. And like whoever, I think it was like Brazil or something, they nailed the person in. And yeah, I think they're still in jail for copyright infringement and stealing shit and everything else. They started not to fuck around with copywriting stuff anymore. Oh yeah, with AOL dial-up. Well, before AOL dial-up, you had billboard services, BBSs. And that was like you could dial in and somebody had what was known as a digiboard, which was a bunch of dial-up modems on like this one box on this one board. And it was a whole bunch of phone lines plugged into it. And you could dial in, or like you could set up your own BBS and then people could dial into it directly, check out what files you had and distribute information that way. But yeah, like AOL got expensive. Our one buddy Rich, he came into some money when he was young, and he bought a brand new computer, and he had AOL, and I used to go over to Rich's house, hang out with him, and then use his machine like on a pretty consistent basis because my machine was outdated. So I'd play video games, stuff like that on his. Matter of fact, there was this one game in particular that he had that I used to love playing. And by today's standards, it's a dog shit game. But it was kind of like Myst, if you guys remember Myst. It was called The Seventh Guest, though. And it was like a ghost game. It was on CD-ROM. I used to play the shit out of that. And I don't know if it was the Load album. I'm not sure which album it was. But that sounds about the right time frame for it. And I mean, that they probably should have given that damn album away for free if it was Load, because that album sucked, my opinion. I think you had Whiskey in the Jar was like the only song on there I really liked. What else? What was the other one off that? Load or Fuel? Was that the other one, Bub? The other big Metallica hit off that? There was a point in time where I remember when we were in the 90s, or maybe it was early 2000s, and they put out the Black Album. And every one of us was just like, yeah, if they go softer than this on their next album, I'm kind of done with Metallica. And then they did. Like, whatever album came up, I think it was Load came up after it, and we're like, yeah, this is no Master of Puppets, no Injustice for All. You know, this album's kind of like, what the fuck? And then they had, what was it? Some kind of monster come out. Metallica they basically, I think my buddy Frank, he actually summed it up best about Metallica. I'm like, why does this happen with bands where they just go to shit? And he explained to me, he goes, the whole thing is when Metallica came out, they were a garage band. They were young, they were hungry, and they were angry. He goes, you put a couple $1 million on somebody, tens of millions of dollars, you know, you get them on this big record label. They're making all kinds of money. They got the big house, all this other stuff. They're no longer as young as they once were. They're definitely not hungry anymore. They're fed pretty well. And they're not, millions of dollars. You're not exactly angry like you used to be. So the next thing you know, it starts going soft. There you go, Eugene. Shout out to you. And Rebel, what's going on, brother? What you got for us? Anything good on the news front? Anything interesting about kidnapped victims that I've not heard anything about? Or was there anything new on the Tucker Carlson story? Because, I mean, you're usually all over that stuff like a fat kid on a cupcake. Trump news, huh? Everybody smash that like button. Make sure you're still subscribed, just in case YouTube pulled some kind of fuckery with you. And yeah, what's this new Trump news? He came out and said, hey, I'm the greatest ever. Better than everybody before me. What did he do this time? Whoa, they actually arrested Prince Andrew? Be directing the war. Okay. Wait. So, oh my God. Yo, that's awesome. I'm glad he's doing that. Are we, so basically Trump's like, yep, we're releasing everything we got on aliens. It's kind of funny how, you had everything happen with the Epstein files. Now all of a sudden it's like, hey, Obama came out, was like, oh, look, people, aliens, they're real. And now Trump's going, you know what? Let's run with that alien narrative. Does anybody feel like this might be a little fixed? Oh, so Tucker is, but Tucker, see, like, again, Tucker didn't report that he was taken in. It was Alex Jones and Benny Johnson. And until I hear Tucker say something about it, but supposedly they got him on video hugging the people that interrogated the shit out of him. Really? See, Reb, that's that context that I was looking for. That's that little bullshit that we need. So either Alex Jones was bullshitting, which, go figure Alex Jones bullshitting on something. Let me tell you guys something. I was talking to one of Tucker Carlson's crew, and they totally were taken in by Israel. They butt raped them. Tucker Carlson, he ain't going to talk because apparently one of them came in and was like, hey, yo, what's going on in here? I heard you're Tucker Carlson. Well, the Israeli government paid me $7,000 to show you this. And a big blue dingus was introduced into the mix. Yeah, but that's just it. I have not heard anything, Reb, from Tucker Carlson saying he was taken into custody. None of that. The only people reporting on it were Benny Johnson and, oh God, what's that nerd's name? Alex Jones. And they had both said that they talked, well, Alex Jones said he talked to a crew member of Tucker Carlson's. So I don't think Benny Johnson even said who he talked to. But neither of them said, like, Tucker Carlson 100%, like, came out and said this to us or anything like this. So until I was saying earlier when we were covering it, like, if Tucker Carlson comes out and says, yes, I was taken in, I'll believe Tucker 1,000%. But yeah, I don't know. That doesn't sound like he was taken into custody, interrogated if he was hugging him. And I think Ian is referring to is that her name? Nancy Guthrie or whatever? To the old lady that went missing thing. I mean, my wife's theory is she was like, at first, she's like, maybe she just had sundowners and wandered off. I was like, yeah, the only thing is you've got the one guy who walked up to the Ring camera. Or else that would make sense to me as well. I don't know. The Nancy Guthrie thing. Like, how do you not find this woman? That's my big question. How do you not immediately just nail this? I mean, hey, have any of y'all seen this here old white woman? No, certain senor, we see nothing. We see nothing. We just see the drug smugglers and the people go under the fence, and we no see no old woman. I'm not buying it. I mean, do they live on like the border of Mexico or something? She's fucking in the ditch somewhere, guys. I'm sorry. That's just kind of where I am with it. Unless they have her medication. She's in a ditch. They dug a shallow grave and just threw her in it. I mean, I'm shocked that, you know, if they were really going for ransom, any of this other stuff, somebody would have gotten mailed a finger or something. $6 million? Like, mail back her pinky. It's pretty close to the border. Okay. That's a different story. Then maybe they did take her into Mexico. The cartel did it. We gotta surge all our troops to Mexico because they took Savannah Guthrie's mommy. These bastards, they're not sending their best to kidnap her. I'm just finding it interesting that basically our FBI, and granted, you know, even if they're getting there late or whatever, because the local police botched it at first, that our FBI hasn't found her. Like, either they're just shitty at their jobs, or they, you know, they've already ruled that, yeah, she's probably dead, guys. People are tired of the runaround for the whole case. Well, yeah. I mean, again, this is one of those damn things where I want you guys to think about the FBI just in your heads, right? Just picture FBI agents. What do we think they can do? What does everybody, you know, like, think of your hardcore conspiracy theorists, all this other stuff. Yeah, you know, the FBI, they're monitoring my phone, they're monitoring our internet, they're monitoring all these other things. They've got cameras everywhere because everybody's got a Ring doorbell or a cell phone and all this other stuff. And if I step out of place in one area, they're going to nail me. And then you get this. People with $1 million homes, everything else. You get one video of a out of shape dude in a ski mask holding a potted plant up in front of the camera to obstruct his, you know, himself. They full on get pictures of him, all this other crap. And you're telling me you can't catch this. You put everybody on this, can't catch it. I don't know, guys. Flying around looking for the pacemaker? Does the pacemaker work even after she's dead? Because I'm pretty sure at this point, if they didn't medicate her or take medication or find some way of getting her medication, that's already over. That's game, set, match, point. Like, it's definitely and I mean, I hate to say that. I don't want anybody to be taken or missing or to die in this way. But at the same point in time, you know, you got to deal with reality. And reality is, if she's still alive somewhere and somebody's keeping her and keeping her alive, that's actually more impressive than the fact they were able to evade all the police and all the FBI with her still alive. Yeah, it keeps running. Well, I mean, just tear out her pacemaker and throw it in a trash can somewhere. But GAM, then she'd be dead. Exactly. I don't know. But it also, like I said, picturing the FBI the way I used to picture them. They're going to hunt you down. They're going to track your phone. They're going to figure all this stuff out. This is disheartening. Yeah, I thought she might be dead. I thought it was an inside job, like the family members did it. You know, like the sister or the brother-in-law or something. Like I was like, it had to be somebody close to her because they took her medication clearly. But then somebody told me, corrected me, and told me that they didn't take her medication. So if you don't take the medication with you, that's a whole lot of no good. All right, time for a little color matching. Is that the right shade of blue? It is. I think this is the right shade of blue. Let's see. That's a little too much water on a palette. Do a quick dry out. We got that shade of blue. We got this shade of blue, which looks darker on the fins. Got that shade of blue. That baby blue, I don't think matches. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at anyway. Yeah, I don't think the baby blue, I think that's too light. Some of these pictures. I'm just going to hit it with a dot. That. That. Stripe all that out. I think it's the darker. That's more of a pure blue here. Looks like the underscales are black. The top fin is definitely that bright blue as well with black in it. See how those dry. I want to see which patch I need to go with. I mean, it's hard for you guys to see, but I'm thinking it's the blue one. I think it's this one. I think that's the right shade of blue. Although it does look like it needs to be a little bit brighter. Then what other blues do I have up here? They call me Mr. Blue, Electric Blue. I don't think that's the color. Let me see. The electric blue. That is negative on the positive for electric blue. Electric blue looks like the color of the fins. So we will be doing the fins in that color. I mean, why would the illegals take her, though? Hey, there's an old white woman over there. Let's go break in her house. Maybe we can get a little bit of the old hoochie hoochie before we go and take her out in the woods and execute her. ASA. I don't think so. Well, I mean, maybe. Maybe. The family members are apparently ruled out on it too, from what I understand. Like they said, it's not a family member. Because I was all about the family for a while there, and apparently it's not family members. I mean, why are they trying to get the? Of course, they're trying to get the streamers kicked out of the neighborhood because that's one of those dirty things that's going on now. nobody watches CNN anymore or the mainstream news. Everybody watches streamers for their news or guys like Nick Shirley. You know what I mean? People, the landscape's changed. It used to be CNN, the most trusted name in news, right up until they did Russiagate and a whole bunch of other shit that wasn't real. And then the American people are just like, yeah, no, I don't trust you. Like, I don't trust you. I mean, that's that, and that's also one of the most asinine things I've ever heard too. Is yeah, we want Bitcoin and ransom. Isn't the blockchain there to show where the money moves to? Doesn't it show you who's holding Bitcoin? I'm not a crypto guy, so I don't know. But I thought that's how Bitcoin worked. I think they're going to find her in Virginia. A man named Bob took her. He's got her locked in the basement right now. I'm just saying. I've heard rumors. And when asked for, quote, why he took her, Bob will say, I was drunk and it felt like it would be fun. Yeah, so if you can see all transactions, then you're basically outing yourself if you're the kidnapper, right? Yeah, I mean that's the other thing. There was somebody was watching their Bitcoin wallet. Apparently watching all transactions on Bitcoin or something and the money never moved. I do remember hearing something like that. Let her go, Bob. I was joking, Bubs. I was joking. Bob doesn't need a kidnapper. He'd just go in there with his smoothness and like, romance her, and she would have gone walking off with Bob willingly. We all know that Bob is the king of smooth. So you can only see if it's taken from the wallet, not deposited. Well, I mean, at that point, you have something that's pretty much useless, right? Like if you did it illicitly, using it for illicit means. If nobody was paying attention to Bitcoin like they did back in the day, that's how the cartel started using it or why they started using it. But I'm pretty sure that was the thing. Like once they could track it and they realized like, oh shit, it's a trackable source of money. That's when the cartels kind of stopped using it, right? If I remember correct, or remember Bitcoin history, which again, not a crypto dude. Bitcoin's down to 66. That well, at the time though, I think it was at like 110,000 or 100,000. I don't know. Like I said, it definitely like the whole thing feels fucked up to me, and that's where I agree with Reb. Like I 1000% believed that it would be a family member. That it turned out like, oh, it was the brother-in-law, and they're pulling this because they found some kind of financial nonsense with them or something. But so far, not the case. Not the case at all. This one's going to be a quick one, isn't it? Because he's just a couple colors and real easy. It's going to be gentle. Especially when I start going on that top pin for the actual paint. Get our main color on though. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't really follow all that stuff with crypto. I just know that it toppled. It was like at 100 and something and fell recently. It wasn't that long ago. It was up there. Which I don't even know why the bottom fell out on it. That's the other question. You know, I'm not sure. And then you have, because it was supposed to be a hedged bet against the stock market, if I remember correct. The thing is, like, and I don't know if this is true either because I haven't looked at it recently, but Bob had called it out. He was like, yeah, stock market was like at 50,000 or whatever and broke all records and all that shit. And then is apparently down again, like lost almost all of it. Like I said, I have not been following it. I'll follow news stories, but I don't actually follow the market itself. And everything's down as far as crypto goes. Well, I mean, what goes up comes down sometimes. Damn it, I got a runner bad in that head. I got a couple little runners there. That's unfortunate. May have to just go to standard brushing on this fucker. As easy as I thought this paint job was going to be, it looks like it might be a bitch. I am not digging the way that runner looks. Nor those. It's going to have to dry and get hit like 3 times to get it out of there. Shit. Yeah, I mean, I'm there with you. Like, Bitcoin's been around forever. So, that, I think that's why it's always the standard, like, marker, like, oh, we could be as big as Bitcoin, right? But the other coins that pop up, you're like, yeah, it kind of feels like a scam. But yeah, I mean, the whole thing, like the whole kidnapping thing, I don't understand why. Well, I do understand because it's one of the press's own that shit happened to. If it had been common person, it wouldn't have been as prevalent in the news. But because it's a news person, you know, all the news channels are going to blow it up. Like, well, this could be my mom, but it wasn't. Plus, it got everybody to stop talking about Epstein files and all this other stuff that they don't want to report on. To report on it, the administration's going to cut them. But yeah, the fact that they have to go to aliens to cover up shit from the Epstein files should be kind of telling. Not that it doesn't make sense. Run, you son of a bitch. Yeah, but Okay, so the hostages in Israel, but they were keeping them alive, even if barely. But I'm sure the first ones to go were the ones with medical conditions. And I want you to think about this. Like, I hope they find her alive too. I hope they find her alive. Everything's good. And she comes back. But being a realist and being real about the whole situation, you got an elderly woman in her past or mid 80s, right? I think she's 86. She's got a pacemaker, which means she already has a heart problem. And then you're going to do some shit like this to her. You didn't take medication with you. Like, and it's been a month. Like, the chances of her coming back and actually coming back alive are damn near nothing, unless somebody who was prepared for this and went to a pharmacy, got those specific pills, had them set aside for her, which means they'd have to refill the dosage anyway. They're not going to get more than a month's worth of pills. Like, well, we're going to give you a year's worth of pills or something. So they'd have to go get them refilled. The chances of her being alive are unfortunately pretty slim. And if they took her to Mexico, they should check donkey shows, because that's about as likely as she's still alive as she's working a donkey show right now. Like, it's your chances of finding this woman dwindled down. Like 3 days in, your chances were already fucked. You know, if we're talking weeks on now, it's pretty much over. Damn, that one runner's got to come off, because that is way too much. I think I got it too. We're at permaset. I would have had a fucking color blowout right there. And like I said, I don't want to see somebody fucked up like this, or kidnapped, and especially somebody who's elderly, you know? Like, it would be bad enough if it's a young person, but you're at the end of your life, and like, you should be able to just live out your golden years. Instead, somebody comes and kidnaps you. Any which way you slice it, definitely looks, she was definitely kidnapped. If we doubted that at all, that Ring camera cleared that shit up. Oh yeah, you get a ton of medicine in Mexico. But the other part is, how the fuck do you, like, well, I guess technically you go on a day trip to Mexico and go get the medicine. Like, I don't know, has there been more, like, communication from the kidnappers to the family? Like, yo, where the fuck's our money? Like, any of this stuff? Or has it all just been radio silence and nobody's saying a damn thing about it? I mean, again, this is our modern day FBI with all their tech and skills at work, right? Seriously disappointing. If Trump's calling back all the troops, then yeah, it's pretty much a game over kind of deal. You you work with you really, Ian? You work with older truck drivers that have been in donkey shows. How's that come up in the course of polite conversation? Is it kind of like when I have conversations or used to have conversations with Smurf and he'd just be like, hey, you know something? My dingus is blue. You know, like just comes out of nowhere on you. Why does that one spot? I have to hold it like this so that spot settles. One spot is just soaking paint for some reason. I have to hit that with a brush or something. Yeah, I'm definitely going over some of this with a brush. That little hand. Every time I wobble him one way or another, if he touches the paper towel at all, just white spots him. Should be cool. I know there's a song. It's an AI song, and the song's called "I Met Your Mama at a Donkey Show." Pretty interesting song. That's all I'm gonna say. So, outside of this kidnapping fun stuff, let's talk about how hours of my life were kidnapped by watching a pair of movies that I did trailer reviews for. Oh yeah, I've known quite a few truckers over my lifetime, and some of the stuff they've seen definitely I couldn't put on YouTube. I definitely couldn't tell you some of the stories about things like lot lizards. You know, things like this, donkey shows, and all kinds of weird shit. I don't even know if it's loneliness or just curiosity. But yeah, I ended up watching the new Witchboard. And it started out promising. Movie was definitely promising at first. I was like, all right, this ain't too bad. Because it starts off in 1693. For some reason, I can remember the date on that, which makes no damn sense. But it's like a coven of witches, and they're in a forest, and they have hands that have been cut off and are hanging from the trees. There's one main witch. She's got a jacked up looking face. She's got the whole witchboard thing, like the round witchboard. And they have a guy that they've caught. He's got like a giant ass cross around his neck, and he's like shackled to a log. And the witch is like, I'm going to avenge what you did to my face and all this. And he said, I should have killed you when I had the chance, all this stuff. She's like, well, I'm taking your hand from you, the hand that you damaged my face with. And just as they're about to cut his hand off, like the other witches, all of a sudden this witch just gets like her mind changed with some lead injection because a bullet hits her out of nowhere and just like, I mean, blow, pops her mind. And I'm like, oh shit, like caught me completely off guard. And here it comes the cavalry. And they start taking down the witches or whatever. And then the guys, the guy who's chained up still yells, we need to, you need to burn them. So they start like Molotov cocktailing these chicks, like just setting the chicks on fire as they're running away and shooting them in the back and the head, like just jacking them all up. I'm like, ooh, this got potential. And then the main witch, she's like, no, you will not, escape my wrath or whatever. Goes over to the dude who's still shackled up, goes to swing on him, and she gets knocked cold. And they start dragging her off like 3 guys. And she drops the witchboard on the ground. Well, we fast forward, and this was set in France in 1693. We fast forward, and we are now in New Orleans, and it's the inside of a museum. And this, it's 2 thieves. They break the glass, and there's the witchboard. Dude grabs the witchboard, goes, okay, we got what we came for. Let's get out of here. And the other guy's like, yo, this other stuff's, worth a lot of money. And the one guy's like, look, we're only getting paid for the witchboard. That's all we're supposed to take. Leave everything else. That's how we were told to do this. Dude breaks another thing. The alarms are all going off and everything this whole time. And shatters another display case and grabs like a golden chalice. And he turns around. Guy's got a gun on him now. He's like, put it back and all this stuff. The guy starts to put it back. Dude with the gun turns because he hears the door opening because the cops have now shown up. And when he turns back, the other guy cracks him in the head with a fucking metal pipe, beats him down, grabs the witchboard, goes running up there, starts to run up the stairs. Dude who got beat up with the pipe shoots him twice in the gut. I'm like, oh, we're getting somewhere with this. It's not bad. He runs up the stairs. There's 2 cops coming into the building, into the museum or whatever. He shoots both the cops and goes running out bleeding. And then it cuts to a forest. And in the forest, there is a chick who's picking mushrooms along with this, like, he looked like he should have been DJ Qualls. But it was like a younger version of DJ Qualls, like real skinny dude. And this chick, and they're out there, they're like foraging for mushrooms. And this Spanish dude comes up, and it's like her boyfriend or whatever. And he's like, oh yeah, these mushrooms are for this new restaurant I'm opening, all this kind of stuff. And she wanders off. She's like, well, I'm going to go look over there for more mushrooms. She goes walking over, and the witch had this cat with her in the first scene. And it's like, it's a Maine Coon, I think is the name of the type of cat. But it looks almost like a lynx, like a bobcat kind of looking cat. Like it's a big floofy cat. And she sees the cat, like the cat jumps at her, jump scares her. And starts walking, so she's following the cat. She's like, hey, come here, sweetie. And then the cat jumps on top of the witchboard. She picks up the witchboard. And, then the boyfriend shows up. He's like, well, we'll look it up on the internet when we get back. She's like, yeah, I don't know why. It feels like it's valuable or whatever. So they leave the forest, and they're headed back to the apartment. As they're walking away, the guy who stole the witchboard is like 5 feet from him, just laying there dead. And he's got these red mushrooms starting to grow on him. Then it goes to basically like she goes to the apartment, and they're throwing like a party before the grand opening of the restaurant is like the next day, or it's something like that. Like the next day is going to be the grand opening. They're doing this dinner party kind of deal. Like all their friends are there and everything else. And then this chick walks in, pretty decent looking chick, definitely foreign, But she's like, oh, yeah, I'm like an archaeologist and all this shit. And it turns out it's the boyfriend's ex-girlfriend. And she says to the girl, like, oh, let me see the ring. I heard you guys are engaged now or whatever. And the girl's like, well, it's a placeholder because I lost my engagement ring when we moved into this place. And it turns out the skinny dude has the skinny best friend of the Spanish guy has like a crush on this chick and has since they've been dating. And so he invited her. So they're kind of pissed at him about it, but not that big a deal. Well, of course, you know, it leads to the current girlfriend telling the old girlfriend, like, hey, take a look at this. Is this worth anything? And it's the witch board. They look at it. And she's like, oh, yeah, the way it works is you hang a pendulum over it. It's a precursor to the Ouija board. And you hang a pendulum over it, and it'll sway. So this is yes, no, this is death. This is, you know, I don't know what this one's for, but it was like a hand. She goes, I think that's fortune. I'm not sure. And then you had a symbol for the devil and all this. So she hangs the cross over it and is dangling. Like she takes her cross off her neck and is hanging it over. And nothing happens. And she's asking the questions. Will the restaurant be successful? That kind of shit. And it's not really moving or anything else. And then she takes the cross away. And out of nowhere, this bird apparently was trapped in like in the chimney. They had like a fireplace in there. This bird comes flying across the room on fire. They open the window, the bird goes out, sets like the drapes on fire and shit on its way. So that's all like, ooh, spooky. I'm like, all right, whatever. So then it's like the next day or what have you. And the skinny dude, the Spanish dude, and they have this other cook with them. They're all in the restaurant and they're prepping. And I'm sorry, I'm just ruining this entire movie, but this is so you guys don't ever have to pay or sit down and watch this shit, because I haven't gotten to where this just gets stupid outlandish, but I'm about to. So the chick's in there with the witch board or whatever, and she realizes like the eye in the center of the witch board, she presses on it and it moves, and she's like, what the fuck? And she can pull the eye off, and behind it is a like chain. And at the end of the chain is a finger, like 3-section finger of bone. And she picks it up and she starts using the witch board. And she's like, can you help me find my wedding ring or whatever, my engagement ring? And the thing's like moving, and she goes to E. Does that mean east? And so she starts using the board, and she's walking with the board. And every time it's in the direction she's supposed to go, it moves the pendulum to that direction. And as this is happening, she's doing all this. Well, now all of a sudden you're starting to see visions of the witch or whatever, and like reflections and everything in the restaurant. And the skinny dude hears something outside, leans out the window or starts to look out the window, and he's using the slicer to slice meat or what have you. And he looks out the window, and all of a sudden the cat jump scares him, like the big Maine Coon cat. And he sees like a dozen cats down by the dumpster. And he's like, get the hell out of here, blah, blah, blah. And they're on like a second or third floor. And the dumpsters out in the alleyway have like a dozen cats on them. They're all like picking through the food and everything. But this Maine Coon, that's the witch's cat, jumps in there, scares the shit out of him or what have you. So, the Spanish guy makes a joke like, yeah, you got to make sure the dumpsters are closed because otherwise the cats are going to have a feast, blah, 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 blah. So as the board leads her to the ring, it all of a sudden, as she's over the ring and she finds it, it goes to the hand on the witch board. When it does that, it flashes back to the restaurant. Here the guy had spilled some oil on the floor, the skinny guy. The cat, he sees the cat, and the cat like spooks him for some reason because it got in. And he goes to like chase it off, steps on the oil, slips, falls into the slicer, and it slices his hand off at the wrist. Hand goes flying across the damn room. right? And under like it falls on the ground, and the cat runs over and picks it up and runs under like one of the Bain Marie's, yeah, like the prep stations. So now this dude's laying on the ground, blood squirting out of his wrist. The Spanish boyfriend's like, oh my God, takes off his belt, takes off his apron, and they're trying to wrap his hand and all that. And the guy on the ground's bleeding out, and he's like, where's my hand? Where's my hand? So the Spanish guy goes after this cat, looks under and reaches to grab the hand, and the cat smacks him or whatever and scares him. Like he backs up, like, oh shit, angry cat. And then the cat goes running off and through the window. So the guy runs out into the fucking, like runs down the stairs or what have you, and gets into the alleyway, and there's all these cats everywhere. So he's looking at all the cats and can't find the cat with the hand. And the cat's hiding under one of the dumpsters, like gnawing on this hand. At that point, the chick leans out because apparently they live above the restaurant on the balcony, and she's like, hey, I found my ring. And he's just like, yo, go back in the house. We got an emergency in the restaurant and blah, blah, blah. Doesn't tell her what happened. Just go back in the house. He goes running back up. His skinny buddy dies, bleeds out. And yeah, I'm trying to remember how it went. So he goes back in the restaurant. Skinny dude bleeds out and dies. They go to his funeral. They flash to the funeral. And then it turns out that the girlfriend, the current girlfriend, who's going to get possessed by this witch, she had like a drug problem, a bad one, had gotten out of rehab. And like her drug dealer, for no fucking reason, shows up at the funeral and tries to offer her, like talking to her about coming back and getting some smack off him, some heroin. So the boyfriend and him almost get into it. All that kind of crap. And that's just basically exposition dump to let you know that she was a junkie. Because then she starts acting weird, so now is she back on the drugs to the boyfriend's eyes. They go back to the apartment or whatever. The boyfriend comes home. He's working in the kitchen, comes up to the apartment. And she's sitting on the bed and she's playing around with the witch board. But she now has the witch's cat in her lap. And she's petting the witch's cat. And she's like, oh, can we keep him? And all this other stuff. And the boyfriend's like, I don't like cats. I would rather it was a dog. This kind of nonsense. And at this point, this is where the stupid of the movie had hit me square in the fucking mind. Because I'm like, it's me and my buddy Bubba. We're working in a restaurant. Bubba gets his hand cut off. This cat runs away with Bubba's hand. I'm chasing this fucking cat. Chased him down in the damn alley. Looking all over the place for him. I would know what that fucking cat looked like. Doesn't look like a normal tabby house cat. Doesn't look like, a ginger orange cat. Doesn't look like Garfield Heathcliff. It's not a black and white tuxedo cat. It's a fucking Maine Coon, big floofy, like 10 times the size of a normal fucking cat. This dude, like, wasn't like, hey, that's the fucking cat that took my buddy's hand. He's just like, oh no, it's just another cat. I'm like, what the fuck is this? So basically he's like, yeah, you got to stop playing with this witchboard shit and everything else. Takes the witchboard, sets it on the dresser. She goes to sleep. He goes out and he's sitting down. He's going over like bills and stuff or whatever. And then she has this nightmare where she's back in the grove and she actually sees the witch's past. And it turns out it was like a normal chick that was, I guess she had like supernatural powers or whatever, but it's like the old village in France. And she was giving out like herbal remedies to the elderly. That'll help with your mother's rheumatism. This will help with that, St. John's wort and all this other shit. And then out of nowhere, the one guy she had tied up in the beginning comes riding in, and he's apparently like the head priest of the church, like the cardinal or whatever. And he's got a whole bunch of men with him. And he goes into the house. He accuses her of witchcraft and all that. The church will not allow this, and you're healing and everything. And it's all in French. It's all subtitled. And then he basically starts beating her ass Like he's got like a pimp stick and starts whacking her in the face with the pimp stick and scars her face all up. And then goes out and he's like, this woman is a harlot, and drags her out of the house and throws her in the mud. And it's just like, this woman's a harlot and she's a witch and she's banished and all this other stuff. And the chick stands up and goes, you want a witch? I'll show you a witch. And ends up running off into the fucking woods. They just let her run away. It's like, what the fuck? So she runs away. And then, of course, she like sees the whole like grotto and everything that happened in the very beginning of the film. And then it's almost like she's about to get killed. She starts screaming. And the boyfriend is there. She wakes up and he's just like, you're screaming in your sleep and all that kind of shit. In the meantime, one of the more interesting parts of this was back towards, before all this kind of, I'm just getting us up to this point so I can go back to get us back up to this point. So the one thief that survived, he actually got away from the cops, everything else. He's sitting there with an ice pack on his head. And it's this real rich dude. And he has these, and I'm going to say that they were pretty hot. But it was a pair of twins, like these blonde twins with like pentagrams tattooed on them and all this kind of other stuff. And they're identical. And they got him in like this chair or whatever. And they're getting him an ice pack. They get him a drink, like all that kind of stuff. And like this dude's like, yeah, where's the witchboard now? And he's like, I don't know, but I'll put out feelers for it, all this other stuff. And he's like, what about the other guy? Maybe the other guy's alive. He's going to fence it. He's like, no, he's dead. I know he's dead. And he's sitting there. And then a third one of these blonde chicks comes walking in. And it's actually a set of triplets. And it's like, but they're all like pretty smoking. Not going to lie. And she sets down like this metal cup in front of him. Like it looked like it seated in almost like an ashtray, like a standing ashtray. And the guy's like, well, I'll put out feelers. I'm sorry about this, everything. And the rich guy's like, oh, don't worry about it. I have no need for your services, or no further need for your services. There's only one service you can offer me. And he has a map out and he holds a pendulum over it. And the two of the triplets grab him by his wrists and hold him into the chair and like force him into the chair or whatever. And a third comes up behind him, cuts his throat. The blood drains down into the cup and there's like a pentagram on the ground and the blood flows through it. And as it's doing it, the pentagram or the pendulum starts to move on the map to point out where the witchboard is. So now the flash forward back to the ex-girlfriend ends up showing up and talking to the boyfriend. And it's just like, yeah, I have a friend that can help. Well, it's this rich guy. They go to the rich guy's house. He's basically having like, an adult party, we'll say. And he's like, yeah, I'm real studied on this stuff, everything else, and all this kind of stuff. Talks to the boyfriend. He's like, I think I can help your girlfriend if she's been acting weird and everything. So they end up going back, and the guy sits down. He's like, all right, I'm going to do hypnosis on her to fix everything. They have the witchboard on the table or what have you, like right next to him. And the girlfriend goes into a trance, and then it splits because they're doing this whole thing and he's repeating like some kind of words, but you can't really hear what the fuck he's saying. And her cross goes flying off her neck, goes and sticks in the wall off the girlfriend. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, she goes, and just relaxes. And it cuts to a different scene of the witch is locked up. The priest dude comes in, throws the witchboard at her. She's like chained to the wall. You can tell they worked her the fuck over. And he's like, yeah, we're going to burn you at the stake. But first I need to know how this thing works, this witchboard. And she starts giggling and laughing. She goes, I'll show you how it works. She takes out the pendulum from the eye. She hangs it over it and it starts swinging or whatever. And she starts to chant. Well, here, it flashes back to the future. And the chick, the girlfriend, is just like, she's like all okay now. She's like, oh, I feel so much better and all this, and comes out of it. And she's like, oh, you can have that witchboard thing. I don't need it anymore, and blah, blah, blah. And the guy's like, okay, cool. The rich dude's like, cool. He takes off, and then it flashes to, and she's acting all kinds of weird. And like the husband or the boyfriend's like goes to work, comes back that night, and she's in like lingerie. And she's just like, yeah, I'm going to give you a night to remember, basically. And she's like, because you were hanging out with your ex-girlfriend, you're trying to make me jealous, like this weird kind of shit. And she gets on top of him, and they're doing their thing. And then he looks at her and he sees the witch's face, and he's like, what the fuck? Like, freaks him out. They flash back to the witch that's locked up in the jail cell, and she's talking. She's like, you know, can anybody help me? Can anybody, you know, all this kind of stuff. Well, the chick in the other cell is also a witch, and she's like, you speak the king's English. All of a sudden, you're not speaking French anymore. You're speaking the king's English. And it turns out that the two souls have swapped places in fucking time. At this point, I was like, well, you have done fucked this movie completely up. So, yeah, then it goes to, you know, now that the girlfriend goes out in the woods, goes to where those red mushrooms are growing in the body, takes all the red mushrooms, gives them to the restaurant, tells them at the front, like, yeah, he wants you to use these in the main menu tonight. And they do it like, you know, don't eat one of these mushrooms. Don't see what they taste like. Nothing. No, they just start preparing them into the meal. And it turns out that these red mushrooms make people go insane and kill each other. And so the witch had used this in the past and had done this in this village. Like, went back to the village and snuck those red mushrooms in, and everybody ate them. And the whole town killed itself, basically. Like, everybody just started murdering each other and hallucinating, all fucked up. Rich dude shows up with the guy's ex-girlfriend at the restaurant for this opening night. They have a table. They don't eat the mushrooms because the rich guy stops the girlfriend from doing, or the ex-girlfriend from doing it. Everybody starts killing each other, going nuts. At that point, he takes the current girlfriend and they go back to his mansion, and they're going to leave the country. And you know, he's explaining that she had to do this with the mushrooms because it was the last act she did before she was caught by the priest, so it'll solidify the time transfer. And they show back in time, and the witch is about to be burned at the stake. Like, they've got the fires, like, getting ready to start and everything else. And, of course, it's the current girlfriend, you know, the girlfriend's soul trapped in the witch's body. So she's about to burn to death. And, yeah. So then the boyfriend, he goes running out. The cops are chasing him because the cops come in. One guy was trying to kill him. He didn't eat the mushrooms, and he ends up killing the dude. And the cops see him kill the dude. So now the cops are chasing him. He gets away from the fucking cops. Goes to his ex-girlfriend, shows up in a car, takes him back to the mansion. Is like, I'm going to smuggle you there. Right? Like, I'm going to smuggle you in. They can't find out. Turns out that the ex-girlfriend is in on it too. Just wants the witch board so she can sell it to the Vatican, and like surrenders this guy to them so that they can sacrifice him or what have you. The girl comes out, but because it's true love or whatever, it kind of like fucks with the witch's ability to stay in time. And they basically, in the past, it goes to the past. She calls out the priest. The priest comes up because she calls him out in English, but the priest can magically now understand, you know, English. Comes walking up to get, like, stab her. And it switches back. Like, they switch bodies all of a sudden. And so he ends up throwing more fire on the witch. He burns the actual witch. The boyfriend gets shot to death. and they shoot the rich dude in the head. They shoot all his bodyguards, and the whole house catches fire. The mansion catches fire. And the ex-girlfriend and the girlfriend make it out. Well, actually, it's just the girlfriend. She makes it out. And they're out front with the ambulance or whatever. They bag up the rich dude right before they zip up the fucking body bag. His eyes open, even though he has a bullet hole in his head. The boyfriend's dead. And then it goes to, like, that's it. That's how it ends. Like, basically, the girlfriend's out there all fucked up and all this. Well, then it cuts to 6 months later. And like credits start to roll, and then it cuts to 6 months later. And the girlfriend and the ex-girlfriend, it says Vatican 6 months later. They go into the Vatican. It's the ex-girlfriend. She's got the witchboard. She sells it off to this priest for some diamonds. Who is, you see the ex-girlfriend go out in the hallway and toss it to the girlfriend. So the two of them are now like hanging out together and are best friends or some shit. And then the last scene is the priest starts to use the planchet or the pendulum over the witchboard, and the witch comes up behind him and grabs him, and that's the way the movie ends. It was, dear Lord, that movie fucking sucked. Like, it had a good, at the beginning, it was like, I was like, oh, that's kind of intriguing. They kill the one guy. I'm like, they can go a whole route with it. And it was like, now you're switching souls out. Oh, and it turned out that the girlfriend was the witch's granddaughter. And the rich guy was the priest's great-grandson. I like it just, just coincidentally, guys. That's just how that worked. That I watched it. I was like, you've got to be fighting. Like, and I'm guessing stuff too. Like, I'm like, when all the shit happened where he comes over and is doing a witch. Like, tell me they're not going to switch their souls between the two bodies. Nope, they switched the souls between the two bodies. Like, what the fuck? What am I even watching right now? I suffered through that. And I was like, oh yeah, it was awful. I had hope that it could have been something really cool. And then it was stupid. It really got stupid fast. And then I still watched it because I was already committed. Like, it was too late. And I was like, this is going to be some awful shit. But like, none of the twists, nothing else. The part where I just paused the movie and I was like, oh God, how the hell do you not know the cat? Like, it ran off with your buddy's fucking hand. You were chasing it in an alleyway. How do you not know what cat it was? How do you not know? Like, were you unaware of which cat you were chasing? Like, what the fuck? And like, none of the good guys lived. Like, the boyfriend didn't live at the end. He was wiped out. The evil ex-girlfriend, I guess, who like surrendered him and all that. And his current girlfriend, they basically looted the Vatican for money. But like, the guy's like, oh, I can't give you cash or whatever. So here's a bag of fucking diamonds that he just happened to have on him. Sounds like a part 2. Man, I'll tell you what, if they make a sequel to that movie, then I'm not, like, somebody else going to have to watch that one and tell me. Because it ain't happening. Like, it was, like, and it was violent as shit. It was fun. At first, it was like real fun when they're in the woods and all that. And I'm like, oh, this might have some promise. Like, as soon as the first witch gets dropped, you're like, damn. Like, they're not screwing around here. Like, they're just coming in and annihilating these chicks. And then, yeah. And then I watched another one. We watched the trailer for, It was a little bit better, but I swear to God, I had seen the movie before. And that movie was called Final Destination. Final Destination is pretty much what Whistle was. And I think because the version I saw was in Spanish, but, subtitles are king sometimes. And it was called, I don't want to say it was called The Whistle of the Dead. Wow, that was crazy. And that's what I get. I start talking about a death whistle, and next thing I know, the internet disconnects on me and then reconnects. That should be a warning to me. It wasn't as bad as the Witchboard movie. Wasn't a great movie. It was a fun little popcorn flick. It had the chick from Wolverine, or Logan, rather, the one that plays X-23. She came back, reprised the role in Deadpool Wolverine. That girl. I don't know I can't remember what her name is. But yeah, it was basically, if you blow the death whistle, and anybody who hears the death whistle, the premise is that when you're born, at the same point in time, your last moment is born as well. So your death is born. And however you're going to die. So say you die in a car accident. Well, that comes and finds you and hits you immediately or as soon as it finds you. So you know what I mean? If the spirit, if the monster or whatever, the evil death spirit touches you, then all of a sudden you're going to start exploding like you were in a car accident. Stuff like this, like the one teacher, it grabs a hold of him, and like he ended up developing lung cancer in like his 90s or whatever, and it just immediately gives him like terminal stage 4 lung cancer, and he drops dead, like all rotten and deformed, like how the cancer would have ravaged him. And they have to figure out how to cheat death. It was all right. Like I said, popcorn film. Probably worth a watch. But only if you're really fucking bored. Because the ending, definitely, they were like, hey, you know what? We'll do this at the end and it'll lead to a sequel. Or, make everybody realize that you can't escape death, basically. Kind of exactly what the Final Destination movies did. But yeah, it was cool whenever one of their deaths caught up to them. Like the one chick died of old age, so that was kind of creepy. Like seeing this old decrepit version of her hunting her down and just wrecking her ass. Like it grabs a hold of her and she just starts aging like terribly. That was interesting. One dude fell into a meat grinder. So when he gets hit, he just starts like all of a sudden like his arm disappears and just starts spurting blood everywhere and like meat. Another dude died in a car accident. So it was like it was interesting. Wasn't great, just interesting. And they definitely set it up where you're like, oh, okay, I see exactly how this is going to play out. Like, and it does. It plays out exactly like you would think. I'm just hoping that Mummy movie doesn't play out like I think it's going to. Because if it doesn't and it catches me off guard, I'll be very happy. But I still think that might be, out of all the trailers I've watched, I think that's the one it's the only one that made me say, yeah, I want to see that shit day one. I think it's going to be amazing. I mean, I don't know if there's any movies or anything else that you guys want to see. I guess pretty soon we're gonna all be talking about the damn alien files, which I don't know how I feel about that. Do we trust this, or do we all just call bullshit now? Do we call bullshit on this? Do you think we're actually going to get anything out of this, or do you think it's just going to be, well, we know something happened here, but it's all redacted? What do you guys think's going to happen with the aliens? I mean, hey, good on Trump for announcing this, but sorry, buddy. We also see what you're trying to distract us from, and that's some real life shit that affects us. There's aliens, and they haven't come to murder all of us. Doesn't affect us so much, does it? Unless we find out, like, everything that happened in New Jersey with the drones, turns out it was like, no, those were actually alien spaceships or some shit. Like, oh, fuck. Or they've been coming down and butt probing people. Hey, you know what? I think the aliens, they done took over Amazon. That's why I'm always testing these things out. Ian's calling bullshit, and you think the fucking... And Rebel says the explanation itself will be hilarious. What do you think the explanation's going to be, Brad? If you just had to like throw a dart at the wall or take a guess, what do you think it's going to be? The one thing I want to know, if they actually are going to release stuff, if they're like, yeah, we've been studying and reverse engineering craft in S4, man, Bob Lazar, he'll finally get validation that he's been denied for a very long time. That part I would be happy about, because out of everybody, that one dude, he's the only reason why I can't say he's the only reason. Bob Lazar and Commander Fravor, David Fravor, are the two that I'm like, these people are fucking the most credible people when it comes to this stuff. You think it's going to be party balloons? I mean, they're on record saying that 98% or something like this they can explain, but there's still 2% that they can't explain. So there's definitely something. I don't know about space aliens, but, you know, it is going to be interesting. I just, outside of covering up for Epstein files, or I think this is, why now? That's what hits me. That's what always goes through my head whenever they want you to hear something that you've been asking for forever. Why now? So with the Epstein files, they were compelled by law because of Ro Khanna, Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, Nancy Mace. Like, all these people forced it, right? They didn't want to release it. This is something that everybody's wondered about, and they're actively just going to release it after all this fucking time. It almost feels like, in case shit goes completely bad, release the alien files, kind of, to me. So it's like, what is going on? Do we have a rogue nuclear missile from Iran somewhere, or a nuclear warhead being smuggled in the U.S. from Iran right now? Like, what is going on that they don't want us to know? Like, what's the actual story? I should take off my headset. Nobody's talking on the other end, so I don't need to hear my own damn ugly voice. You know, what is the actual factual with what's happening. Like, what other shit is going on in this world that they don't want us to know about? Is it like, hey, we were pointing at the stock market the other day, but now the stock market is down, or has lost most of what it gained, so we don't want to talk about this. So let's bring out aliens. Like, is our economy about to crash? That feels like the time where you would bust out like, yeah, aliens are real. Like, oh shit, we all need to talk about aliens. Let's not pay attention to the stock market. Is it like full on about to crash? What is the deal with it? What is the deal with it? Like, why would they all of a sudden out of the blue just, yep, you know what? Great interest and all this other stuff. Is it so Joe Rogan likes him again? Is that why he's doing it? Like, hey, Joe Rogan, I'm giving you your alien shit that I said I would do on your podcast. Because he even said on that podcast, I don't really care about that. The other thing that kind of bothers me is the fact that Obama just brought this up. The fact that Obama brought this up in an interview the other day and now he's kind of following through on it, it kind of feels to me like there's a coordinated effort here. Like, yo, we need... Wait, when did the Clintons testify before Congress? I just thought about this. What if this is the distraction so that nobody's paying attention to what a former president did or didn't do? Because we know that shit's bad. Or at least we all suspect. What good old Slick Willie did with Epstein on an island is bad. And you can't tell me like, oh, well, you don't know. Well, no, actually, anybody that keeps a picture of Bill Clinton, like a painted portrait of Bill Clinton laying on a couch in a blue dress with the stain on it, when you first walk into their house, kind of tells me all I need to know about their relationship. Like, really does. Like, I'm sorry. I wouldn't even do that kind of joke with my good buddy, let alone some dude that, oh, yeah, we were just business associates or kind of friendly with each other. Wasn't it like Ghislaine Maxwell that really infused the cash into the Clintons, Clinton Foundation or what have you? Oh, no, exactly. Even if he did nothing, which I don't believe, I believe he did something. There's no way he went there and was like, oh, I didn't see anything while I was there. Like, bullshit. Like, who are you trying to sell that to? When we got emails that say, yeah, Clinton likes them young, stuff like that. Well, yeah, but what is. Well, what does is mean? Well, is sometimes just means is. I do like them young and they're in like their mid 20s. Like, I don't know about this one. I mean, and you said Prince Andrew is in jail? Like they arrested Prince Andrew? Is that true? They nail him? Wait, what? Did you say the transient shooter? Do you mean was he transgender? Or was he transient like a homeless guy? What the fuck? I did not even hear about that, Reb. What's this? What's this craziness? You do this to me all the time, too, sir. Like, oh yeah, by the way, chick got stabbed on a train by a crazy dude. Oh, okay. Most major thing in the news cycle for like 2 weeks. Like, for the next 2 weeks. But you told me first. But I did not hear about this one. So, dude was transgender. Was it his current wife? And yeah, they arrested Andrew, huh? I mean, yeah, I'm sure he's not sweating it. You're not wrong. Man, what a fucking hell of a defense you got there. Well, right, because I don't sweat, you see. I mean, they Keir Starmer over there, he's got to do something because, granted, like David's already called for his ouster just for being an asshole, but he put himself in the hot seat by bringing somebody into the administration or whatever who was already in the files. So, damn, dude, really? So he shows up at a hockey game. Was it like a kids' hockey game or was it like an NHL game? And just like offs his wife, offs his kid, and then takes his own self out? That's crazy. Like, evil people. Pumping these, pumping hormones that don't belong in your body into your body in a mass quantity, trying to change things that aren't supposed to be changed. It can have terrifying results. There are a few transgender people that I've seen where it's like you kind of feel bad for them. Like Blair White's one of those that I actually like kind of feel bad for. Where you can tell it's not something that they want to be going through, but they're going through it and they're honest about it. And they're in control of everything, no matter how many drugs or surgeries or whatever. They don't go completely fucking nuts because they realize, like, fuck, something's wrong. So I definitely I feel bad for some transgender people that have actual body dysmorphia. Um, I also feel bad for the ones that are like, yeah, I'm gay, but my parents forced me to take this shit. Like, that's the younger kids. Some kids are like that, where it's like, oh, well, now you've got to fully transition because you're technically a status symbol. Help mommy out here. That kind of thing. Like, well, I have a transgender child just like Dwayne Wade. So therefore, I'm just like famous people. Shit like that. Jesus, it was a high school youth game? Oh my God. Yo, you just fucked up an entire generation of children. I was originally going to go in here with black. I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I may just go to a darker shade. No, it looks like it's black. Shit. Yeah, that's fucking crazy, brother. Like that's like one of the worst ones ever that I remember. That, you know, the only reason why I remember it so well is because I used to watch a lot of wrestling. Was when Chris Benoit murdered his wife, killed his son, and then killed himself. Oh yeah, are you talking about Prince Andrew with the sweat? Yeah, because apparently the report was he was sweating like a pig or whatever when he was with the accuser. Was it Virginia Guffrey or Goofrey or whatever her name was? But yeah, Prince Andrew said that he his sweat glands he doesn't sweat anymore because of being terrorized in like war situation or some nonsense. Like, well, it wasn't me. She said he was sweaty and I don't sweat. Well, you're sweating now. I mean, the only thing that Andrew did that was smart was he surrendered his title and his lands. Because if he had kept them, that would have been a whole outrage to like the royal family over there. Not like it isn't already, but dude, the Benoit situation was insane. And like the saddest part was everybody said the same thing because famously he and Eddie Guerrero were like best friends. And Eddie Guerrero, from years of drug use and steroid use and all that, had a heart attack. I think he had a heart attack. I don't think he OD'd. I think he had a heart attack. And it was just a little bit before. And everybody's always said that if Eddie Guerrero didn't have the heart attack, Benoit would have, like Eddie Guerrero would have kept him in control and it wouldn't have happened. Yeah, it's definitely definitely messed up. Damn, my lungs. So I'm looking at the actual Sanrio models, and they don't even paint in the black. Yeah, they don't even paint in the black for them. The hell was that? A little puzzle hit him. I am going to coat him with another blast of this, though. Wait, really? Is that a true thing? They questioned the guy who knew about it before it happened. I mean, it's crazy because he missed like a pay-per-view, I want to say, and then was scheduled for Raw, and they couldn't get a hold of him. I know this part of the story. And we're talking about Benoit now. And then that's when Vince McMahon got the call and they changed the Raw over to a Chris Benoit like memorial where everybody was coming out saying what a great guy he was and this is an awful tragedy and everything else. And then almost immediately afterwards, they found out like, no, he was actually the one who did was a murder-suicide. And Chris Benoit was the one who did it, like orchestrated it. And it was like Vince McMahon had serious egg on his face. Like, matter of fact, you can't even find that episode of Raw anymore, I don't think, because it was such an embarrassment to WWE. And then along came all the shit to do with CTE and all that. And they said that he had such bad concussions that was what made him snap, was the amount of concussions he had. His brain looked like a 90-year-old's or something with dementia, like advanced stage dementia, if I remember correct. And the shame of it all is Benoit was a fantastic wrestler too. Scumbag of a human being. If you're talking about his in-ring career, guy's amazing, but you kind of have to throw it all out because he did such a horrific act, that it negates anything he ever did between those ropes. Like, who does that? I can understand if you're taking Nancy out, like his wife, like you got marital problems and you just kind of lost your shit. But then taking your son out too, that's the part right there that it's hard to overlook that part of the story. It's like you murdered an innocent little boy. Some of the darkest shit right there too. That was actually it's crazy how he got together with that chick too. Netflix documentary. I never saw the Netflix documentary. I didn't even know they did a Netflix documentary on it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the dude had anything to do with it. Maybe he went and found the bodies or whatever. I don't know. I don't know that part of the story. But yeah, it's definitely one of them damn things like he and Nancy, the way they even got together. Because Nancy, she was married to Kevin Sullivan, who was the booker, one of the bookers for WCW, and he was a wrestler. And they were doing a storyline where it was supposed to be Chris Benoit, because her name was Woman, I think. That was her ring name, was Woman. But it was supposed to be that Chris Benoit basically stole her from Kevin Sullivan in the storyline. And so they did this thing where Chris Benoit and her were traveling together to keep up kayfabe, which, for those who don't know, is carnival language for fake. But to keep the storyline looking like it, so if they went to a hotel or, on the road, it looked like the two of them were traveling together. They were actually together and that she was screwing over Kevin Sullivan. Well, they were together all the time and things happened. And that's how they ended up together. I guess she wishes she stayed with Kevin Sullivan now, huh? But I know Chris Benoit has other kids too. And it's like, can you even wrestle under the name of Benoit, like is your last name. I don't know that I would want that because people would just see shit your dad did, you know? Like you're not going to be able to revive the name and fix it. Oh yeah, the shit on what's his name? I did see that one. I did see the documentary on Vince McMahon, and that was right as oh shit, wrong color. Fuck. I did see the Vince McMahon documentary, and that shit hit just as the whole Janelle Grant lawsuit came about, which is why he never finished the fucking documentary while they were making it, because he got accused, and it's all credible that he basically kept a chick on the payroll that he was just smashing, and then when he got tired of having sex with her, he basically passed her off to his buddy Johnny Ace, John Laurinaitis, who was head of talent relations for a while there. Get that back in, fix it. I am definitely debating if I should go in here and do out these scales in like black, or if I should just leave them. But yeah, Vince McMahon, he's a weird dude. The part of the thing they left out of the documentary though was, well, I don't remember if they put it in there or not. But you know, when he was younger, supposedly his mom pimped him out, right? Either his mom did some dirty shit to him or she pimped him out. But there is definitely something inappropriate that happened with him when he was a young man. Because he grew up in a fucking trailer. And I think it was that his mom, the rumor was that his mother had pimped him out. Or diddled him herself or something. Something fucked up like that. To others. Like they end up inflicting that kind of thing onto another human because of it. Like it's a weird thing. I guess it's like maybe in a way they're reclaiming their power over a situation they had no control over. I don't know. Yeah, well, with his dad, I mean, the big thing with Vince, if we're actually talking about Vince McMahon, the big thing with his dad was he had promised his dad that he wouldn't kill the territories and just run the business like a territory. And then he turned around, and as soon as his dad sold him the company and passed away or whatever, he fucked over all the other territories. Like just immediately started screwing them over to a point where they were legit talking about killing him. Like hiring a hitman to go take him out. Because all the big stars he had, Hulk Hogan, Roddy Piper, he stole from Portland, the Portland territory. Hulk Hogan, Iron Sheik, he got from Vern Gagne. Like his promotion. They were all like from different promotions. Junkyard Dog, he was Mid-South as well. So that was Cowboy. What was the Cowboy's name? Can't ever remember the fucking Cowboy's name. But basically, yeah, he screwed over everybody. I mean, most guys want that attention from their dad. And you're not wrong about that. There is definitely a thing where two things seem to happen. Like it goes one way or the other, right? My dad wasn't real prevalent in my life when I was a kid. Like I knew who my dad was. I knew where he was. My parents split when I was like 7 years old. Dad went off, got a new family, all that. And I was left behind because I wasn't part of that new family. And I just became my own man, right? So anything that I did, whether it was success or failure, I never blame my mom for it. I don't look back and say it was my mother's fault because she could have done this X, Y, or Z for me. I don't look back and say it's my dad's fault. I look back at it and say that was my fault. I should have been able to adapt better. I should have been smarter. I should have been better. Even if I was never shown a way, I should have figured a way. I'm clever enough. I should have figured a way to do this better. Maybe that's some dumbass thinking, but at the same point in time, all my mistakes and all my successes are mine. They don't belong to somebody else who guided me, right? I give shout outs to like other people's parents that were there and kind of taught me little things about being an actual decent man as I got older because the way they treated their children, right? I always did with my children where it was never I always did it where this is how it should have been for me and I wish I had this and I would have been better off. And also, here's all the mistakes I've made along the way. Do not repeat these. And that shit seemed to work out well for me. Seemed to work out well for the kids. Both of them are successful business owners. Both of them are out of the house. One's going to get married soon. The other one is married. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong on that one. About trying to get them to watch it, and it's like watching old school cartoons. It's definitely it's one of those things where when you grew up with it, you have a nostalgia for it. You have a love for it. And then the modern day shit just doesn't hit the same. I mean, technically they do better moves now. They do better ring work, they do crazier moves, all this other stuff. But like I go back to even just a heyday before they actually came out and said wrestling was fake. That's some of the best shit you're going to see. Because it's one thing to say, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's fake. It's a whole nother thing to say, yeah, I know it's fake. They've already admitted it's fake. That took a lot of the magic out of wrestling, in my opinion. The other thing that I think really has hurt professional wrestling, if I'm to be honest, is the MMA, is UFC and stuff. Because you actually get to see somebody get punched in the face for real. Like a big dude punching another big dude in the face and watching how their face swells up and explodes. And then realizing in wrestling they get hit in the face like that 20, 30 times and there's no damage. I mean, again, you take away kayfabe, and that's awesome, by the way. Reb, he watches old Popeye, and likes them. Tom and Jerry. But he didn't like He-Man. That's interesting as well. That's actually very, very interesting as well. How are we looking on this thing? Looking pretty good. Sir, we have to work on your eyes now. This is going to be painful. Still debating if I want to paint in those black scales. He did or didn't care for He-Man. So, like, 80s He-Man. The 80s He-Man cartoon, I have a hard time going back and watching. The Thundercats is probably a better one to show them. Thundercats, you can go back, and that one's still kind of, that's actually still kind of neat. He-Man was a little bit harder, but they came out with, and it's on YouTube. I want to say it came out in like 2000 or 2002, somewhere in there. But they came out with like a reboot of the 80s He-Man cartoon, and that one he'd probably like. It was actually a pretty damn good cartoon because it blends, it's for kids, but it definitely blends to adults. And it's got a lot of the same characters, same premise, all that. It explains way, way more than the old 80s cartoon. Yeah, Thundercats still holds up. I watched through that series not long ago. Well, actually, I watched the first season not long ago. And it's definitely interesting. It's interesting to go back and watch that one. It really did hold up. Like, I mean, it's still a silly kids cartoon. Brave Star is another one that kind of held up. That one held up pretty good. Challenge of the Super Friends. That's always a go-to. I can watch that again. And as a matter of fact, it's interesting because I didn't even realize, because I had always seen the 70s ones, when they revamped it in the 80s and they brought Darkseid and like the Sod and Granny Goodness and all that, and they were fighting them. That was pretty good. But Challenge of the Super Friends is usually the ones I point to, because they had some real dark fucking content. Like they had the episode with the zombies. Inspector Gadget's a fun one. That's an old school fun one where he's just like a bumbling idiot, and it's really the dog and his niece Penny that are the actual like stars of that, you know. What was the name of the dog's name? Was Brain, wasn't it? I want to say the dog's name's Brain on that show. No, his niece was Penny. I'm pretty sure the dog was Brain. New cartoons are basically the only thing that's good out there is anime. Some anime is really good, but not for younger kids. Like it's too adult centric. So like the older school cartoons, like I said, that reboot of He-Man, if you guys, even as adults, check it out sometime. It was interesting. Like you actually had the kingdom actually laid out, explained. They actually give Skeletor's whole backstory in it. Like right off the rip, I think that's like the first episode. Like it was cool as shit that you actually see Keldor become Skeletor. Well, that's, man, I want you to think about this. This is going to fuck you up a little bit. What's the first show you saw back in the 80s that had a tablet on it? Like an actual, like, interactive tablet that would show you magical stuff. Right? Kid show. And it's funny because, like, remember, we're going to watch a cartoon, and then it would go into the tablet. It was fucking Pee-wee's Playhouse for me. Not something that was like where it was an actual physical thing, that it was like a magic screen or something like that, they called it. But it was basically just a tablet. Yeah, exactly, Reb. Pee-wee and the magic screen. Yeah, like it fucks you up when you think about it, but that was my first exposure. It's like, yeah, he had a tablet. You know, we look at it now and it's like, oh, it's a tablet, but Pee Wee had that shit in his playhouse back in the 80s before he jerked off in the theater. Which, you know, it wasn't like he was dressed up like Pee Wee when he did it either. Good old Paul Rubens. Shout out to him, even though he's dead. But yeah, he Paul Rubens smoked like 2 or 3 packs a day, too, by the way, but would never be caught dead as Pee Wee Herman when he was doing the character, smoking a cigarette. Yeah, I'm sure Cherry could tell you some tales, you know, or Miss Yvonne. He's just you know how he got caught in that theater, right? They caught him and they knew it was Pee Wee Herman almost immediately because he was sitting there. He was like, la 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 la, connect the dots, la 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 la, pull it out, la 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 la, stroke it, la 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 la, ha! I mean, to be honest with you, he didn't deserve to lose his career either over that shit. Wasn't like he was in there watching kitty videos, you know, or he went to like grade school and did that shit or some shit. He was in a adult theater where other adults used to have to do that kind of thing. I just remember the jokes like, "What's this?" Pee Wee's Playhouse, like when we were kids when he got nailed. Yeah, we were little assholes. It was definitely a joke we all told each other. I mean, hey, look, without Pee Wee, we wouldn't have had Lawrence Fishburne, right? He was the cowboy. Damn shame. That man's whole career went bye-bye. Yep, Cowboy Curtis. That was his name. I don't know if you ever saw, he used to do like a live show too. And like the live show was definitely a lot of adult humor in there. Like stuff that would have gone over kids' heads, and somehow that transitioned into a kid's show. Yeah, you had Cherry Terry, Magic Screen, um, Cowboy Curtis. The mailman was Phil Hartman, wasn't it? Why do I remember the mailman being Phil Hartman? Like, do you guys remember that shit? Like, there was a mailman, and I swear it was played by Phil. Maybe that was the stage, the on stage thing. I don't know if that was the actual show, but I swear to God it was Phil Hartman at one point in time. Yeah, the mail lady on the show was black. I'm thinking it might have been the stage production. I have to look that up, but I remember it being Phil Hartman for some reason. Because, like I said, he did like, I want to say it was like an HBO comedy hour or something. They did Pee Wee's Playhouse, and that was before it was a show. Phil Hartman was Captain Carl. There you go. I remember him being on that damn show. I just couldn't remember who he was. Good call, Eugene. Eugene with the save. GAM's memory hasn't left him yet. Although some days I always question my sanity. It's kind of like when I heard Jesse Jackson died. I was like, wait, didn't he die years ago? Just like his political career and like his relevance in society, apparently. Jesse Jackson was like, that dude was set up like, yeah, they treated him like he was going to be the next Martin Luther King and the first black president. And neither thing really materialized with him. He was a good man, everything else. But yeah. Yeah, he turned out not to be as big a deal as everybody thought he was going to be. Like he was for a minute there. Like even Eddie Murphy was making jokes about if he's the first black president. Yep. Yeah, that's right. The Howdy Doody looking with with the red hair and the freckles, right? And like the flat top hairdo. Was it? Yeah, was it Randy or was it Rudy? I think you're right. I think it was Randy. Um, Ernest. Yeah, Ernest P. Worrell. You know what's fucked up about him? He didn't really become like a big thing. I don't even know what the commercials were for at this point. But do you remember it started out with him in the commercials? And he was like, "Hey, Vern, it's me, Ernest." And like he'd always be like leaning through the window. And I can't remember what the whole fucking thing was over. But then they did Ernest Goes to Jail and like they did a whole different little spin-off run with him. Ernest P. Worrell. I think that's what his name was. Hey, Vern, it's me, Ernest. I mean, what are some of your favorite like forgotten cartoons though? Like I know we've all seen like Pee Wee's Playhouse, everybody's seen Thundercats, He-Man. You know, were there like cartoons that were forgotten that you guys like really, really loved? Like there was one show I actually really liked when I was a kid. Well, actually, there's a couple of them. Brave Star is one of them. Silverhawks is another. Mighty Mouse. Here I come to save the day. Yeah, Mighty Mouse was classic. Um, you guys remember? God, what the hell were they called? The Mighty Warriors. Is that what they were called? And you had Rope Man, Baby Diaper Man. Um, there's one dude who was like Tornado Man, I want to say. Cuckoo Man. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Like he'd fly off at the end of every episode. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. No, I mean, yeah, Brave Star, I always loved that. There was another one, it was called Bionic Six. I used to love that. I used to like that show quite a bit. That didn't last very long. Bionic Six. Ooh, ooh. They had like a pet named like Ape, I want to say. It was like Android I can't remember. But it was like yeah, each of the kids all had different bionic parts to them, and the dad was like the bionic man, and like I want to say his wife was the bionic woman, and they had a whole bunch of kids. There's one that was Asian, one that was black. It was DEI before DEI, but it was actually cool DEI, kind of like Captain Planet. Dude, that's actually pretty damn awesome. It's awesome shit, Rebel. See, like that's that stuff, you know. You gotta you gotta give your kids those or grandkids, if you can't do it with your kids anymore because you're old asses like me. Um, but you gotta get them that classic stuff. Like get them reading the classics because that's one of those damn things. Like even modern day comic books suck. Like the stories just they're weak or they're so actually the one dude I can't remember what his name is. There's one guy and I swear he writes the most convoluted stories where he'll tell you something in the beginning and it won't come up till later on. He's done like I think it's Jonathan Hickman is his name. And he's actually a pretty good damn writer. The artwork is, my opinion, just fucking terrible in modern comics. Like it looks like something that somebody just slapped on a page versus an actual love letter to old school shit. Like American comics should have a certain feel in their art. And I feel, in my opinion, I think it's missing now. Like that, it's just, they try to do it too much like, oh, well, this is my interpretation of art. Like, no, dude, comics have to have a certain feel to them. Dude, yeah, that sounds like he's a talented artist. And that's great. Like, you got something that like I know for Christmas, the wife got me the signed print by Boris Vallejo. That shit's on my hanging on my wall. Like I'll treasure that forever because he ain't gonna be around forever. But it's like it came directly from the artist. There's something special about it when you get something from somebody who's actually doing the artwork. Like somebody that you enjoy looking at the stuff they do and then getting it, it hits a little different. And when you're younger, you know, that shit that shit's a little bit more special, I'm going to say to older people, if you've appreciated somebody for your existence on this planet, like you followed him, like Stan Lee, and you get him to sign your comic, it's like, oh shit, like Todd McFarlane, if you got him to sign like an issue of your favorite issue of Spawn that he drew the cover for, or, things like this, then it hits you a little bit different. But for younger people in particular, that shit's really special because it's like, wow, like it's it puts celebrity within reach of you to an extent, like, or somebody who is important in reach of you. You know, I don't know. It hits you a certain way. Give me a minute, guys. I gotta pee. Dear Lord, I'm getting old. Oh, how the hell I have 52 views? Feels like I'm just chilling with the boys right now. Reb said. Let's see what Reb said while I was gone. Wow, that is impressive. Yeah, I mean, and that's awesome, Rebel. Um, you've heard it when I get younger guys in here and gals. Like shout out to like Little Leo, Lily, Midoriya, Levi, like all the younger kids. And I call them kids because they are young. But shout out to them because they're watching more for the art. They don't even give a shit about the conversation if we're being real. But I want them to be creative. Like, I wish I had a creative force when I was younger. I had one art teacher that she liked the way I sculpted things. And she always said, yeah, I wish I could work with you more, blah, blah, blah. But I think if you teach somebody art when they're young like that, especially before your hands and your eye coordination start to fade a little bit, it becomes memory muscle. And then you start learning techniques and you get better and better. I think that's the way to do it. I really do. I think it's a good thing. Gives you a creative outlet so you're not as destructive. You know, it's just skills that you can use. You want to, you know, you never know. You never know. Maybe they become a comic book artist and they're like, yeah, but I want to do it in the old style. And then all of a sudden they flip Spider-Man back to being a good comic book, or you know what I mean? Like all of a sudden it's like, wow, look at this kid's art. It reminds me of like some 90s shit, some 80s, 90s comic art, or even early 2000s. It's not like this modern day bullshit. That's a good thing. They could change the entirety of the culture. They can flip things on their damn head. I think that is part of the problem, if we're being realistic, with things nowadays. A lot of it is, and I'm guilty of this myself, playing video games, online bullshit, you know, stuff like this. Create something. Yeah, that's great. Even if the stuff is not good, nothing's ever good at first. Like sometimes you get every now and again where it's like, wow, this kid's a virtuoso and can kill it. But you got to start somewhere. Like I can bring in one of my old first painted prints, Breb, and show it to you, and then show you one from now. And you'll be like, the difference is night and day. Like it doesn't even look like the same person painted it. And I think I'm just like basically got one toe in basically on intermediate. Like I'm not even to a point where I'm good. So it's one of those things where it's worth pursuing. I think it really is worth pursuing. You know, that's don't take shit from anyone is pretty much my end line. But I'm starting to say more and more, always be creative. Because it's not just painting something or drawing something or any of this nonsense. It's also there's a whole nother part here where welding is an art. Welding pieces of metal together and making it look like one thing. That's art. That's a hard thing to do. Your skills are art to an extent. I mean, nothing wrong with being too cartoonish. It's actually, to tell you the truth, I still remember this. Tell me, you guys, like most of everybody in here is, you know, old ABL listeners or even still listen to them to this day, right? Do you guys remember how he was talking about when he was in art school and he never showed it? He was always supposed to show it, but he never showed it. And he was like, yeah, I did a whole thing with Mario and Luigi, and it was a video game thing. Teacher told me it wasn't art. Do you guys remember that story? And he was always supposed to show the art that, but never did. I don't know if I'm the only one who remembers that. But yeah, I often wonder what it actually was. Like, was it just pixels ripped from the fucking video game and you try to pass it off? Or was it actually like a hand constructed, like drawing illustration, that kind of art? Right, but again, yeah, well, okay, so you do remember that, Reb. I'm just curious, like, what was it though? Because I mean, I wouldn't draw Mario with a gun ever, or have put a gun in his hand. But I'm just curious if it was like 8-bit art and then he just added a gun into the picture, or like what the deal was. And I'm curious too for anybody who watched him for a long time. Did he ever show that art? Because I never saw it. Dude, yeah, cartoons can make millions of dollars. Way more than that. You do the right cartoon and you can make a fuck ton. Like hundreds of millions of dollars. Because you don't have just the cartoon, you also have the toy line that inevitably comes out of it. Just look at like something like Power Rangers isn't even a cartoon, but billions of dollars. Billions. I don't know, man. Like, that's just it. I would be curious, like, honestly, not even being a dick here. Because it sounds like I'm going in a dickhead way, but I would really like to see ABL's art. I would like to see, just what his talent level is, composition, all that other stuff. And I don't mean like, I'm sorry, guys, maybe I'm an asshole like this. I don't understand like modern art pieces. When you get somebody who tapes a banana to a wall and is like, yeah, that's art. I'm sorry, I don't see it. Like, I can't see that. Yep. Welding is creating something tangible in the real world. So is a lot of this shit. I looked at painting these figures and stuff like this. So I'm coming up real soon here where I am going to be getting a Henry Cavill Superman. And there is somebody who has, supported me greatly. And I will be painting that Superman to send to them. Right? We all know who it is. But whole thing is I want to nail it to a point where when they get it, they display it and like they can look at it and it brings them joy. Anything that I do, like the figures I produce and all that, I want you to be able to look at it. And if you're into that character, be happy with it. You know what I mean? Like it should inspire a good memory or a good feeling from it. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's an art to it, but that's everything. Like I look at that with swords, like metalworking, blacksmithing, like that. and getting a blade to look a certain way and do certain things with the hilt, everything else, there's a whole art form to it. I don't have the skill to do that, you know? It's possible to learn that skill, I guess, but I'm not that invested in it where I could. You okay, puppy? Hear the puppy whining. Might have to go out. What's the matter, pup? You gotta go out? You gotta go out. Said out enough where he should react. Okay. Okay, I understand. I'll take you in a minute. I'm trying to layer in the lips on this Hangyodon. Hangyodon. Get his lips right. Plumbing and plumbing and electrical, I don't know if I'd consider them art. Welding, yes, there's an art to it. Plumbing is kind of more, I'd say plumbing and electric is more schematical because I don't know. I don't know if I'd consider them art. Carpentry is art. Welding is art. Plumbing and electrical, though, I'm not sure. Let me walk this pup real quick. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. While I was walking the dog, I was trying to think too. Is plumbing really artistry? Yeah, some people are like that though, Bob. There's certain things where, and don't ask me why. So, like computers. When I was doing computers, that shit always came natural to me. And, as time went on, I kind of learned it's a logic flow. And then started learning about logic, all that kind of stuff. But from a computer's standpoint, um, but I wouldn't say building computers is artistry unless you're building like the circuit boards or whatever you're doing. Even that's kind of more schematic, I'd say. Like you're building schematics. Something like I'd say dentistry is an art form or surgery. I think there's definitely an art form to them. You know, like a surgeon going in and doing some of the stuff they do, if they, you know, they're a very skilled surgeon, it's definitely like an art form, the way they perform all the tasks and everything else in a certain way so that you don't have a scar or shit like this. It's definitely like an artistry to it. This part I can actually get in there with a bigger brush. The outer rim I gotta go small on. Oh no, it's not that it's not important. You misunderstand. Importance of something and artistry in doing it, two different things. You know, you get somebody who does, like I said, like something like carpentry or getting a certain weld on something. It's an art form. Reducing the scar on somebody, like you're a cosmetic surgeon. Kid's got a fucked up face, and you repair their face where it doesn't look like they were ever fucked up. There's an artistry to that. Teeth, dentistry, same thing, like real world applications. I mean, of course, you've got the regular damn artistry of just, well, I slap paint on shit and make amazing things. Like, I look at something like Starry Night. To me, whatever reason, I look at that and I just look at the way that dude painted it. And that's Van Gogh, isn't it? And it's like there's something about each brush stroke that when you look at it, it's like amazing. Like, how the hell did you even pull like these different colors together and this different patterning, the brush stroke through it? Oh, Beans is here. Party can start now. Hopefully you didn't work too hard at the tuna factory and everything's going good, Beans. I mean, even Hunter Biden, I wouldn't say that's like half a fucking $1 million worth of art, but you know, there's definitely a market for it. It's just, it's what you call it. Same thing with George W. Bush. With Hunter's shit, to me, that falls in the more modern art category. But there's definitely there's painters throughout history where I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, if we're looking at like guys who paint like that are just unreal. I always look at the Sistine Chapel. That's some fucking artwork. How hard was that shit to do? Yep, George Bush does paint in his spare time though. That was definitely his thing. Like, it was actually a shock to everybody when that came out. Yeah, I mean, Hunter is technically, you can say he's an artist. I mean, hey, look, people pay more for Hunter's artwork than they do mine, right? Although the difference between Hunter's artwork and my artwork is that you can like technically scrape some of Hunter's artwork and allegedly snort it through a straw and get high. The stone sculpting. Yeah, stone, like people that do sculpting in stone, like like Venus de Milo, shit like that, like old school stuff like that is just impressive as fuck to me. Because you look at the tools for the time and all that kind of stuff. More modern stuff, you have these tools where it's impressive, but just imagine you don't have modern shit to work with. Bob, will definitely love to hear the funny story as long as it doesn't contain any F slurs. Are you in Discord, Bob? I'll pop you in. Oh, by the way, guys, I got one I can show you too. Sean Ryan put out a pretty damn funny video. There you go, Bob. You're live. Need to mute the stream in the background, Bob.
Hang on a second.
You're fucking kidding me. 65 to 25? It was 82 degrees here today. It's like, it's got to be about 60 degrees out. At least, like 60, 65. It's been pretty nice. Let me see. Let me see if I can find this Sean Ryan video too.
Hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Well, here's a funny story for you. It's sort of and no, I'm not going to say a bunch of F words in the background, although that is my nature. I was on the USS Trenton. Okay.
Okay.
Trenton is an LPD, and back in the day, whenever we would get a clog in the plumbing system, I was a hall tech. We'd get a clog in the plumbing system. What we would do is we would take a DC plug, which is sort of a tapered plug, wood, and we'd hammer it in all the holes where the toilets, let's say that, would go down into a common drain. And then they would either go down and drain into a tank, or we could divert them and go overboard. So anyhow, my guys called me, and they're saying, "Oh, we got the chief's toilets are plugged up and won't drain." And I'm like, "All right, fine." So I go up to the forecastle. That's the pointing end of the boat, and they've got a fire hose comes off the fire main, 150 pounds of fire main pressure. And what we would do is actually plug up all the toilets and hook up the fire hose to a fitting that we put in the main pipe, and we'd turn the fire main on with the Y gate. A Y gate is basically a ball valve. You know what a ball valve is?
Of course I do.
Okay. So we open up the ball valve and blow it all over the side. So I'm up on the forecastle with the guys, and we open up the ball valve, and it's running and running. And if you hear water moving through that, that means it's going somewhere, right?
Right.
So hopefully it's being blown over the side. Well, we're looking because, we're up on the forecastle, and we're looking over the side where the overside pipe comes out, and we don't see anything. And I was like, okay, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And we had this thing, we had it whacked wide open for a couple of minutes.
Oh, God.
And so we turned it off, and I go back down in the shop, and I'm sitting in my chair with my feet kicked up, and I'm looking at what's called the SEDAS book, okay? This is basically a book that shows you the diagram of, systems, where it goes, what valves you got to open to make it work, and all that stuff. And the CO comes in, and it's just off the mess decks. And the CO comes in, and he's a good guy. And he's like, how you doing? And I'm like, I got this plug. I'm trying to figure out where it's at, and how come it's not being pushed out by the fire main pressure. And he's like, well, I don't know, but I got 3 feet of water in my cabin. He didn't say 3 feet of water. He said 3 feet of shit water. Okay. Just about that time, the 1MC, which is the PA system on a ship, comes over and says, Petty Officer, my last name, relay to the captain's inboard cabin. And I'm like, I run up there, and the captain's cabin has 2 parts to it. So you got his office, which is where you walk into, and then to the right, you have his bedroom, basically.
Right, his quarters.
Right. So there's a non-tight non-tight door in between the two. So I open the door, and the ship was rocking, okay, back and forth. I opened the door, and the ship was rocking to the port, and there is a wave. I mean, seriously, like a 2-foot wave of shit water coming at me. I just closed the door.
Yeah, that's a smart move.
I just closed, and it came through those little louvers down at the bottom. And he just like, what are we going to do here? And I was like, oh, I'm freaking out, right? Because I had just put on first class petty officer, which means I was a fraud, which means he could take it away from me if he wanted to.
Right.
And so I got all the guys, and I got a sub pump up there, and we're pumping it all out, and we're trying to clean the carpet. His cabin had carpet in it.
Oh, God.
But you can't get that smell out of the carpet.
Oh, no. No. It's
Yeah.
done.
Anyhow, so we made a rule after that whenever we were going to have to blow out a toilet, we had to make sure that at least 2 people put eyeballs on all the vents, because that's what it was. It was a vent pipe that we missed.
Oh.
That went up to the CO's cabin. We had to make sure that at least 2 people put eyeballs on all the vents to make sure we didn't flood out any more spaces.
God.
But I thought you'd like that story.
Yeah, that's
and
a
yes,
great one.
I still kept my first class crow. He did not bust me.
Nice.
He was a good guy.
Well, I guess shit happens in that case, Bob.
Literally. I mean, I opened that door, and I was like, oh, fuck. Close the door. I was just like, we were up there all night, the whole crew, the whole shop. We're up there pumping out his cabin and sucking up his carpet with vacuum cleaners.
Just to try I don't doubt it.
I mean, it was his golf. He was a big golfer. His golf shoes were floating. His golf clubs were underneath the water. And it was like, oh, God. I just thought for sure he was going to kill me and hang me from the yard on.
I wouldn't have blamed him.
Well, fortunately, he was a good guy. He actually liked me a lot.
Nice.
But anyhow, that's my
That's your bobtail.
That's a true tale. That's a true story.
Well, I mean, bobtails are fucking real. They're not bullshit.
No, but
It's just a Bob story. Like,
Yeah.
kicking men in the nuts in the casino, and
only
they're
if they
Bob
ask for it.
stories.
Only if they ask for it.
I mean, did
But-
the guy actually ask you, like, "Hey, Bob, can you kick me in the nuts?" Or
No.
you just mean he was a dick and deserved it?
Well, I mean, he looked at me and told me to walk around, old man. And
Yeah, so he was a dick and deserved it. He didn't actually
Exactly.
say, "Hey, walk around, old man," and then turn around and kick me square in the nuts, please.
no, but I mean, well, for one, there are two reasons. One, I had won at the casino, and two, I was slightly inebriated,
Yeah, that happens.
and really just didn't give a crap. But anyhow, that what I just told you is just to let you know, this is what we call a C story. Okay,
Oh, I know.
but it happened, all right. And I thought for sure the old man was going to take my stripes away from me for that, but he didn't. He was a good guy.
Yeah, that would have scared the shit out of me too.
Well, I mean, you take stripes away from a man, you're taking money away from a man.
Yeah, money and title. Yeah, that's plus honor. It's brutal. You work hard to get there.
But I had to live that tale down.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that.
Because they have
they don't forget shit.
Well, they have messes on a ship. Okay, you have the chief's mess, you have the officer's mess, and then on this particular ship, you had first class mess, which is I was the president of the first class mess at the time. Go figure. And of course, every time I walked in, they're like, "Hey, Bob, did you flood out the old man's fucking shitter again?" I mean, like every day. They didn't let it go. Finally, after a while, something else happened, and they jumped on somebody else.
Oh yeah, you had to wait for somebody to screw up worse.
Well, that was pretty bad screw up. But yeah, something worse happened, and they went on to somebody else. But anyhow, I thought I'd just call in and give you a bobtail.
We appreciate it. I always love the bobtails. I think everybody loves the bobtails.
I mean, when I opened that door and I saw that wall of shit, I mean, literally coming towards me, I was just like, oh, fuck, close the door. At least I was smart enough to close the door.
Yeah, dude. That was the important part right there, is closing the damn door.
Anyhow, I'll keep it going, Bob. I can play minus being in maybe plumbing. What's this new plumbing? I'm just reading some of the comments.
Oh, the new plumbing. I mean, I couldn't do old copper plumbing. I'd probably burn through every damn pipe if I'm being honest. I would just go too hot, too long. But new plumbing, man, I can do that shit with my eyes closed. It's just PVC.
Yeah, I don't like PVC. I mean, PVC's okay, but I'm actually a old school guy, so
Yeah.
I like copper.
Well, I mean, I like copper pipes better, but for somebody like me, now I haven't called a plumber, and I'm gonna probably regret saying this because I'll end up having to call a plumber. But I've been able to fix any kind of plumbing issue up to date that's come up in the house because of the PVC. Like I can go in, cut the lines, and it's simple.
It is, and I actually
copper. There's actually kind of an art to it. So I guess plumbing does have an art to it.
I had to learn back in the day how to braze. I don't know if you know what brazing is.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I was actually very good at brazing. But when I bought this house, I got it fairly cheap. And this is why. I had 2 owners before I bought this house within 3 years. And the first time Mama ran the washer, what was happening was water was coming up out of the washer's drain line, and it flooded the kitchen. Okay. And it's got linoleum in it, so the linoleum was being peeled up. And I was like, well, this is why I got the house so cheap. So I actually had to get underneath the house, trace the drain line. And what had happened was whoever built the place, you know what a knockout is?
Yes, I actually do.
A lot of people don't, but a knockout is basically a big piece of plastic that they knock out to connect some pipes. And what had happened was the knockout, about 2/3 high, had gotten stuck in the drain pipe. And that was what was backing up whenever the washer would drain and flood out the kitchen. So I was underneath the house trying to find, well, here's what I did was there was clean out on the back side of the house there. So I took a garden hose and I shoved it down the clean out until it stopped. I could hear it hitting on something. And then I pulled the hose out and I measured it basically and said, okay, I got to cut the pipe in this section. So when I cut the pipe in that section, sure enough, there was a knockout in there. And then once I took the knockout out, the pipes drained great.
Nice.
But I got this house. I got this house for about $30,000 less than what it would have sold for had it not had this issue.
That's awesome, though. Definitely save yourself some money just by having some elbow equity and know-how.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying this. We're like when they were shopping us for our house, we were like, is there any properties that you have that are haunted? Right? Because anytime something's haunted or some kind of graphic crime happened there or whatever, that shit'll be like, a $200,000 house and they'll have it for like 75,000. Because people are like, dude, the house is haunted. You don't understand. You can hear the spirits. My wife and I are like, that would be epic. Like have, a ghost that visits you all the time and fucks with you. Like I'd definitely buy that house. And unfortunately, no haunted houses. So we ended up with this one, which we got, hindsight being what it is, fairly fucking cheap. But it turned out it came with a ghost. So not bad. Not bad.
Your
Still
house
made out.
came with a ghost?
Yeah. I haven't seen him in a minute. But true story. So when we first got the house, before we even put the down payment or whatever, we're touring the house. My wife walked in. She's like, somebody died. Somebody died here. And I was like, I kind of get the feeling like, not like evil, somebody was murdered kind of shit. But I was like, yeah, I do. I got that vibe too. Like you just get this feeling like, yeah, it feels like somebody's last breaths were taken here. And then we looked into it. We were interested in the house, made an offer, all that shit. And then we started looking up the property history, everything else. And it was like, this one dude, and then it passed to somebody else. We dug into that a little deeper to find out both the people's kind of backstory. And it was the guy who owned the house before us, his sister was selling the house. So we're like, so the original owner isn't selling the house. That guy probably died. He might have died in the house. So one night I'm sleeping, and when our dog started to get older, like we'd hear shit here and there, but it could have been a squirrel. It could have been something bumping in the house. You get those house noises at night, nothing to panic about in most cases. It's just the house settling or wind or whatever. And we used to, our old dog, when he was close to the end, he used to bite me if I went in towards the bed. So one night he bit a hold of me pretty good, and he didn't mean to. Like, he's just going senile. And I was like, all right, I'm sleeping on the fucking futon. So I go out in the one sunroom or whatever, and I'm laying on the futon, and I feel like somebody's watching me. I kind of glance out of the corner of my eye, and I see this real old black dude standing there with his mouth agape, just staring at me. Kind of that look like, what the fuck are you doing in my house? Kind of vibe. You know what I mean? Look on his face.
I do.
And I turned and looked real fast, gone. So fast forward like a week later, and it was the same kind of scenario. I'm watching something on my tablet or whatever, and I'm laying on the futon because the fucking dog was being an asshole. It wasn't I was being an asshole and the wife threw me out. It was the dog being an asshole and bit me. So I'm laying on this futon and I'm looking at my tablet or whatever, and I see it out of the corner of my eye again. And I'm like, just so you know, you're dead. You know, you can move on. The house is in good hands. It's a family house. We'll take care of it and everything else. But you're not with the living. And I started to turn my head slow this time, and he didn't go out of my vision at first. And I was just like, I know you're there, and I'm sorry you passed away, but it's our house now. Blah blah blah, and you can hang out. Like I said that you can hang out, you know. And after that, like then I'm still glancing, and he just disappeared. Fast forward a little bit, and I'm out there cutting the grass or whatever. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I find this cap, and I show it to my wife, and my wife's like, that's a cap that they use for chemotherapy. So whoever had this house had chemotherapy before us. That's the only way you have this cap. And then I had found something else, and she was like, yeah, that's something that they keep when they're trying to stabilize you when they're rushing you to the hospital. So it was like, we looked into it a little deeper. Sure enough, the guy who owned it before us was an older black gentleman, and he passed away from cancer.
In the house?
In the house.
Mm.
Yeah. He died in the house before they got him to the hospital. Like, they were wheeling him out, and he died.
Yeah, that would be a...
The cup looks like there's blood in it. Nice. But, you know, the whole thing is, like my wife will even, if she was on the mic, she'd tell you too, you don't get a bad vibe. If anything, it feels like it watches over the house and everything in it. So, you know, like the old man does, if he's still here. I haven't seen him or heard him in a while. He used to creep the fuck out of me, right? To an extent. But it feels like there's definitely a feeling of a bad juju spirit. Like, oh shit, there's something wrong here. And it feels more like it's protecting and not letting, like, if somebody were to break in, it would distract them while you fuck them up. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Like, it watches over the house. So I don't look at it as it's a negative. It's actually a positive.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you. I haven't been able to walk past the hallway bathroom for 2 years.
Brother, I can understand. I don't blame you.
It's just...
You see the memory?
I don't see the memory. I actually see her. And it
disturbs you?
Well, it disturbs me because I feel like I didn't do enough for her.
Tell her that.
I mean, I quit working and I took care of her every day. I had to feed her and wash her and shape and, you know,
yep,
give her a shower every day, and it wasn't enough. So that's what kind of disturbs me, if you say disturb.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different way or a different level of disturbed. What I would say to you, Bob, is, and I know this is going to sound crazy as fuck. And granted,
I
I
know
am.
you're crazy.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I'm crazy, then it's true. It's all because of you, and you guys wouldn't want me any other way. But next time you see her in the hallway, next time you pass that bathroom for whatever reason, and you catch a glimpse out of the corner of your eye, stop and talk and tell her exactly what's on your mind and everything else. And I bet you one of two things is going to happen. Either you're going to see it vanish, right? You're going to see that phantom vanish, or you're going to go to sleep and you're going to have a dream. And it'll be probably one of the most bittersweet dreams you ever have in your entire life. And, you'll have to let me know. I couldn't tell you beyond that, but that's usually how
What do you
that
mean by
shit works.
what do you mean by bittersweet?
So the last time I saw my best friend, he came to me in a dream, and it was in a time where I really, really fucking needed him. And he told me it's the only time you're ever going to be able to see me. It's the last time you're going to be able to see me and actually talk to me. And like I said, it's a dream, right? Dumb dream.
Sure.
But we had a whole conversation, all that kind of stuff. And I told him everything on my mind. And he guided me through what I was going through and made me look internally and all this. And it's private kind of conversation that I had with him that was important. And it was the last time I ever talked to him. So it's bittersweet because I got to say goodbye, but you you're saying goodbye to an extent and knowing that that's the last conversation, but that's the bitter part. The sweet part is that you got to have that conversation. You got to clear the shit that's on your head that's bothering you, or you get to say your piece. But yeah, it's interesting.
I get that. I actually had dinner with my daughter not too long ago, and her now husband.
Right.
And I asked her, I said, "What do you think about me dating?" I don't know if I told you that, but
No, you haven't told us this one.
it did not go over well. Let's just say that dinner got real quiet. We were at Red Lobster.
I mean, that's just it. So,
I mean, I'm not dead. I'm only
yeah,
62.
well, I hear you, right? I hear you. You're not dead and all that kind of stuff. The thing is, with kids in particular, it's it's hard to square away with that kind of thing at first. Some people can adapt to it real easy, where they go, it makes sense. Do I really want to be alone for the rest of his life? Others look at it like it's a betrayal of the other person, even if it's not. Like you said, you're not dead. You got to live. If you're not living, Bob, then what the fuck? Like, what's
Pecker still works.
Well, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob's pecker still works.
You don't need to say that. But I'm just saying, I told Mary, I'm like, I've been thinking about dating. And she was just like, no.
Did she say no, or did she just go quiet?
She went quiet.
Yeah.
Which is even worse with Mary, because Mary's a lot like me. She likes to talk a lot. Okay. And she just went quiet the whole rest of the dinner. And I got my son, he got a text from her. And I'm glad that those two, talk to each other. But he got a text from her and he come down and told me, like, Mary's really upset because you're thinking about dating. And I was like, yeah, I kind of got that. I'm like, how do you feel? And he's like, as long as you're happy. My son is a very good kid. He's like, as long as you're happy. So we're gonna go with that. I gotta start this new gig up. And so I'm thinking that I'll just
Find somebody on the road.
exactly right.
Gotcha.
Anyhow, I just wanted to call in and tell you, if you're ever on a Navy ship, please don't flood out your commanding officer's stateroom with shit, because it doesn't go well.
Brother, if they ever let me on the Navy ship, we're all fucked.
I don't know. I think you'd be a good sailor.
I don't know if I'd be a good sailor. I would be a better like Apache pilot or something. Actually, I'm too tall, I think.
I don't know how tall Apache. We had a couple Apaches on the Trenton. Actually, we had 6 of them on the Trenton.
I'd be a good drone operator, to be honest with you. That's where I would shine.
They were being sitting there saying they'd kick you out for your attitude.
Oh yeah,
She's probably right.
Yeah, I mean she's 1,000% right. I would be. My uncle actually is the one who talked me out of doing military when I was younger. He's like, unless you're ready to take ass kicking and bullshit as a way of life, don't do it.
I didn't really get a choice.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did want to go to big boy jail, so I had to go on service. Anyhow, sir, I'll let you alone. Hope you have a good night. I'm probably going to be laying back down, crashing again. I took a nap earlier, but I see Eugene's on here.
Yep. Yeah, he still hasn't done that song, Haters Eat These Nuts. Keep telling him, like you want to get a bunch of subscribers, that's the way to do it. You don't want to listen. Putting out like holiday songs and, you're putting out songs like I Touch Myself by the Divinals, like he did a cover of it and things like this. Eugene's crazy.
Well, I think most of your listeners are.
Yeah, but I mean, I love it because of that, I wouldn't have it any other way either. Gotta be crazy if you're listening to me.
A little bit, maybe. Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Just a little. But that's okay. It's the good kind of crazy, not the, hey, I'm going to cut you up with a chainsaw and then wear your skin as a suit.
See, I'm telling you, that the whole skin with the suit thing, that comes from Silence of the Lambs.
Actually,
remember Buffalo Bill?
So where it actually originated was Ed Gein. Ed Gein, yeah, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was loosely based on it, but what this dude actually did, he would go out to the graveyard and he had a whole fetish thing with his mama. And he would take women's body parts and all that, including making a skin suit. And that's where they kind of got the idea for that. And that's actually a true case. When they caught him, he had a woman out in the barn who was hanging and was dressed out like a deer, like gutted and everything, like how you dress a deer.
Yep.
And he had her hanging by her ankles or whatever, all dressed out. He was going to turn her into a new piece of skin. So like Leatherface from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like the big dude.
I've actually never seen it.
Yeah, he's the inspiration. Like Ed Gein was the inspiration for that too.
Anyhow,
Bob's like, yeah, that's enough. I want to get some sleep, man.
No, that's not the issue. You're talking about movies, and I'll be honest with you, there's very few movies that I watch.
Yeah.
and I've never seen the Texas Chainsaw Massacre because
Well, don't bother watching it. It's
well, no, I was watching you were doing like a review earlier,
oh
right?
god, of that one terrible ass movie.
And I'm not watching any of it because that's some sick stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy shit. I've, like I said, I've watched way too many movies. Running the Blockbuster really killed me because we had this thing. So movies, I don't know if you knew this or not. When they sell movies at like Walmart and everything else, or when they used to come into Blockbuster, you know, they had the new releases every Friday. Well, the movies themselves actually arrive at the store on Tuesday. And then they have a thing on them called Street Date. You're not allowed to sell it before Street Date. You're not allowed to rent it before Street Date. So you prepped all the movies on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, so that this way, come Friday, you already had the space on the wall. All you had to do when you closed on Thursday night was put the movies up. And in between that, you could take the movie home. You were allowed, I think it was five of the backstock rentals, so like older movies. And then you had the modern rentals, which were new releases coming up. You're allowed to take home 2 of those at a time, and then 5 of the backstock ones. So you'd take home the 2 new rentals, like anything that came in, you would take home 1 copy of each movie, watch it before you ever rented it. So we'd watch, you know, like whatever movie was coming out that Friday, you already watched it on Tuesday, so you could talk to the customer about it on Friday when they're like, hey, this new release isn't any good. So we'd get in all the low-end films, all the high-end films, all that shit, and I would take 1 copy of everything home and watch it when I get done work.
So you got basically a week's early preview of all the new movies being released on
Yeah.
Blockbuster.
So like you'd get like, say you got, some weeks it would be a slow week. You get like 3 movies in, 2 movies in. But then there was other weeks where you get 7 movies in. I'd watch all 7 movies by the time Friday hit.
See, a lot of people don't even know what Blockbuster is.
And then, yeah, a lot of my staff was like that too. We would watch everything. And that's why I knew there were some indie films that had come out, like little small budget films that were fantastic. There was movies that, to be honest with you, had come out and I didn't see them in the movie theater because I was like, it kind of looks stupid. And then you'd get them on home video because we're not in a time of streaming. You know what I mean? Where you can just, nowadays you can pay $5 or whatever on Amazon and rent whatever movie you want for the most part. But back then, you got to get your ass in a car, go to the video store and grab the movie. Or, you know, pay $10, go to the movie theater. And then have to wait however many months before you could get the movie on video. So like one of those movies was Frailty with Bill Paxton and Matthew McConaughey. And I'll never forget, like it came in, we got like 5 copies of it, I think. And I was like, yo, I legit took it home, watched it, and then made a call to our distributor and said, I need another like 5 to 10 copies of this, please. He's like, really? Yep. Yeah, send me out 5 to 10 because I'm going to rent the shit out of this because it was a great movie. But I never paid attention to it when it had first come out.
I've never actually seen that. The only, I think, last movie I saw with Bill Paxton was, what was it? He was crying, game over, game over.
Oh, Aliens.
Yeah. I think that was the last movie I saw.
Game over, man. Game over. Well, that's fucking great. Put her in charge.
That was a good movie.
Aliens is definitely one of the. That's James Cameron. Classic. Amazing movie. Yeah. Bill Paxton is fantastic.
Either that or when he played in Twister.
Twister was a good movie too. It was a surprising one. That was a great one for whenever we got like a home theater system. like back in the day, and nowadays everything's like a sound bar or whatever. But you used to buy like the old stereo with like the satellite speakers all around you, and you could set it up like it was a home movie theater. You would use Twister to test out the DTS, the Dolby sound, to see if all the speakers were hitting. If you felt like you're in the middle of a tornado, you had it right.
Yeah, I don't have that, but yeah, he was a good actor. I liked him in a lot of movies, but I guess Aliens was
And
probably
and I got to give Beans the old let's give Beans the old heart, which probably looks retarded when I do it. Actually, I didn't even do that on camera, did I? It's got to come out like here. But she said not crazy at all. She said she disagrees. We're not crazy at all. This is her escaping the media, the bullshit media, all because we built a community and I like to listen to the stories. And that's the way my buddy Twisted also summarized like what I do. He's like, yeah, I watched your videos and stuff. He's like, it's story time with GAM. I like it.
That's actually not a bad title.
Yeah, I mean, if I told nothing but old school stories, and we all told our old school stories at all times, but I do like the trailer reviews, I'll do the movie reviews, I'm doing the painting, I'm doing the gaming, all that stuff. So I can't really just like say it's just all stories. Although maybe I could read some books, like classic books, you know. I've thought about doing that before. We could read the one of my favorite stories from when I was a child. It was called "The Boy Who Smelled Like Pee." Um, that's always a fun book to read.
Sorry, I've never heard of that one.
Well, it's because I kind of just made it up, Bob. So.
Oh, well, you make up books that I've never read. I used to read a lot when I was a kid. I actually got in trouble for that, but
Which is
never
crazy.
read that one.
Like it should be the reverse. You should be in trouble for not reading.
Yeah, well. Anyhow, I just wanted to pop on here and tell you a little funny story about flooding out the CO's cabin.
And it was a funny story. Fucking 2 feet of shit water. Unbelievable.
It was 3 feet. I'm telling you, it was 3 feet shit water. Oh, floating in this. And you saw his shoes flying back and forth.
Dude, that's yeah, the golf shoes, that's bad.
It was bad. I thought for sure he was going to take my stripes away from me.
Eugene's quoting Aliens now. He's like, "Get away from her, you bitch." It's a fucking great scene. Sigourney Weaver and the Queen Alien.
Yeah, that was a good movie. Good movie. Anyhow, sir, you have a good night. I'm gonna
You too, Bob.
with you. I'm gonna go get another beer and listen to you on the side.
Cool. I'm about to play a clip from Sean Ryan. Anyway, not
Sean
a clip.
Ryan.
Yeah, Sean Ryan does a podcast, and shout out to him. He's like, if I ever made it big time, I would want to be Sean Ryan, like, because he gives zero shits. And he's stoic, and he just he literally lets whatever's on his mind out, and he doesn't care about getting canceled or not. And he's got like millions of followers or whatever.
I've definitely heard of him.
But yeah, he gave a whole take about the alien stuff being released, and it's hysterical.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that whole alien stuff.
Yeah, me neither. I think it's a distraction. Well, actually, I think Sean Ryan says that in the clip too. He thinks it's a distraction as well. But apparently Trump's come out and said, yeah, we're releasing everything we got on aliens.
Well, I've been everywhere. And I've seen most things. Hang on, I gotta sneeze.
Damn, you sneezed, made me cough.
Well, I don't do anything half-ass, okay? So.
Bless you. Let's just
Thanks,
hope
sir.
you
Thank you.
you now you sneeze again. I got to say bless you again. Then you're just
No,
craving attention.
Normally they do come in threes, but I think I'm good. Take that back.
Yep. See, now you're just craving attention, Bob. But God bless you anyway.
But anyhow, Sean Ryan is somebody I've definitely heard of.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure from where. But I'm gonna, if I jump off here, then I might jump and try to look him up. See on YouTube.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I'm going to play the clip when you hop out, Bob.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and hop out and watch the clip you're going to play. But anyhow, you take care.
You too, brother.
Don't take shit from nobody.
You neither, Bob. Especially not assholes in a casino.
You know me well enough. I'm not going to. You take care.
You too, Bob. You too. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob. I don't think it'd be a show anymore if we don't get a Bob story. New or old. All right, so let's show Bob, Sean Ryan, and we'll play this clip. Well, I think it's only like, what is this video? It's 3 minutes, 32 seconds. And Sean Ryan, shout out to him, does not go after anybody for copyright. A matter of fact, the fact that I'm even shouting out his show and all that, he encourages you to share, show his stuff, everything, comment on it. And that's one of those things I really like about him. The other thing I really like about him is he's just fucking honest. Because he was a CIA operator. And, yeah. But here we go. So the title of this one, and you can find it on Sean Ryan's channel. It's called, I Guess Aliens Are Actually Real. You guys ready?
I've been pretty quiet about Pam Bondi in front of Congress the other day talking about how the Dow's up to 50,000. Nobody gives a fuck. Because what you should be talking about is how you are going to investigate and prosecute any pedophiles that were running around on Epstein Island that you're affiliated with. But we didn't talk about that, did we? Oh, and what's the excuse? What was the excuse? Oh, if we prosecute everybody, the whole system would go down. Well, you know what that sounds like? You know what that sounds like? That sounds like how Trump ran his campaign. Let's drain the swamp. Doesn't that sound a lot like draining the swamp? It actually is drain the swamp served up to you on a fucking silver platter. But you're not going to take it, are you? You're going to protect pedophiles. You're going to protect pedophiles rather than go after them and hope that everybody's happy that the Dow hit 50,000. Are you fucking out of your mind? I guess the whole drain the swamp campaign promise was another fucking bullshit lie, huh? Man, the lies are stacking up fast. I've never seen so many fucking lies appear in, what, a year? It's only been a fucking year. Look at all the fucking lies. You know, I wanted to talk to you about something else, too. Then you got Pam Bondi and what's that other guy's name? Todd Blanche. Yeah, running around giving Ro Khanna and Massey all this shit because they accidentally put two names that are apparently innocent, out that were in the Epstein files. Well, I got fucking news for you. You know, you have two guys that are in Congress that are actually doing shit, and you give them shit because they made a mistake when they're trying to do the fucking job of the entire Department of Justice, because nobody over there will do their fucking job when it comes to putting pedophiles away in prison. So you give them shit because two people are trying to do the job of the entire Department of Justice. Fuck you. Fuck you. And here's another thing I'm getting tired of is seeing all these fucking politicians congressmen, senators, fucking talking about all the shit that they saw in the unredacted files. And then you know what they do? They go right to X and they post about it and tell us all how shocked we would be of what's in those fucking files. Guess what, congressmen? Guess what, senators? There's the speech and debate clause that says you cannot be sued for anything you say on the House floor. So here's a tip. Get to fucking work. Permission granted. Oh, and one last thing. One last thing. I saw this shit pop up the other day. Obama goes on some random podcast that nobody's ever heard of and just happens to drop, oh, aliens are real. Yeah, tell me that shit's not fucking orchestrated. Right in the middle of the biggest pedophile ring exposed in the fucking world. All of a sudden, we're gonna drop that aliens are real. Fuck you, motherfucker. Fuck you. Fucking aliens. Fuck off.
And that is why I love Sean Ryan. Oh, shit. He just like went ham. He just like lost his shit. You like, I'm sorry, but if like I said, all right, guys. So serious question now: do I do the black in on all the scales like I did the ears, or do I leave them out? I'm thinking about black in. I still got to do the outer ring of the eye too, but I'm thinking I like the black in. Okay. Yes, do the black. Okay, thank you. Because they when I did the brown on the Yeti, yeah, that actually worked out very well. So I'm definitely open for advice. But yeah, yeah, like I said, that's Sean Ryan, and I love it. I'm sorry, like if I ever get big, that's how I want to be. The same way I am now. It like he says, kind of like he says it definitely a lot more succinctly than I do because I go in a whole roundabout way with it. But man, like that guy hit every fucking point. I'm like, yep, yep, yep. There wasn't a point where I disagree with you, brother. He just he went fucking ham. And like, I mean, the best part is at the end where he's like, and then Obama goes on some podcast I've never fucking heard of, and just happens to drop that aliens are real. I agree with you. I'm 1,000%. That's kind of what I've been saying, and like I said, I know I've upset people. There's definitely people that watch me that don't watch me now because they want rah rah, and I'm not going to do rah rah. I can't do rah rah. I just got to call it like I see it, because then I'm not being authentic and I'm not being honest to you guys. Like I see both sides for what they are, and they're both fucking kind of grimy. Not even kinda. It's just I see one side is more destructive than the other, if I'm to be honest. But it doesn't mean the other side isn't just as destructive in a different way. And that's don't get black pilled where you can't fix this shit or you can't change it. There are people out there that can change it. It's just a matter of them getting voted into office and actually like pulling no punches and giving no fucks and just doing it. Even if it wrecks and takes down the entire system, well, then our system's corrupt to begin with and we got to build it. Got to rebuild it. That's all. And it's going to be a lot of work, but it is what it is. I'll do is I'm going to go in here with the black, and then I will go back over it, fill it in with the blue. When the black dries, I'm going to try and pinstripe. Hopefully get some definition. Well, that's just, yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Like, you can't wait for Superman to save you. It goes back to like there is no hero on a white knight. It's up to us. Like we are the ones that can change it and everything else. It's also I think people are seeing through the bullshit now more than ever though, too. I just think we need that. There's got to be one moment where everybody, Republican, Democrat, whatever, independent, all just says, you know what? This part of it we disagree on completely. We'll fight that battle another day. But this part we all do agree on, and we need to fix this. Now, who the leader is or who the voice is that comes out and brings everybody to that point, I don't know. That's the rough part of this. I can definitely see why people don't paint. Like all the different models I've looked at, they don't paint in as scales, and I can kind of see why. The scales are different weights. But I don't know. I mean, I guess it does give it like a nice little undertone. It's not even that we're frozen. So how do we fix it? Right? That's the problem, is that for me, right? Do I have a solution? I do. My solution is that people go to jail. And then I've often said, like, when it comes to kid diddling in particular, then that should kind of be a public execution, in my opinion, right? Not calling for violence or anything. I'm saying if you can prove it and that shit's 1,000%, no ifs, ands, or buts, publicly, town square, whatever city they live in, take them out in the street and just do it in front of everybody to send a message to the others. This will not be tolerated. That this kind of evil has no place in our society. We will not put up with this. You hurt a child like this, then it's over. It's over for you. You forfeit your life. It'll make people think a different way about things like this, right? Is that ever going to happen? No, that won't happen, right? I go back to, there was a guy in Texas who came home, and I don't know if it was a friend of the family or what, but he came in and this, oh damn, I blew that way out. And this dude was in the process of molesting his son. And I do want to say this was Texas. He took the guy out, made him dig a hole, and then basically buried him in that hole. And they didn't even, they charged him and didn't follow through. They just said, nope, you're free to go. I think there comes a point in time, if our justice system is going to fail us, that people need to start either forming militias, something, but bringing their own actual justice, not some social justice. I mean, actual, like, you are fucking evil It needs to end. It needs to end. And we're sacrificing what? Some kid's innocence, you know, to some sick fuck. And like I said, not calling for violence. Do this a lawful way. Start passing laws in every state. You diddle a kid. Okay, fine. New York, you don't want to pass this law where you diddle a kid and it's public execution. Then all the kid diddlers are going to go to New York. That's how that's going to work. But any state where it's like, you know, that law's in place, yeah, it's guaranteed to be a lot safer. The thing is that nobody wants to end another human's life. I don't want to end somebody's life. But there's certain people that just simply need to be removed from our society, in my opinion. And there is a test for that, and it's like, well, if you could do this to a child, then yeah, you need to be put down because something's wrong in your mind. We don't need we got spokespeople. Sean Ryan's a good spokesperson, to be honest with you. You know, I'm nobody, like, when it comes to the internet, I'm a nobody. So I'm not a good spokesperson. Somebody like Sean Ryan, who's got a following and everything else, that's a good spokesperson. The only problem is you're not going to get people like, okay, say like everybody likes ABL, 1.1 million followers and all that. You'll never get them to say anything even remotely close to that. And the reason why is because it would get him in trouble, and he'd be afraid of the backlash to it, right? Somebody like Sean Ryan, you had Dan Crenshaw, like I noticed you guys were pointing it out, but Dan Crenshaw actually threatened to sue him if he didn't retract certain things he said or issue an apology and all that, and he basically told Dan Crenshaw to go fuck himself, and I'll see you in Discovery. And there's been no discussion after that. Like, Sean Ryan has no fear. He doesn't give a shit. He believes in everything he says. He actually walks like he talks. Now, granted, you know, he was a CIA operator, but he also has said stuff where I've heard him say it, where he's like, you know, I was lied to at times. They definitely hit us with bullshit. And I'm sorry I fell for the bullshit. He's honest about things. And I think he's one of those people where he says he's a good Christian. I believe him, because I think his religion actually benefits him in that regard, where he's answering to God, no one else. No, he's answering to his Christ God or what have you, and no one else, because he's going to let God judge him for his actions and everything. And he actually does look back and not regret what he did, but understand that he was lied into some of the shit he did. Yeah, the wood chipper's cool, but too easy. Now, I mean, the whole thing is you only make somebody suffer once, twice, or whatever. But again, I really do. I think that's the way. As bad as it sounds, I think that's the only way you solve a lot of different problems. Is somebody does heinous actions, and that's the consequence to it. Well, you're going to have a lot of people doing a lot less heinous actions. And it really does come down to, because what have you taken away? You've destroyed somebody's life. You know, and if you're willing to destroy a young person's life before they even get really a chance to live it or figure it out like that, then you are a fucked up kind of evil. And you can say, well, well, Christianity, you're damned to hell or whatever. Okay. Well, make their life hell on earth then, I guess. I don't know. Mirror God's laws with man's laws, mirror God's laws. I don't know. But you have to be absolute before you would implement something like that. You couldn't just willy-nilly like, oh, I was accused of, and do some shit. Yeah, it would have to be like explicit, like you're nailed. He and they are us. And then wood chipper, I don't know if you said something in between that. I don't see it, Ian. And yeah, I mean, like I said, we the whole thing is you get shit like and this was one of the more evil ones. And I know you guys remember this, where they were like, "Oh, we're just going to start calling them minor attracted persons." Like, excuse me? Like, what you're going to call them minor attracted? So you're trying to make it, you're trying to blow out the word so it doesn't sound like their crime was as heinous as it was. Like, no, you got to certain shit where you just got to call it like it is. Regardless, like, what are you afraid of hurting their fucking feelings? Well, you don't understand. They were young and they didn't know what they were doing. They were 20 years old. The girl was 6. Like, as a 20-year-old person, if you don't understand what you did and why it's so fucked up, then you don't need to be in our society. You don't need to be walking this planet and breathing air. Just my opinion, though. Like, yeah, I don't know. It hits me a certain kind of way when things come down to children. You know what I mean? That's got to get fixed. That little blowout's got to get fixed. It's been 100 years. We're still sheep still. I mean, I don't know because I've never been in that line of power where I was the president or the head of anything or any of that stuff. There's no excuse, period, end of sentence for pedophilia. Well, but then it'll put us at war with, well, you know what? If they're willing to accept this as a way of life, they don't align with our values as American citizens. And therefore, what the fuck do I care? Like, you're not aligning with our values. Because my values strictly say, as an American citizen, that children should not be hurt like this. And then I'm guessing Ian said something about castration or neutering. That's what I'm guessing you said, Ian. But the thing is, if it were just a sexual thing, that would work. The problem is it isn't about it. A lot of times it isn't even about that. It's about something's wrong in their fucking brain. it goes beyond just a sexual attraction or some stuff like this. There's something wrong in their head where they see it and it's okay. Or in some cases, maybe it's, they want to hurt innocence. Could just be that. There are definitely sick people out there, like Epstein was one of them. Like, I don't think it was all about sexual pleasure and stuff like that with him. I think it was more about power and taking away innocence, hurting innocence, to feel powerful. And that's, you know what I mean? I really would have loved to see them beat the shit out of him with some soap and then, break a broomstick off in his ass like they did to, I believe it was Dahmer. They did that too. I would love to see some kind of justice like that. But we'll never get it because you can only take somebody out once. Like, I'd be all for if you'd, take somebody out very painfully, resurrect them real quick, or medically heal them, and then take them out again real quick. I'd be all right with that too. Just put it on rinse, wash, and repeat until their body failed completely. Because when it comes to harming kids and all that kind of stuff, I do think that the black lines. Oh, let me see if I can't get them in here. Definitely give it some depth, huh? You can definitely see the scales better, especially from afar. He looks pretty good. Yep, English people are a minority in London. Yes, because a lot of them have left. A lot of them have given up on their government and actually just abandoned shop. Like, I'm out. I'm moving here. Well, that's just it. Why are they protected in jails and prisons? YouTuber Vosh. I don't know what Vosh has said or hasn't said, so I have no idea. If I'm to be honest, I wish I could agree with you on that, Eugene, but I don't know what he's done or what he hasn't done. I know he's an asshole, but I don't know much beyond that. Like, I've definitely heard him talk, and he is just kind of a total fucking douche. I don't know if he's shock jocking it or just, you know what I mean? Well, Israel is actually a legitimately, if you want to talk about an ethno state, Israel is an ethno state. And hey, look, that's fine. They can have an ethno state. That's their society. That's what they want. That's fine. That's well and good. The only time I get pissed off is when they're blowing people up with our shit. With our money, with our bombs, stuff like that. It's like, yo, stop giving these guys, these things. Let them be self-sufficient. You're big tough guys over there, then you can spend your own money on this shit. Stop spending. You're basically taking it from the American taxpayers. But I feel the same way about like Ukraine with us sending them weapons and stuff. It's like, yeah, you guys, you're brave and you fight hard and we get it and everything else, but you need to stand on your own. Like, if you're gonna prolong a war, because you guys can't come to a table and all this. That's fine, but stand on your own. If I'm not paying for it, I can't really say shit about it now, can I? But the fact, that they'll cut taxes off me that basically are enough for most people that are single to live off of for a year. And that's where you're sending that money. You're not putting it in the schools, hospitals, something that benefits society as a whole. And then you're going to take these billionaires and basically keep them from going to jail, even though they have diddled kids or there's evidence that they've diddled kids. And, of course, they turn around and say, well, no, but you don't. That's the whole problem is there's no evidence. I bet you. Remember, there's no co-conspirators either. It took them 2 hours to figure out who the fucking co-conspirators were. I bet you put a team of nerds in there, like a Doge, but you did it on just the Epstein files. They would use AI, algorithms, and everything else and have us lists of names of people that we wouldn't even want to be on that list. I can believe it, Eugene. I can believe it, But that's just it. You can go out and defend them. You can say whatever the fuck you want. You can say pedophilia is great for all I give a shit. I'm not going to want to be around you at all or listen to what you've got to say beyond that because you're a piece of shit in my book. But you have the right to say that. Now, if you're actually actively participating in the action of, that's a whole different matter entirely. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about not the people that are like, oh, well, that's great. I understand you think that, it's just a sickness and they just need help. Well, I'm getting them that help. It's called the end of a noose. I'm getting them that help. It's called a lead injection through the old brain pan. You can argue all you want, but you do the crime, then it should be the end of your time. And I didn't mean to rhyme. Vent all you want. Fire off. You need to get it out of you. That's the other thing about this shit. I'm painting here, and it's kind of therapeutic. Please, by all means. Take the time to get your own therapy. Get shit out. Get that shit out of you. Because not one of us should be walking around with any kind of hatred in our hearts. And, as Yoda once said, fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to the dark side. And that's just it. Got to get that hate out of you. You got to get that anger out of you. You got to get that fear out of you. And if you don't, it dwells, it festers. You get angrier and angrier and angrier until something snaps. And the next thing you know, you're getting a knock on the door from the FBI. So get it out of you. This way you can kind of breathe. Like Bob did that with me. What was it? Was it last show? Was it on Sunday when Bob asked me, what do you want Trump to do? And I went the fuck off. I felt like a million times better after that. Yeah, so that's just it. Again, you can say that about a lot of places. Hell, you can say that about like the way Iran treats its women or its people, or these people don't share our values. But you know what? Like China's a good example. They the way they treat people, they treat people like fucking dogs. A lot of times that aren't Chinese. If you're in China, that's fine. You know where they do that? They do that in China. They're allowed to run their places like they want, you know. It's just the other thing is we don't give money directly to China for its defense. We don't protect China in our speech laws. We don't protect China in this way or the other. I guess my whole thing is I say America first. And I say America only. Let's worry about us. Doesn't mean we have to cut off the rest of the world, but let's cut back some payments. Let's pull back on some of our defensive funds to certain places. And either they're going to stand or they're going to crumble. There comes a time when, oh man, that one line is way too heavy, thick, weighted. There comes a time where a mother bird kicks the baby out of the nest, and either the fucker flies or it hits the ground and the cat eats it. Well, let's start kicking people out of the nest and see who flies and who gets eaten. For me, it's not just a kissing ass. There's shit we're not seeing. That's the way I can put it to you. There's definitely stuff that none of us are seeing, right? Like there's the obvious stuff that we all see. But there's something else that's underlying that we don't see. Is it a corruption? Is it, hey, you know, we're going to help you out and now we get this amount of money, but it goes directly to my family. That kind of corruption. I mean, if we're to be honest, one of the things that I don't even want near the fucking White House is Jared Kushner. I want him nowhere near it. I want him involved in no negotiations. Get him the fuck completely out of this shit. His dad went to jail and should have stayed in jail for what he did. It was like some kind of like embezzlement, corruption or whatever, and robbed a whole bunch of old people of their money, if I remember correct. I could be wrong on all of that, but I think that's what I remember it being, and Trump pardoned him in his first term. And I was like, yeah, that's fucked up. I don't want his kid anywhere near it because everything with Gaza going on, remember Trump was joking about putting Trump Hotel there and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. Well, Kushner immediately was talking about the land and how much it was worth and all this stuff, and he was being dead nut serious. So it's like, yeah, maybe you're using one government, you're funding them to go and wipe out all these different places, so this way you and billionaires like you can go scoop this shit up on the cheap. They used to do this thing back in the day, right? The mob used to do this, and to me, the government is kind of like the fucking mob. But the mob used to do this kind of shit where you have a restaurant, the restaurant starts to fail, they're not making any money anymore, and magically there's a kitchen fire and the entire restaurant burns to the fucking earth, and then you collect the insurance money. And then you either build a brand new restaurant or you take your money and you go on your fucking merry way. Well, we're at that point where taking your money and going on your merry way is looking likely. And I agree. I think we need to clean up our house first. I think that we need to work seriously. They need to work on immigration reform, like immediately. Like if there's good people that came in, snuck in or whatever, figure out some kind of amnesty program for them. Get rid of the scumbags. Make them take some kind of aptitude test. I don't fucking know. I don't know how you do it unless you throw everybody the fuck out of the country and then siphon them in slowly, or figure out an expedient process to like legit expedite their citizenship and get them back in here to go, you know, work the fields or whatever fucking jobs they're doing. Right? the billionaire class. That's nice. We were home to a shit ton of billionaires. Tax everybody at 10%, no tax loopholes. Simple. 15% maybe. Because you have billionaires that will pay less in taxes than I did last year. And I'm nowhere near a millionaire or a billionaire. But they're going to write off this, that, and the other thing and just fuckery. And you're like, but they have really smart accountants that know the tax laws and can get around everything. Close every fucking loophole. Make everybody pay an even share, 10%, 15%, that's fine. And then, you know, pull everything back and use it defensively, not offensively, as far as our military is concerned. We don't need to do away with the military. We need it for defense. And that's fine if you want to keep them in other countries because that's where shit might break free or whatever. We live in a technological age now where if you're actually doing things intelligently, we would be working on being in space and being able to spy from space. Technology's there. AOC wore a dress saying tax the rich. You want to really clean up drugs in America? Well, you're fucked. I'm going to tell you that little trick too. You might be able to get away with wiping out cocaine and heroin, but you're not going to rid us of meth. You're not going to rid us of weed. Like those two drugs, you're fucked because people can make cheap ass meth. Hell, if people really want to get high and it's that bad that they really, really need to get high, they'll just huff gasoline fumes. You're kind of fucked on the war on drugs. It's a failed proposition unless you're going to go take out all the cartels in Mexico and then annex Mexico into America and make it like the 51st state. We're fucked. It's all corrupt. I didn't tell me about that. I didn't see where they were talking about about the planned pandemic in the Epstein files. I mean, look, no doubt that there was definitely COVID was either released by China or a fuck up and an escape from a lab that Fauci had his hand in. That's what I've seen. That's what I've come to believe anyway. I don't have all the evidence or all the proof for it, but that's truly where I fall on that subject when it comes to the pandemic. That it was an oopsie. It was a fuck up in a lab and they let it out. But they definitely engineered it. By they, I mean whatever team of scientists are in there doing those studies. It wasn't a natural thing. It wasn't like, oh, well, it leaped. No. As much as we know about it now, there's no possible way it was a leap. But I have not heard anything about the shit in the files with the pandemic being planned. But yeah, that wasn't a force of nature or a pandemic from what was it, 1908 or 1918 or whatever the fuck, whenever the Spanish flu hit. That was a whole different matter. This shit was grown in a lab. And maybe they were working like, okay, we're going to accelerate this so that we can build a cure before it ever makes that evolutionary leap. That could have been it. It could have been the best of intentions, but any which way you look at it, it fucked everything. Everything. Fucked up people's lives. Like, it was ridiculous. There's still people to this day that fucking go out in public with masks on, alone in their car. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Now, granted, you know, I smoke right around a pack of cigarettes a day, sometimes more. And I know that's probably going to kill me in the long run, lung cancer, some kind of cancer. I know that. I shouldn't do it. I recommend nobody who, you know, if you don't smoke, don't start. If you want to quit, quit. But I already accepted my odds on it. I've already accepted, like, this is probably going to do me in. Because I love smoking my cigarettes. But at the same time, you know, that's just it. This shit was, if you fucked up, just say something like, yo, we fucked up. Nobody has. Nobody will. Yep, and they were doing the same thing in Ukraine, but they were doing it with much nastier viruses, such as Ebola, anthrax, definitely bigger, nastier bioweapons. And if Gates sent that email, I'm going to tell you what, Bill Gates needs to be brought and just full on, like, no bullshit. Like, just, that man, he is fucking evil. He's been evil since he was younger. He's a con man, a thief, a all-round scumbag, like, just a terrible human being. With him, I don't mind wiping out his entire gene pool. I wouldn't mind it if our government went and just took him and was like, yep, your entire gene pool's getting wiped, sir. Because he is fucking evil. He made billions of dollars off other people's ideas. What worried me about Bill Gates is that he's buying up all the fucking farmland too, or started to. And then there's going to be something that happens with our food. Something fucked up will happen with our food eventually. And it guaranteed he'll be like right there implicated or whatever and be like, no, not me. I'm just a nerd. And he'll have had something to do with it. You know, any man that fucks around behind their wife's back. Now, granted, let's say that was a bullshit email and like Epstein was just trying to start shit and just put it out there. So this way, in case they ever found it, you know, it'd fuck with Bill Gates. But no, I saw his wife's reaction. He definitely gave her some shit. Nah, he didn't kill Steve Jobs. Cancer killed Steve Jobs, I believe. But he did destroy Apple for a while there. He definitely, like, he could have completely ruined Bill Gates or Steve Jobs at one point. Which Steve Jobs wasn't exactly a gem of a person either. Don't let them paint him like such. He was actually an asshole too. Just different type of asshole. At least he was an upfront kind of asshole, not like a shady one. It does have some dimension with that black in there, huh? Now I just got to fix the scales on the back. Fix the blowouts in the blue. Make the lines like same weight. Death Row killed Eazy too. Hell, they're killing everybody. They ain't killed Alex Jones though. They can't kill Alex Jones. I'm a miracle. I'm a walking miracle. Fucking Alex Jones. Yeah, I can't tell. It's the problem. We have this class, and it's not all of them. It's definitely some of them that are, as soon as they got money and all that kind of power and everything else, just they gave no fucks about it. Like, it's like it corrupted them on a level that none of us will ever understand. That makes no sense to us. Maybe not because we don't have that money, because even if we had that kind of money, it's not the shit we would do with that kind of money, you know? So it makes no sense. But some people are power hungry. That's usually the ones that end up with that money too, are the ones that are super power hungry or super money hungry. Some people get those riches and just become actual saints with their money and do good things. Then you get guys like Bill Gates, who you could have given him, thank God he never reached like Elon Musk wealth, because we'd all be in fucking trouble. Ukraine is corrupt as hell. Yeah, oh yeah. That's one of those dirty little things that, we're supposed to be rah-rah for them because of, they're fighting Russia. Russia's the evil. I'm not saying Russia's the good guy, but Ukraine definitely ain't the good guy either. Like, I mean, I don't like the fact their people are dying like they are, but they're not exactly the paragon of virtue at all. I'm not saying like, yeah, America's not the paragon of virtue either. We definitely do some fucked up things, but their shit has always been corrupt. Was always corrupt right up until that war started. Then all of a sudden it was, oh my God, Ukraine is a bastion of democracy and good people. Well, maybe the people are good, but the government is fucking corrupt as fuck. And unfortunately for America, like, we vote for this shit, well, you guys vote for this shit. I don't vote. That's not throwing shade at anybody who votes. It's just we vote with who we think is going to do the best, or for the lesser of two evils instead of the one that's actually going to be good. Sean Ryan said it best, I think, in that clip. You wanted to drain the fucking swamp. Well, this is the perfect way to actually drain the swamp, and you're not doing shit about it. I wonder if Pam Bondi sucks like Trump. Never mind, I'm not going to finish that sentence. But, like, does something with Trump that is untoward. We'll just put it that way. Put it nicely. Because that's all she talks about is Trump. And it's like she kisses his ass. But there's something else there. Like, it's fucking weird. There's definitely something strange about the way Pam Bondi is whenever Trump's name comes up, like shouting about how you have TDS and stuff like this. Like, I don't think Trump's a complete villain, but there's definitely shit where I don't know how you rise in popularity like you like to, or how you do. and then not understand what the American people actually want from you. Like, how can you not tell that, the Epstein files we're not looking at it like it's a fucking hoax. We actually want justice for victims. We want the actual criminals in jail, all that stuff. It has nothing to do with you or your, like if it's your friends, well, you need a better class of friends. Because I'll tell you what, my friends right here in this chat room, I guarantee you, not one of them is going to be like, yeah, I diddle kids on a billionaire's island. Can guarantee you that. You need a better class of people around you, Mr. President. These people are pieces of shit. You missed a whole bunch, Melissa. Appreciate the hell out of you, though. Came flying back in like what I miss. We're talking about all kinds of fucked up shit. Like everybody's venting. Everybody's getting it off their chest so we don't walk around angry. That's where we're at now. Yeah, I think he's coming out. I do think the black accentuates everything. To be honest with you. Like especially the front scales. Hardest part is going to be me hitting these fucking rings around the eyes with black. So unredacted files to certain people and all that other stuff, there's stuff that they redacted before they redacted them. The FBI has the unredacted files. Redacted files. And they're not releasing them. As a matter of fact, this is something I heard. I can't remember who said it, but I definitely heard this. There is apparently those computers they're using are apparently monitored. And whenever they search for something, they go and pull files off the internet. Or put in extra redactions. How true or not that is, I'm not sure. And I would love to be able to tell you, yeah, so and so said it, but I can't remember. I definitely heard that though. Jeez, that's all blown out. That's all got to get fixed. Probably should have done the black circles first. Because, yeah, it's definitely rough. Definitely rough trying to pull a clean circle around this damn thing. So I have little blowouts that I have to clean up with white, which is going to be rough on its own too. Worst part is I still got another Hangyodon I've got to do. Yeah, I'm definitely. I got to clean up in there and right there. Dear Lord, you know what? You're not wrong about the Project Bluebeam thing. That's going to be kind of interesting. And always right there on that interior is the ridge line is not good. I got to get my hand to stop shaking too. That's going to blow this whole damn thing out. That handshake, I can see it. Every time, so I'm gonna have like this jagged ring around these eyes. So I'm gonna definitely have to touch this shit up. Damn it. Oh yeah. Making sure the black is done on the eyes before I go back in and touch up. What's the matter, Pupper? I hear you growling back there. What has angered thee? Calm down, angry black doggy. Oh. Definitely looks like a cartoon figure, huh? Dr. Stephen Greer is terrible. I'll get into that in a minute. That guy, if anybody has fucked up UFOs and aliens more for me than anybody else, it's Dr. Stephen Greer. Guy's apparently a brilliant surgeon too. But he got caught scamming. Pretty damn bad. Would you like to see the Red Lantern? I can go grab him real quick. Let me set him aside real fast. Let some of that black set in. I'll grab Red Lantern and Atrocitus and show you guys the blood effect. You guys will like this to an extent. I still have to work on the one blood effect and clean it up. So here's Atrocitus. That's how he came out, Ian. Right. Now, here's what I mean when I say clean it up. Here's the blood effect. See this white that's in there? I'm going to have to red that in. But that's from overexposure. Still having a little water in the resin when I got it with the black light. This actually is supposed to go like this around his waist. So let me actually get that shit on camera. So it's supposed to go around his waist like this. I don't like that as much as I like this. I think that's a cooler effect coming out of his lantern. And then the other piece of red that I had to do, here's the other blood effect. Right? Let me get that in there. Here's the other blood effect. This one actually did come out right. And I didn't overcure it. This actually goes off the side of his mouth like this. If I can actually get it in there right. There it is. So this actually comes out of his mouth. Like blood flowing back. And it's a pretty badass looking blood effect. But yeah, I'm definitely thinking with this piece, instead of having it go like this off of him, which is the way it's supposed to go, like wrapping around him, I actually think this looks better coming out of his lantern and hooking. Like it's rushing blood. I don't know, maybe from like an angle, but I think the splash out of the lantern and the blood coming out of it, I think that's a more badass pose. I love this though. This little blood effect on the face. Like he's spewing the blood out. And then yeah. I'm definitely thinking I'm gonna glue this into the lantern instead of going off his leg. Makes the lantern not look basic. Gives it more of a dynamic look. But those two pieces, I printed them out, and it was a whole debacle doing the resin. Go put him back before I fucking break him like I did Galactus. But yeah, that one actually came out. I think that's, like I said, intermediate. I think that's intermediate to me. Is I'm hitting intermediate. I'm not hitting, oh holy shit, GAM, that's amazing. I'm hitting damn GAM, that's not bad. The Yeti is a documentary. Nice. Yeah, this is where I screwed up on this. Go. These lines don't look like they have the right weight, though. They don't. They do not have the right weight. All right, I can fix the white now. Or can I? Yep, the interior. This side doesn't have the right weight. Like this one little divot spot in this eye. Oh, pain in my ass. Girl. Black Rabbit? I don't think I've seen Black Rabbit for some reason. Is that like the reverse Alice in Wonderland? She chases the rabbit out of Wonderland into the real world. Give me more of that white. It's on Netflix, far from it. You know what? I actually did fire up Netflix the other day while I was playing a game. You know what I watched? Vikings. Don't ask me why. I all of a sudden I turned on Vikings at season 1. By season 2.5, I had turned it off. I love that damn show. I don't know why. Great fucking show. Man, this is going to be one of them power battles where I keep go in, clean it up with the white, and then go back, clean it up with the black. Yeah, Vikings. And yeah, what is Black Rabbit about? I like this brush, but I'm not feeling it right now. I don't feel like I'm getting. It's either that or else maybe it's the fucking paint. I think it's the paint. Give me one dab of water. Let's loosen this paint up. I don't feel like the paint's flowing right. Feels thick. That's better. Now I'm starting to get flow out of the paint. Must have let it dry too long or sit there too long. Yeah, that went on way, way smoother. It's the problem. Dried out a little too much. Oh. that was bad. I way over pulled on that. See if I can't get it fast. Quick, fast, and hurry, and I'll touch it up later. Or touch it up in a minute. It's about a couple brothers, and one is a screw up. Sounds like my buddy Twisted's life. Shit. Stupid eyeballs. I need a sharper brush. I'm going to end up just doing the same thing over and over again. The brush just is not sharp enough. Stop screwing around. Get it, get it. Man, son of a bitch. That ain't sharp enough either. It's too fat. Meep, meep. Meep, meep. Where's the damn coyote when you need him? You know, that's one I gotta find. I had found one before, and it was before I got like, it was when I was first starting to do 3D printing. So I was fucking up everything. Like really, really bad. But I need to find a Wile E. Coyote. Wile E. Coyote. Like a very good one. Maybe a Roadrunner too. You're not that guy who's into like those family after school special drama kind of shows there, Ian? Black. What's that dip? Always the damn eyes. see. How's that line look? Still, I got like a mild blowout right here, it looks like. But it's better. Gotta get the interior eye too. Getting this son of a bitch with like the sharp brush definitely helps. Now that eyeball is like completely rounded out, nice and easy. Ooh, good lord. It's good. It's not Trump. Well, be glad that I did the Mummy trailer review while you're at work, because that shit would have traumatized you. Like, it spooked me the fuck out. Like, that movie trailer reminded me of the damn Exorcist. I'm like, oh, this might actually be an amazing movie because of it. Been a good long while since I saw a movie that gave me that Exorcist vibe, where it's like, oh, this is going to be creepy but evil and fucked up all at the same time. There is a movie I watched. Damn, well, now it is a while ago, but not seriously long ago, and it was called The Autopsy or something. It's like a father and a son doing an autopsy on a chick. Or The Autopsy of Jane Doe, I think it was. It actually wasn't a terrible movie. Yeah, I mean, I do not recommend you watch that trailer either, Beans. And if you watch a replay on this one, don't watch when I do the trailer for it. If you don't like scary shit. Yeah, it definitely it gave me the damn creeps. That fixes that. Right here. A little heaviness on that line. And I just got to touch up blue around it. Could probably gloss out the eyes too if I really wanted to be an ass. I think he's looking decent. I think he looks like he should. And let's see. Here's good old Hangyodon. Hangyodon. And let's look at the actual images. So here's what we're going for. This little fucker right there. This is what I've done. You did enjoy me breaking. I felt like I was long winded, the Witchboard movie, but man, like, I felt like I was just going on and on and on. But then again, that's how the fucking movie felt too. And it felt like I've said this before. Matter of fact, I think I was explaining it to my wife, and I said it to her the same way. So there's a wrestler that was in ECW back in the day. It was named Stevie Richards, and he does a show on YouTube. And he'll talk about, like, if somebody does a dumbass move in the wrestling ring, he calls it what went wrong, right? Like, they do something that obviously looks like it's going to hurt somebody, you know, what have you. And he has this thing. He goes, you know how all bad ideas and bad moves start? When you see somebody do, like, you know, I'm going to do a jump off this cage through a ladder and not hurt anybody when I do it, and then they end up breaking their leg or something. He'll be like, you know how dumb shit like this happens? It all starts out with a simple saying. You know what would be cool if we did? You know what would be really cool? That's how it always starts is, you know what would be really cool? And he's not wrong, and that's what it felt like with the Witchboard movie. It felt like they were like, you know, it'd be really cool if we made everybody related. You know, it'd be really cool if the witch and the chick switched souls. Do you know what would be really cool? And it like works like shit because of it. He has a name. His name's Hangyodon. Hangyodon. And he's one of Hello Kitty's friends. Which I thought about doing another version of Karafi, which is the little turtle that's her friend. I got to still clean up in here. There's definitely some blue places. I think I still got some wet blue. I do. Clean up that shit. I got a little tiny blowout here. Now I'm using this little sharp brush. Any place I see like unweighted lines or overweighted. This side was a little bit better, except for this fucking line right here. Wife will be happy about this one because she wanted a Hangyodon before, but I couldn't get it for her. Gotta wait for that blue to dry. I'll touch that up. Fucking blow out here completely? What the fuck was I thinking? I don't even see a scale there. Why did I put that line? The ear can use a touch. Build-A-Bear has it. That's crazy. I mean, he's a fish man. Why would you build a teddy bear of a fish man? It's kind of fucked up. Which Hangyodon is actually fishman in Japanese or whatever. I only know that because trying to find this son of a bitch, like a model of him, was damn near impossible. Swear to God it was. Fucking brutal. Let's see. Yeah. Definitely need to clean this fucking line up. And heavy it out the other way. Push, pull. Just gonna erase it. Hit that line again. Do not like the line weight on this. Doesn't line up with the other side. Which one's Sayuri? Or Sayuri? I'm not sure which one of the friends that is. It also depends if I can find it. Like I said, Hangyodon or whatever his name is, Hangyodon. Took me forever. And the only reason I was able to find him is because somebody posted him in a Japanese. I literally had to translate his name to the Japanese characters and then copy paste them in search. Hold on, I'm looking them up now. That's the best friend? What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. That thing? Looks like an ex girlfriend I once had. Well, at least from, yeah, kinda. Yeah, it's a little guy, too. Man. Yeah, finding finding that one's going to be a little difficult. I mean, I see why Hangyodon hangs out with it. Hangyodon. All right. Let's see. First things first, let me take care of this weighted line up here. All right. That fixes that. I know there's a blowout in here where I had to get in there with the aquamarine, I think it was. I think that's the color. I think it's called aquamarine. Let me see if it's still wet. It is. Good. There we go. There, that little spot here, a little blowout here. On more. And painting cute is a bitch. All right, that cleans up that eye. We're looking pretty damn good. I can clean up this eye a little bit. I think we got it, guys. Anything else blown out? Nope. Good on the tail fin. Good on this side. I think we got him. All right, guys. I'll let you guys be the judge. Should I do any more work in the eyes? How's he looking? Or she? Oh no, it's fish man, not fish woman. Thank you, Eugene. Thank you, Beans. You need an online store. I've been painting this shit since 8 o'clock. It's 3:23 a.m. It's a lot of time to do a cute little fucker. A ridiculous amount of time. I'm sure an actual artist could have done it in like quarter of the time. Hell, a tenth of the time. People are probably like, yeah, it took you that long to do that. But he is candy shelled. Still looks rough in the eye. I don't like the way it looks rough. Once that's clear coated, it'll smooth. The application across everything else is mirror finish. Candy shell. Fucking mouth. You need an online store. Well, pretty soon I'm going to have to start selling shit off because I'm going to run out of room in the house. At least get them screenshotted. Oh. That fucker pop up. Save. Damn, I can't believe I got so many fucking views. I appreciate the hell out of you guys. I can't believe I got so many people watching me. It's Thursday. I did knock this little bastard out in one session, so that's good. And that included priming. Now that leads me to my next problem. Who do I work on next? Oh, and Beans, did you hear who the one figure was that I had put on Discord? I don't know if you had heard that part of the stream. I'm pretty sure you did. With a cute gift box with a QR code to the YouTube video. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Ian, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate that one, bro. You do it's the cuter the thing is, the harder it is for me to paint. It's just rough. Let's get Hangy in here. Oh, I'll break her out and show it to you. And you're gonna put your album on Bandcamp? I don't even know what Bandcamp is. That little guy's got to get put away. I love him. Nice. So hopefully that lands well with the wife. Let me grab her. So your mystery clue was not a mutant, female Marvel character. Good Lord. Here's the base and the feet. I actually primed the base earlier. This is actually FDM. This is the new plastic printer. We'll show you bottom half first. Ian's going to like this one. Do I have these right? Yep. She's got some legs. She knows how to use them. Then we can get the middle torso in. Back up the camera. She got what we like to call tiggled bitties. I can actually, I can sway it back in, but sway it up, I guess. I don't want to blind because that's just going to wash out when I do that. Let the camera adjust. You with me so far? Can you tell me which character it is? Keep adding pieces till you can actually see. Up. Let's go up with the cam. Move the light a little bit, I guess. Let's get the light up. It's going to blind out and it'll adjust. Fishman just staring at that ass like, damn. Fishman looks tiny compared to her, huh? Let's get the adjust this light somehow. There it goes. You can still see her boobs. Darken this down. Take it down a couple notches. Can you tell which character it is yet? Any guesses, Beans? Everybody that's been in the stream knows. I mean, we look at her from the back. She got a badunkadunk. Oh, pick it up. It's not going to spin so freely. Come on, Beans, guess. David actually nailed it. Give her her arms. As soon as this damn arm goes in. There you go. You got your arms. Not Luna Snow. Nope. If I show you the hands on the arms, maybe that'll give you the clue. Right hand. Make sure I grab the right hand with the right arm. There's one hand on an arm. There you go. Oh, the leg's coming out. There you go. There's one arm. Turn her. Side boob was falling out. Yeah, give it another guess. Who is it? Let's take that down. Take this off. Let you look at the middle piece here. This might help a little, possibly. Exposure. It's a bathing suit kind of gear. And don't cheat, Ian. You were here when it was revealed, weren't you? If I put the head on, possibly. Can you tell who it is now? Kill the light down a little. There we go. That's a little bit better. Can you tell who it is? Yep. Yep. She-Hulk. She is thick enough. She is the exact build of sensational She-Hulk. And when I paint her, I will break out the comic #1 since if I could actually say oh my god, I can't say it. I'll break out the first issue of Sensational She-Hulk, and you'll see what it's pretty much shot for shot. So yeah, you called it. Yeah, Ian called it Hulk. Yep, it's She-Hulk. This one's going to be a fun one to paint. I just look at the musculature. The legs, there's a couple of decent spots like in the knees where I can get it. But this arm in particular, like the muscles in here, and the way everything's cut in, which is, let me see if I can get the camera to actually pick it up. Yeah, you can see them better now. All this is going to get undertoned to a lighter tone coming up. She's going to be badass looking. Yeah, she actually has, hopefully I don't drop this fucking thing. She's got the one in like a curl position. But somebody was complaining I don't do enough females as far as the models. So, yeah. It's going to look like this. Get my big dumb hand out of the way. She's going to have one barbell up. And the other one. I can do this without knocking her fucking head off. Yep. There you go. So, it's going to look like this. More in the frame. She's going to have one bell up, one bell out like that. It's going to be a rough one. I have to be gentle as shit. Don't worry. Don't worry there, Jennifer. I'll be gentle. Yes. Yeah. So the outfit's going to be white, and then I'm not zooming into the boob, but you can see the seam line. So the seam lines will be the purple. But yeah, all that's going to be white. Then you're going to have the seam lines are all going to be purple. Of course, you know, anything that's flesh is going to be green. And then doing gradients and variants in there on it. Getting the undershadow. Make sure her boobs glisten. I figure for the head, in particular, the hair, I'm going to go with the black. But then I'm going to go in with some slight green highlight into the black. Hair is going to be a bitch. They gave her a shit ton of hair. So, but that face, the most difficult part, of course, is going to be nailing out those eyeballs. Because you look at it and she's got beautiful eyes. Very well shaped. It's going to be rough. The lips, I'll go in with a softer, lighter green. It's going to be an interesting one. It's definitely going to be one of those like, oh shit, this is difficult kind of thing. Ugh. Let me see. Let's see if I can use the image that I'm going to use. Yep. Actually, I'm wrong about that with the inseam. This isn't the #1 comic I had either. This one came out in 2023. This looks more like what he modeled off of. Let's see if this shit comes up right in the preview window. Okay, yeah, it does. So this is the modern one. So that's what we're looking at. So I will be going white in the middle, it looks like, and then purple on the outsides. But if you notice how it's not cut out for a cleavage. So that tells me this is not correct. This one is more the style. Well, this is actually the comic I have too in the back room. But yeah, she's not huge. I'm going to go with the purple and the white. I don't have the original She-Hulk book she's holding. I actually have this fabulous first issue. No matter of fact, you can buy it now with one click for $1.99. Although, never mind, that's the digital version. But yeah, if you look at her, she's not like super thick. She's just muscular. Like, she wasn't supposed to be like big ass Hulk. She was just a cute Hulk. See what I mean about like, when did this comic book come out? 40. Doesn't say when it came out. I don't like the coloring done on this at all. Like, I don't like that artwork. It looks like pencil bullshit. You know. Yeah, like, we don't get covers like this anymore. They're not boots though, they're sneakers. That's the whole thing. Yeah, like I could see where that would buck you up. But I mean, like this right here, 2023, whoever drew this, great job on that. You got nice highlight in there. You accentuated everything. She looks good. Like this is like old school one. Look how small she is in this. She is not big at all. She's like kind of normal size. Love you back, Ian. Good night, brother. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna wrap it here in a minute too. I'm just looking through these old She-Hulks to. I am gonna go with, like I said, definitely gonna be kind of my inspiration here. Is this costume? I'm going with the white and purple. There, they made her a bit thicker. I want her to be, but I want I want like, I don't want to do She-Hulk where she looks manly, you know? She shouldn't. She should be very feminine and very strong at the same time. Because the character is, you know, she was actually kind of a gag character. She was like Deadpool before Deadpool, really. Like she broke the fourth wall, all that kind of shit. Although I do think it's funny, you got a shit ton of number ones for She-Hulk. Like, I mean, it seems like they redid her almost as much as Captain Marvel, which is weird. This has to be 90s. 91, I think. Not fair to accuse me of vanity. I thrive on controversy. She's a naughty. But, yeah. That's actually a cool cover. Not sure if I'm really digging the feel in the face here on this, but that's a variant too. Yeah, I'm not feeling that face. That face looks whack. The muscles in the arms and the legs look good though. All right. I think we should wind it down, ladies and gents. It is definitely that time. What did I just hear? I just heard banging. What the fuck did I just hear? Oh, I cut the camera by accident. I don't know how. I must have hit the power button. Oh, shit. Yeah, I did. That's a good freeze frame. All right, you guys. My most epic of audiences. You guys are amazing. I'll be back tomorrow night, 8 p.m. I believe it's going to be me, Twisted. Hopefully it'll be Rogue of the Leaf and David all in a group. We got a couple different games we can check out. I think we're going to be playing one called Rockay City and then possibly Jump Gate. I know those two are on the rotation. I don't know what else we're going to throw in there, but definitely the Rockay City, even if we just play it for a round or two. I'll be back tomorrow, like I said. And, damn. Sunday's going to be interesting. I got to find stuff to watch, talk about, and all that because I burnt through so much tonight. But we'll see what happens. Hopefully we keep a news cycle that is interesting but not dangerous. Nothing that angers us. It makes us feel a little bit better about life in general because right now it's kind of shitty. But it'll also be interesting to see what we do with these alien files and all that kind of stuff. Thank you, everybody. Again, oh, by the way, Beans, thank you for tossing the coin to The Witcher. I caught that one for Bosnian Day. That was appreciated. I will see you guys tomorrow night. Everybody be cool. Remember to always be creative. And also, don't take shit from anyone. Have a great night, everybody. And thank you again.